But the threat for damaging wind, large hail, and tornadoes, a very good possibility for the entire Action News 5 coverage area. I want you to get the First Alert weather app if you don't have it. Put it on your smartphone or tablet. It's free for Apple and Android products. If you have a weather radio, make sure it's plugged in. You've got fresh batteries. It's turned on and the volume is up. Should any warnings be issued, you'll get your First Alert right there on the app, and you'll be able to follow along on the NOAA weather radio as well. You've still got a few minutes to secure any loose items that may be out in your yard. If you have patio umbrellas or what have you up, make sure they're coming down. And make sure everybody in the family knows what to do should a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning be issued. Do you know where the safest place is in your home? Right now is the time to think about it. And you can monitor us on Facebook and on X, the Action News 5 platforms there on social media. We are broadcasting live right now on Amazon Fire, on the Action News 5 app, on Amazon Fire, Roku, and Apple TV. And again, you can find us on Facebook. You can also find us on the Action News 5 channel on YouTube. Multiple ways. And right now we are broadcasting live on Action News 5 5.1 if you're watching on your digital antenna. Meteorologist Eric Brill is with me, back from vacation. And wow, you picked a great day to come back, huh?
Yeah, we'll go with that one there, Ron. But you know, I think the biggest thing right now for all of you guys on the other side of the camera is that we're kind of in the preview sort of stage here of whatever's going to happen throughout the rest of the evening and into the overnight hours. So that's why we jumped on here, so this way we could give you that first alert, because that's what it is as far as being part of the First Alert weather team here, to give you guys that first alert ahead of the storm, so this way you can prepare and, well, you know what's going on. All right, so right now, this is the camera looking towards downtown Memphis, in midtown Memphis, and there have been a couple of raindrops on here, kind of inconsequential raindrops that have been falling here across the Mid-South. But something I want you to kind of think about right now, and Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers, he was just talking about this, is that if there is a tornado warning issued, what are you going to do? If you live in a mobile home right now, this is kind of the best time to say, okay, let's go to that tornado shelter, or let's go to a building that has that structure, that is a strong structure, and try to you know, get yourself in the safest place possible. If you're in a house right now, the thing I want you to do is to go into the or have an idea where you're going to go. Go into that interior room on the lowest level. That's always the best bet when it comes to any sort of tornado warning that is in place here. Get into that interior bathroom or that interior closet. Make sure you have a helmet on. Throw a mattress over your head, something like that, so this way it does keep you safe. Now, the good news is, as of this exact time, we don't have any sort of warnings in place, but as Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers did allude to, we do have that tornado watch for the entire Mid-South until 11 p.m. So we have a good 5.5 or so hours left before that is set to expire. Notice the boxes that are blinking on your screen, black and orange or yellow, depending on what color you want to classify that as. That's where there are some severe thunderstorm warnings over into northeast Arkansas and into east central Arkansas, just to the east of Little Rock and to the north of Pine Bluff. I wouldn't be surprised if that ends up being the first severe thunderstorm warning that we do get in place here across the Mid-South. But right now, it's just kind of a wait and see sort of phase that we're in right now. There are some rain showers that are into Mississippi County and into Dyer County. We'll dive you in a little bit closer so you can get a look at those, and into the Missouri boot heel. If you know anybody that's traveling on 155 right now, maybe if they're going from Caruthersville to Dyersburg, give them a first alert. Just let them know they're about to drive into some pretty heavy rain that is in place right now into this portion of the Mid-South. Notice that little area of pink or purple that's on your screen, almost right in the middle to the east or to the right of Steele. That's where there could be some small hail right now, and in the form of a dime-sized hail. So overall, Ron, right now everything's kind of behaving how we anticipated to go, but we are obviously monitoring radar really close because we do anticipate the activity to pick up here over the next few hours.
You know, forecast models have been pretty consistent over the last several days, Eric, with showing this line just really kind of blowing up once it gets to the Mississippi River. Storms seemingly benign back into central and parts of eastern Arkansas, but there's a lot of instability that's in place right here, and that's why I think the National Weather Service is posting that tornado watch for the entire coverage area, because once it gets east of the Mississippi River, the potential for some quick spin-ups, I think, will enhance a little bit. Again, an enhanced watch over, or an enhanced risk over the entire area. Here's a main concern with the storm threats, and we've talked about this throughout the week, the potential for damaging wind. On a scale of 1 to 10, we're giving that an 8. Yeah, that's pretty high. So I think we could see wind gusts that exceeds 60 miles per hour as this line's coming on through the area. The hail threat, low at about a 3, but there will likely be some hail. That map that Eric was showing you a moment ago, the possibility of some dime-sized hail in there. The air column, though, it's really warm from the surface aloft. Tornado threat, though, it's pretty significant. We've got some decent shear in the atmosphere, and I think we could see some quick little spin-ups along that main line. Let's check out Futurecast. We'll start it off at 5:30, and it's got a pretty good handle on that line that's coming out of eastern Arkansas right now and lining up almost perfectly. It's along that leading edge, though. It's where I think we're going to see the greater threat for the stronger winds. From 5 until about 6 o'clock, that starts to make a push into East Tennessee, or West Tennessee and Northwest Mississippi, eastern Arkansas as well. And Eric, those showers you were showing a moment ago right around Northeast Arkansas, Northwest Tennessee, those could enhance a little bit ahead of that main line as it pushes through. But notice, watch this line right here from 6 until 7 this evening really starts to amplify. We get some deeper red colors in there. That's an indication where we could find the higher precipitation, the greater probability for some hail built up within this. And along that leading edge, that's where we could see a quick little spin up. Here's the thing, though. I think once that main line moves on through, the atmosphere stabilizes very rapidly behind it, should turn into a heavy rainmaker. But out in advance of that, ahead of that line, and as it's pushing through initially, that's where we could be dealing with the greater threat for wind damage, possibility of, again, the spin-ups coming down, and those brief periods of hail that may come through with this. Now look, by 8 o'clock, it should be out of the Memphis metro and starting to bear down on the Tennessee River Valley from Jackson down through Bolivar, approaching Selmer, Northeast Mississippi. You're still going to have to watch this closely, and it should be right over Lafayette County and Oxford. And look, these were areas, and Eric, it's just been less than a year that these areas got hit pretty hard back with the storms we were tracking in April of 2025. Folks still rebuilding there, and now we're looking at the potential for wind damage to come into play. Good news is we get past that by 9 o'clock. I think most of this is out of the area, but it's that main line coming on through and really hitting that instability that exists right there along and west of the Mississippi, or east of the Mississippi River in northern Mississippi. That's when I think we're going to see this thing just really pop up and enhance quickly.
Yeah, and I guess, obviously we don't want anybody to be hit by severe weather, but if there is one good thing about this specific event that is going to unfold over the next handful of hours, is that it is going to be a handful of hours. It's not like we're going to be here at 1 o'clock in the morning monitoring the radar saying, what's going to happen? This is going to be in and out of here pretty quickly. But to Ron's point, as far as a lot of those communities that were hit, that were devastated, quite frankly, by the tornadoes back in early April. Some of those communities also had a bunch of ice damage, too, from the ice storm that we did see going back, about 2 months ago at this point here. So not a great situation as far as that's concerned. The good news is, at least right now, we're not seeing anything too crazy popping up on radar. There was the first severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for the National Weather Service out of Memphis. And they cover more than just our immediate mid-south. They go a little bit further to the north and northwest, and the areas that they have given a severe thunderstorm warning now, I don't think will eclipse the immediate mid-south, but you might have some family or friends that are to the north and northwest of Jonesboro. Notice those areas that are blinking right now, pretty much in the oranges and the blacks. That's where we do have the severe thunderstorm warnings right now. So fortunately, if there's any sort of good news out of this, these are 60 mile per hour and 1 inch in diameter size hail severe thunderstorm warnings. That is the minimal threshold that we do have when it comes to severe thunderstorm warnings being issued. And I say fortunately, because you'd obviously rather have smaller hail and weaker winds and something that's going to be destructive and significantly stronger here when it comes to severe thunderstorms. Right now, I am keeping an eye on some of those showers that are into the Mississippi Delta, even though they're technically on the Arkansas side of things, over into Phillips County and into Lee County, so just outside of them to the south and to the southeast here. I'll zoom in a little bit closer so you get a better look at those. Notice some of these, the reds and oranges and even some purples that are trying to fire up here and trying to become a little bit heavier and stronger. And notice the DBZs. This is the decibel levels pretty much that this is indicating how heavy it's raining right now. 54.5, that's a pretty significant significant rain shower that is occurring in the range of pretty much Monroe, Phillips counties down to the southwest right now. It will be into Monroe and Phillips counties over the next little bit. If I put this on an hour loop, I want you to see how some of this stuff, it really is exploding and becoming a bit heavier. Notice not necessarily so much the stuff that is into northeast Arkansas, staying in Mississippi County and western Tennessee, but more so into east central Arkansas. Some of these showers and storms that have been able to fire up and become a little bit heavier, a little bit stronger just to the east of Pine Bluff and Little Rock. That's what we're worried about, the potential of some of these having some spin and potentially becoming tornadic here. So don't forget, we do have that tornado watch that is in place for the entire Mid-South until 11 p.m. this evening. And just to reiterate this, especially since we don't have severe weather on right now, I just want to, give you that first, or give you an idea what you should do if you do get placed under a tornado warning. You want to make sure you get into an interior room on the lowest level of the building that you're in, and that's always the safest spot. If you live in an apartment complex and say you're on a higher floor, try to get to that lowest level possible. You certainly want to do that so this way you keep yourself safe, because if you are on a higher level, winds are stronger the higher you go within a sky or a building here. So if you're on the 5th floor, you want to make sure you get into that 1st floor and just get into a stable building. If you live in a mobile home right now, good idea for you is to get into a storm shelter. You want to make sure you keep yourself as safe as possible here across the Mid-South. And those storm shelters, they're built to keep you safe when it does come to any sort of tornadic activity, just severe thunderstorms in general. So, Ron, as I did allude to, we do have that first severe thunderstorm warning. It was issued for Clay and Greene counties just outside of our immediate coverage area, but we anticipate additional severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings potentially being issued here throughout the rest of the evening hours.
Yeah, that line is getting closer, and I tell you what, you made a great point here, Eric. This is going to only exist for a few hours, and the good news is we're going to get that severe weather out of here before most people are going to bed.
Right.
My main concern is when we have storms coming in late at night,
yeah,
people are sleeping, they don't get the notice or the warning. Looks like this is going to exit the area 9, 10 o'clock, 11 at the latest. Now, we still have the watch in effect again until 11 o'clock tonight, but notice it's also been very windy, and we've got a wind advisory in effect through 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Look at these winds right now. These are sustained winds. They're at about 15 to 20 miles per hour in most areas. We've seen gusts to 30 miles per hour even here in Memphis. As that line's coming through, we could see gusts of 60 miles per hour or higher. So you get a sudden gust like that, that can really do some damage and bring down trees, maybe even damage to roofs and structurals. Or structural damage as well. It's also very warm. Look at this, 75. Now, where we've seen the rain come into play near Blytheville, it's knocked the temperature down to 66 there, still 72 in Dyersburg, but there's a lot of warm, moist, unstable air in the atmosphere. But look what's just behind it. Now this is the temperature gradient map, okay? So the colors coordinate with the temperatures. The orange, that is where you see temperatures in the 70s for the most part. It starts to get yellow in the 60s. But we're looking at temperatures back to the west in the 40s and 50s, and that's moving in our direction. Clouds and radar imagery painting that very well. And once this line moves through, that colder air is really going to filter in behind it rapidly, and that's going to bring a big chill to the area. And look at this, Eric, there is snow back into parts of Missouri. You were just driving through there, as a matter of fact, a couple of days ago. But look at that. There is snow from Kansas City on through northern central Missouri.
To Joplin and Springfield, yeah, all that area.
They're getting snow while we're tracking the threat of tornadoes. Now tonight, we're going to get the storms out of here right around 9, 10 o'clock, 11 at the latest. We'll have a mostly cloudy sky for the remainder of the overnight hours, and those winds are going to remain sustained at about 15 to 25 miles per hour. We'll fall to 32 for an overnight low. But look at this. We didn't do a newscast today. I want to give you the 10-day forecast quickly. We're only going to hit 40 for a high tomorrow. It's going to be a day of decreasing clouds, but I think we're going to have cloud cover for much of it. And then look at this. 25 Monday night. We're talking about a hard freeze coming our way. Temperatures lower 20. So we've got the severe weather threat and tornadoes tonight. Tomorrow night, we're looking at widespread frost. I hope you didn't do any early planting, because you're going to want to take some time to cover those plants tomorrow before you leave for work. We're going to find temperatures, look at this, low to mid-20s in northern Mississippi tomorrow night, mid-20s in eastern Arkansas, and we'll drop to 25 in Memphis. Again, a freeze watch in effect tomorrow as temperatures could fall well into the teens. But right now, it's the tornado threat that we're paying close attention to because of the threat for widespread tornado or severe thunderstorms producing the potential for tornadoes, especially along and east of the Mississippi River. Tranquil conditions now, just a few hit or miss showers in and around the area, but this activity is going to be ramping up soon. And Eric, I'm sitting there thinking right around 7 o'clock, it's going to start rocking for people along the Mississippi River, including the Memphis Metro, as that line comes on in here.
Yeah, I think that's actually a very fair statement. This ain't your first rodeo, Ron Childers.
I've been through a few of these. The thing I like about this
Yeah.
is the fact that it is going to be short-lived.
Yeah.
It's coming through quickly, but with that line moving so fast, that brings an increased wind speed. I'm more concerned about the straight line wind threat with this than I am the tornado threat. And I know a lot of folks have that PTSD or storm anxiety as a result of tornadoes, but you get straight line winds, Eric, that damage can be even more widespread and just as destructive as a tornado coming through.
Right, no doubt about that. And also, obviously, Ron, too, a tornado, if you get hit by it, trust me, it's devastating. I've seen the damage firsthand here just around the Mid-South. But it's physically a smaller object than if it's just a big rush of wind. Because when you get a line of wind, it could stretch tens of, maybe not hundreds of miles, but it can even stretch that far here. And that obviously, the whole entire area that can engulf, it's much smaller than an actual physical tornado itself.
So that tornado is more surgical in its destructive power, whereas you get a straight line wind with the line coming through as we're expecting, that could do damage from Dyersburg all the way down to Memphis as it's pushing on through. So the potential for widespread power outages is there. That extends into northern Mississippi as well. You had a pretty good view of the radar. As a matter of fact, Eric, we've been watching. It's almost with each scan, that line gets a little closer. What's it looking like right now?
So I want to go back to a point that I was just talking about here as far as there being tornado or severe thunderstorm warnings that are in place for northeast Arkansas outside of our immediate area. But some of those could track to the east and even clip portions of Mississippi County, the Missouri Boot Heel, as well as Dyer County here. And there's actually a report that the tornado is on the ground in Lawrence County in northeast Arkansas. So, Ron, if you're cool with it, cool. I'll track that out for you guys so this way you get an idea what's going on here. And the good news is, right now we could kind of go a little more in depth with this sort of thing here and talk about some of those areas that are just outside of the Mid-South as to where they're going to. So let's see what we got going on here with the Precision Tracker radar. And as far as what I'm looking at right now, this is a wide view of things. You see Memphis right in the middle of your screen pretty much right now. Some of those small little showers that are to the north. And then you have all these boxes on the left-hand side of your screen that are oscillating or they're blinking orange and black. Those are the areas that have severe thunderstorm warnings right now. But you see this area in red that just popped up here. Let me put this in, just give you the now view. Notice this area in red. That's where we have that tornado warning right now. And it's into Walnut Ridge as well as Paragould, a couple of pretty populated areas here into northeast Arkansas for Clay as well as Greene County, even into Craighead County. And you see these little notches that are starting to fire up here a little bit. What do you think, Ron, as far as here goes? Is this more, would I be better off on the Paducah radar, Little Rock, or what do you think, or the Memphis radar from this vantage point?
I want you to hit that skit first of all.
Okay.
Let's take a look at that. We call that area kind of a radar hole of sorts, simply because there's not really good, reliable radar data there. The Little Rock radar is several miles away. That Paducah radar almost too far to the north and east, and then we're hitting that at a pretty good distance, just over 90 miles from the National Weather Service radar site.
And we're hitting this at about 6,300 feet up in the sky, so we're vertically, we're a pretty long ways away here. But, you're just talking about as far as that skit goes. And notice when Ron's talking about a skit, it's this red arrow that's pretty much in the middle of your screen. This gives us a little bit of information with the First Alert Precision Tracker as to some of the information that could be embedded within this storm. So the possibility of hail is 60%. And that could be, those are just small little P's, small little BBs, very small hail. And the potential of severe hail, which would be the size of a quarter or greater, is about a 20% chance. So there's at least some hail within there. And it looks looks like this does have some pretty strong winds within it as well, Ron. So it's packing at least a little bit of a punch. Let me turn off some of these warnings too, so this way we can look at it a little bit closer here. So if you know anybody that's in northeast Arkansas, here's your first alert to that. If they're over into Walnut Ridge or Paragould, really all throughout Craighead or the northern portion of Craighead and into Greene County, make sure that they're aware of what's going on. Sorry about that. Zoomed in a little too close to an area I didn't mean to. But some of these brighter greens and the reds where they're intersecting each other, that's where we are kind of keeping an eye on things right now. And I want to back this out a little bit here. So the National Weather Service is noting that this is moving, and Ron, this is probably good for us to just talk about out loud right now. The National Weather Service is noting that this is moving specifically to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. Okay. So as far as, just projecting how fast some of these storms are moving here over the next few hours.
The average speed of a tornado is about 35 to 40, or average speed of a storm is about 35 to 40 miles per hour. Mm-hmm. You start getting the storm moving at 50, 55, close to 60.
Right.
Plus the winds it's producing.
Right.
You could easily get an 80 to 100 mile an hour gust out of that.
Right, and not even necessarily a tornado, but just in general, the strong winds that are associated with that. So, yet again, northeast Arkansas, and let me put the warnings back on so you can see where they are. And yet again, the areas that are in red that are blinking, that's the tornado warnings. The areas in orange, that's where we have the severe thunderstorm warnings. So specifically where this cluster of showers and storms is, if it continues to move itself to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour, it will be near Paragould by about 6:17 and over towards Hornersville by about 6:45 or so. If we kept that going here to the east, and yet again, this is moving at about 55 miles per hour, this could be approaching Dyer County, let's see, in about an hour and 45 minutes from now. So we're talking into northern portions of Dyer County, say near New Bern and Points North, by about 7:30 or so. So here's your first alert. If you're into Dyer County, especially northern Dyer County, say along and north of 155, that's where you could be seeing a potential tornado warned storm headed towards your vicinity. Doesn't necessarily mean it will be tornado warned by that point, but I just want to make sure you have that first alert if you're into northern Dyer County for the potential of a tornado warned storm. Now, as far as a wider view of things here, tell you what, Ron, just to the east of Conway and Little Rock, and really just to the north of I-40, this is a pretty potent little storm that we have right now.
It's starting to come together.
Yes, it is.
It really is.
Yes. And just even projecting this out here, this is a cluster of showers and storms I think we have to keep an eye on for the potential of heading towards Memphis and Shelby County. Just by the look of it, you see Memphis on the right-hand side of your screen here. And if I put this on a little bit of a loop here for approximately an hour, it's driving itself, if anything, a little bit to the south here. So if you're in Memphis and Millington, we can only talk about one specific area when we're talking here, and I know you might not necessarily live where we're talking about, and if we're not talking about your community, that's a good thing here. Yeah. But I just want you to kind of keep an eye on some of these showers and storms that are near Little Rock and just north if you're into Shelby County right now, because they could be headed towards your direction. And Ron, even further to the south than that, over towards Lee and into Phillips counties, that's going to be another area that might be impacted here over the next, say hour or so. And obviously, we still have a little ways to go before this event even starts, let alone when it's done.
I want you to know this. There will be severe thunderstorm warnings at the very least for Memphis, Shelby County, and just about the entire coverage area as this line is moving through. There will likely be widespread power outages as well. So that line is still a little bit of a distance from us, but getting here quicker. So I want you to take time now to charge all your mobile devices. Make sure your phone is fully charged, your tablets, your PCs, your laptops. Whatever you use that's on battery, make sure it is charged right now, because once power goes out, it could be a little while before it comes back on in some areas, especially if we're looking at trees going down with this. So, Eric, is that line starting to really enter into an area that is most unstable, and it's really right here along and east of the Mississippi River? That's where we're seeing our highest amount of instability. And as Eric was putting that line into motion, let's put a loop on it, and you can really see it start to intensify. Check that out. Even that little cell right there, as that's making a move off to the east, we're starting to see higher reflectivity returns on that, and that is giving us an indication there's even some little bowing that's taking place in there. Let me zoom in a little closer to that. We may even switch over to the Little Rock radar on this. Let's see. I want to check that out. Once we see these little segments start to bow, it's a little linear right there. And by the way, I'm going to track this at 50 miles per hour.
Hey, Ron, for yourself, while you're looking at that on the screen below you, I have the Little Rock radar on there, so if you want a different sort of image of it as well, so you can see
I got it too.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, once I've got it set up so that it's going to tap into whichever radar is closest to the cell itself. So
Copy.
This is going to get into these communities. Cotton Plant at about 6:23, Wheatley at 6:35. It'll be in Palestine right around 6:47. But I also want to do a little 3D slice on this because we talked a little earlier about the greater threat for wind as opposed to hail with this. I want to see if this line's even got any hail in it. So let's just give it a look-see here. What I'm looking for are areas of purple that are elevated. So the top of this storm, right around 30,000 feet, that's tapping into some cold air as it's coming on through. And Eric, check that out.
Wow.
There is some hail at about between 10 and 20,000 feet. You see that little area right there?
Suspended hail core.
But it's also melting before it hits the ground. So yeah, a suspended hail core as it's coming on through. And I'm just looking around. I think that's, again, keep in mind the air at the surface is very warm. So as this is falling through the atmosphere, friction and the warmer air below it are causing that to basically melt very quickly. So maybe some small hail reaching the ground there, but this is also bringing back intense rainfall. So you can get some very heavy rain in a short period of time. I'm noticing this tornado warning. Now you see it. It is highlighted in white. That's an indication that we have confirmation of a tornado. So even though we've got the tornado warning there, this is not a Doppler radar tornado. Someone in that area saw it, and that prompted the National Weather Service to go with the observed tornado warning on that. And again, that's going to move east into the Missouri boot heel. But taking a look at the big picture, this whole line is just really starting to come together right now as it makes a, well, I didn't mean to do that, as it makes a push to the east, and this whole thing is going to impact the Mississippi River and start to move into West Tennessee. Here we are coming up on 6 o'clock. I think by 7 o'clock we're going to be dealing with it, Eric.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And I mean, obviously, you know, you're kind of saying that more from the perspective of Shelby County. There are going to be areas in northeast Arkansas that will be dealing with this here in the matter of just a few moments.
Yeah,
so
yeah, absolutely.
It's always tricky in a situation like this. You know, who do we kind of focus on? Who do we talk about? We talk about Memphis and Shelby County, and quite frankly, it's a pretty it's a muggy and it's a warm Sunday evening here. But overall, we're faring pretty good right now.
And look, the reason we're on our digital platform right now is typically we don't break into programming until it impacts the Memphis Metro, all right? That's the highest population area. We do everything we can to try to limit interruptions into your normal television viewing. But because this line moving so quickly, we knew there were going to be warnings. Eric and I made the decision to go ahead and get a jump on this and just jump on our digital platforms here before that storm moves on in. And right now you can see it, warning starting to line up around it, and that's pushing off to the east. At some point, we are going to be on our main channel as a result of...
We hope not.
I think before the night is over, we likely will. We hope not, but...
Safe assumption.
I think there is likely going to be, at the very least, a severe thunderstorm warning for Shelby County issued at some point. I hope that we're not dealing with tornado warnings. But even still, a severe thunderstorm warning you have to keep in mind can produce a tornado with little to no warning, and it can also really be packing a wallop, especially in regard to the straight line winds that are going to come on through. But right now, that line making that move to the east, and if it continues this, moving off at about 50 miles per hour. Look, Little Rock's in the clear from severe weather right now. Southeast Little Rock, or just to the south and east of the Little Rock downtown area. That's still dealing with some storms, but much of central western Arkansas, they're in the clear for the rest of the night. They're just getting ready for the cold air. Anything catching your eye on this line right now?
Not right now at this moment. I mean, a lot of the stuff we've kind of been going back and forth about here, and I've been looking at the National Weather Service, seeing if they have any sort of updates. And really, I think at this point, it's a wait and see sort of game as we've been talking about here.
I was just about to say, it's a wait and see.
Yeah.
But we know it's coming.
Right, exactly.
And that's why we wanted to get a jump on this. So for all of you that are joining us right now, thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Your first alert right here. But know that if you've got friends in northern Mississippi or West Tennessee, give them a shout. Let them let them know that we're here tracking this storm and let them know that that line is coming through. So that's what we're looking at right now. We've got several severe thunderstorm warnings, none of them in our coverage area just yet, but I think we're going to see that first one, Eric, come into play with this little cell right here that's riding right along I-40, and that's making its way towards Forest City. So that's what we're looking at there.
Yeah, without a doubt, and that's going to be an interesting one. You know, as to
it really is.
Yeah, because right now that's packing a bit of a punch, and Ron, you've seen this countless times. As far as they become stronger, then they become weaker, stronger and weaker.
Pulse up, pulse down.
Bingo. And right now, this one definitely looks like it's pulsing up.
Yeah, I think that's going to intensify much more within the next few minutes.
Yeah, and especially too, it's an untapped air mass out ahead of this as well. So
what is that? Is there a skit on that right now?
Let me throw that on.
And when we say skit, it's a little arrow that you see. Skit stands for Storm Center Identification and Track. That's one of the great things with the precision tracker. It gives us a whole bunch of information, including the movement, the height of the storm, what it may be producing, and what the rotation potential is in regard to triggering a tornado with that 1 to 10 scale on the BTI.
So right now, when we're looking at that storm, Ron, it has a 2.3 on the BTI. That's a relatively low number, but it's obviously not a 0. But it is 1, since this is moving to the east and towards not only northeast Arkansas, but into potentially Shelby County and Memphis. It's one that we'll keep a close eye on. The movement of this is at about 45 miles per hour. So it seems like there is some consistency that these are moving to the east at about 45 to 55 miles per hour. So that is worthwhile to kind of, you know, note out loud too, that these have at least a bit of consistency with the speed. If we go a little bit further to the south, that's another area that's moving itself to the east here at about 50 miles per hour. So if you're wondering where I'm getting that number from, the upper left-hand portion of your screen where it says severe ENE-51 miles per hour, that has the direction within it and the actual forward speed that this is moving, which is at about 51 miles per hour. What I want to do with this, and you know, this is going to be kind of a broad overview of things here, but at least it gives us a little bit of an idea over the next hour who could be impacted by these. And these are moving off to the east yet again, 45 to 55 miles per hour. So I'll split the difference and call it about 50 miles per hour here. And notice that these are going to be into northeast Arkansas here. So it looks like Forest City, I think by the time we roll towards about 6:45, that's when this could impact you. Into Jonesboro, your first alert, if you are tuning in from over there in Craighead County, same idea, about 6:45 or so. The Missouri Boot Heel, we're looking closer to about 7 o'clock. And if you're into Helena, West Helena, your time frame would be more about that 7 p.m. range here. So overall, this might not be quite to the Mississippi River by 7 o'clock, but it's going to be really close here. And yet again, just to kind of recap here, the boxes that you see that are going in and out, or they're blinking on your screen per se, the red boxes. So we're looking now into northern Craighead County, into Greene County, and into Dunklin County near the Missouri Boot Heel. This is where there is a tornado warning in place right now. This is moving off to the northeast. So your first alert, if you're over into Hayti or Steele, Caruthersville, into the Missouri Boot Heel, your time frame that you're looking at this potentially impacting you would be closer to, say, about the 7:30 range here. You might have the sirens going off right now if you are into Dunklin County, but you still have a little bit of time to go, and this is when you want to make those proper preparations. Where's that safe place in your house or in your living situation right now? You want to get into that interior room, put as many walls between yourself and the outside world as you can here. So this way you can give yourself the best opportunity to survive if you do get caught in that tornado. You know, an interior bathroom, a closet. Try to have a good pair of shoes that's within there as well, a helmet, a towel, or a mattress that you could put over your head. So this way, if unfortunately that tornado does hit your house, it gives you a little bit of protection, it gives you a little bit of coverage per se from any sort of debris that could be flying around here. But as noted, right now we're still clear of seeing any sort of warnings immediately in the Action News 5 coverage area. But notice that there is a new tornado warning that is to the northeast of Pine Bluff now. And yet again, this is another area that if it were to project out, it could be potentially headed towards some of our bigger population centers into Crittenden County and into Shelby County. So here's your first alert yet again to the potential of another tornado warned storm that could project towards the general Memphis vicinity here. And let me see, Ron, while I kind of look at this.
Let me ask you a
question,
go ahead.
too.
Those cells that are starting to break out,
yeah.
You know, we were looking at that on Futurecasts as those are enhancing. Any kind of dynamics on that right now? I mean, they look rather benign.
I do agree with you.
For the most part.
Agreed.
That could also help to stabilize the atmosphere a bit in advance of that main line.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
We were more concerned
pretty
with some of
benign.
those cells actually intensifying
Right.
into the main line, and I don't see it right now.
Yeah, I agreed with that one here. Then, you know, just because we're talking about them maybe not being as strong as what we anticipate, doesn't mean they're still not going to pack a bit of a punch here.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And look, for every discrete cell that forms, there's a potential there could be a little rotation with that as it pushes on through. So that's what we're watching right now. Let's, as a matter of fact, let's just kind of zoom in and take a look at this and go in a little tighter on this whole view right now. I'm going to zoom in on northeastern Arkansas. Look, we've already got a cell that's moving into Phillips County. I'm coming to that in just a moment. But right now, here in northeastern Arkansas, or northwest Tennessee, as these storms are coming out of northeastern Arkansas, that rotation moving off to the north and east, but this rain setting up in advance of it, that's either going to add a little fuel to that fire, or if they start to intensify a little bit, could possibly take away some of the intensity from this line that is behind it. But right now, watching this little area, Eric, we got this tornado warning that just popped up a moment ago. Let me give you the information on this. First of all, that tornado warning itself, that is for Arkansas, Jeffreys, Lone Oak, and Prairie counties. It's going to go until 6:45, but we've got this cell that's popped up in advance of it right here. This is right there in Phillips County. Let me zoom into that because we're starting to see this activity start to fire up in advance of that main line. There was one forecast model we were looking at earlier this afternoon that was showing these discrete cells popping up and the potential for this to rotate. Because look, here's what we've got going on. There is a very strong south wind that's coming in northern Mississippi right now. This whole line moving off to the east. So as it encounters this, it can create a little spin, especially with height. So we're going to continue to watch that as it moves off. Let me put a track on this, give you an idea of where this is going to go. And I'm going to track this little cell at about 50 miles per hour. I may be going a little too fast with it. But Huma at 6:10 should get into Helena at about 6:16. Friars Point at 6:19. Then it's going to move into Tunica at 6:29. Clover Hill 6:34. Jonestown 6:39. Crenshaw 6:51. And Hernando at 6:56. So that is for this little cell that's right here. All right, that little cluster of storms there. Now let's track what's behind it because there is the potential for a tornado in here. And right now, let me put the scope on this just to make sure. And let's see, I want to track it from where the vorticity may be. And it looks like it's more likely right there. So I'll tell you what, let's go back to the NextRad radar. Let's put a little track on that. It's right there, it's moving off to the north-northeast. So if that continues and continues to spin, we're gonna watch that. So Casco, just outside of our coverage area, 6:22. That'll move into Duncan at 6:30. Should be into BB Junction at about 6:37. Cray at 6:42. Marvell at 6:49. Then it gets into Morrow at 6:53. That's when it starts to make its move. Once it gets into Marvell, Arkansas, that's when it makes its move into the Action News 5 coverage area. Morrow at 6:53. Lexa at 7 o'clock. And Mariana right around 7:05. So that's for that tornado warned cell. Now, let me reset the picture here. I want to zoom into this area coming out of eastern Arkansas, and we're going to put a track on this to give you an idea of when all this activity could potentially make its way into the Memphis metro. So I'm going to track from that main line right there, all right? And I'm just going to move this off to the east. I'm tracking that at about 50 miles per hour, which is what it's moving at. So Wheatley at about 6:28, Forest City 6:45, 7:07 into Mariana. We'll see that move into Osceola at about 7:22. Then it makes its way into Memphis, 7:41. So right around 7 to 8 o'clock, that's when we're going to see this making its way into the Memphis metro. And that's when we're going to see the greater potential for severe weather to enter the city of Memphis. There may be a few stray storms that develop in advance of it, but I'm tracking that main line. So should be in Hernando right around 8:04, Somerville 8:20, Jackson 8:45. Now, Eric, I was tracking that at 50 miles per hour, which seems to be the general speed of this whole line itself. See anything else that may warrant a little closer look or discernment?
So the northern edge, the National Weather Service has, I told you that, what was at 55, I believe it was.
Okay.
But the southern edge, Little Rock, has that at about 25. So this is going to be a fun little battle here with that.
This is going to be tough. Yeah, it's going to be a tough line to track.
Hey, worthwhile to note, Ron. What the town that's in east central Arkansas? You're going to correct me on this. Stuttgart.
Stuttgart. Yeah.
Okay.
Stuttgart.
There is a tornado on the ground apparently over there, and
so they see that.
yeah,
That's right there.
there's a meteorologist within the National Weather Service chat that is noting that there's a tornado on the ground in Stuttgart.
Can you zoom into that on the precision tracker?
Sure.
You get a good view of it?
Yeah, absolutely.
A little something right here.
Yeah, no reason not to, right? And this, hey, this is exactly why we're doing this. So this way, you know, you guys can anticipate where these are going to go and exactly kind of the information on this, so we can give you that first alert ahead of time. So
That skip. Let's see what it says. See what the BTI is.
So it's only a 2.6, which is interesting. You know, that's a pretty low number, but this is also starting to go a little bit further away from radar sites, whether it be the one in Little Rock or the one that is in Memphis here. So the numbers that are on this is moving to the east at about 35 to 40 miles per hour, and it does have a pretty big top at about 3,700 feet or so, or 37,000 feet rather. There's likely some small hail in there as well. Let's see if we have the rotation detector. It's not picking up anything too terribly ominous right now. And a lot of these tornadoes that are going to form along this given line, they're going to be quick little spin-ups. They'll spin up, spin down, spin up, spin down. That's kind of how these typically work with this sort of setup here when they're riding right along the cold front that is moving itself to the east here. So the good news is, while I'm kind of flipping through this, whether it be the radar, the storm winds, or the rotation detector, there's nothing making me say, uh-oh, to put it politely here. But with that said, there's at least some rotation that's out there, and as I told you, there is a confirmed tornado that is apparently on the ground in that general vicinity here over in that neck of the woods for portions of, really, I guess, east central Arkansas.
Hey, Eric, I'm going to go check and find out what our YouTube situation is, and I'll be back in just a second, all right?
Sounds good, RC. All right, so let me kind of give you that wide view of pictures because, hey, Ron's got to do chief meteorologist things. So let me take it on over here. So hope you're having yourself a fantastic Sunday evening. It is now 6:12 here on Sunday evening. I'm meteorologist Eric Brill. Been going back and forth with Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers here at Action News 5 in the Mid-South here in Memphis, Tennessee. We do have a tornado watch that is in place for the entire Mid-South. That's pretty much everybody that would be here until 11 o'clock this evening. Now, we do have a line of showers and thunderstorms that is starting to move through the general northeast Arkansas and eastern Arkansas corridor, and we actually do have our first severe thunderstorm warning that does capture some of our communities here in the Mid-South, including portions of Poinsett and Mississippi counties within northeast Arkansas, as well as into the Missouri Boot Heel. Now, the National Weather Service did know that these are warned for the potential of 60-mile-per-hour winds as well as 1-inch in diameter size hail. Let me dive you guys a little bit closer into here so you could see what we have going on. So this orange box that you see blinking on and off, that's where the severe thunderstorm warning is right now. And yet again, it does include Poinsett County as well as into Mississippi County and into the Missouri Boot Heel. When I turn on some of the different sort of technology that we have here at Action News 5 with the precision tracker, the rotation detector doesn't look too terribly ominous, so that's obviously a good thing. When it comes to the winds, we certainly do have some stronger winds that are around right now. And let me turn it on. So if you see me bouncing these colors back and forth, this is kind of in a funky area when it comes to our radar sites. There's one that is in Columbus, Mississippi. Of course, that's way too far away from here. There's one in Little Rock, one in Memphis, and there's another one that is in Paducah. So there's a little bit of a notch, it looks like, trying to poke itself out just to the south of Jonesboro here. So right along the Poinsett and Craighead County line. Going to keep an eye on this one here, and this moving itself off to the northeast here. Could have a little bit of rotation within it, and the rotation detector's picking something up. So that's one.
Keep a close eye on Wiener.
Yeah, without a doubt. That's probably, yeah, Wiener, Arkansas. Let's see if we have anything popping up with the debris detector. Doesn't look like it, but there's something out there, Ron. I think you're seeing that as well.
I think we're seeing straight line wind really start to develop on that.
Yeah.
You know, I think we are.
And hey, the National Weather Service noting just now that they're going to up this big warning that does include portions of Poinsett County, as well as Craighead County and Mississippi County, as well as the Missouri Boot Heel, up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. So that's going to cause damage if this ends up verifying here. And this is, let's see, the National Weather Service just updating this right now, saying it's moving to the east now at 60 miles per hour. So this is scooting itself pretty quickly. So when we're talking about this having 60 mile per hour winds, or 60 mile per hour forward speed and 70 mile per hour winds, I do want to explain the difference with that here just a little bit. Let me just pop that up for you so you can get a good idea where this could be impacting. So Paragoula by about 620 or so. We're looking over towards the Rector area by 627. Bay, Arkansas by 631. Lake City by about 634. And don't forget that Bay and Lake City areas, those are a couple areas that were hit very hard by a tornado going back to April of 2025. And unfortunately, that's an area that's been hit a number of times here over the past few years. But when I'm talking about the forward speed, just imagine if you're in a car driving from A to B. That's what the forward speed is. It's at 60 miles per hour. The winds that are attached to that are at about 70 miles per hour. So your first alert, if you're over into Blytheville, by the time we reach about 7 o'clock this evening, you could be experiencing some 70 mile per hour winds. If you're in Steele, if you're in Cooter, if you're in Caruthersville, really all throughout Pemiscot County in the Missouri Boot Heel, some 70 mile per hour winds could be approaching you and then moving through you between about 6:45 to 7:15 this evening. This is going to move itself eventually towards Dyersburg, or Dyer County, Dyersburg, Lauderdale County for Ripley, Tennessee, over about the next hour and a half or so. And Ron, worthwhile to note that there is an operator apparently into Crittenden County that is noting that there was a confirmed 67.5 mile per hour wind in Jonesboro.
That'll do some damage.
Right. Now, even if that's not, officially confirmed at 67.5, say it's 10 miles per hour less than that, that's still severe criteria as far as, saying hitting 58 miles per hour. So that's going to pack quite a punch here into northeast Arkansas and into the Boot Heel.
Let's put a track on it. Let me
go for it, man.
Another look at it here once again. Check it out. First of all, let me zoom into the area. Whoops. I'm going to clear this out of here. That is not an accurate track. Don't pay attention to that. Let me hit the zoom. I'm going to zoom in on it. Lightning's starting to tick up all along that line too, Eric. As a matter of fact, having a tough time there. Here we go. Let's take a close look at this. So northeastern Arkansas, again, a little bit of a bowing segment that's right there. I was watching this area that's right here, and that is because, do you see this? You see that little area that's developing right there? As this whole line is moving off to the east, it also gets a little wind that kind of builds in back behind it. And you're seeing it back here as well. You can get a quick little spin up right there on the north and southern segment of that. The strongest wind is going to be right there on that leading edge. I'm going to track this here, and I may be tracking it too slow. I'm tracking it about 45 to 50 miles per hour. Nettleton, Brooklyn, Burnt Hill, Bay, Lake City between now and about 6:41. Right around 6:45, Monette, Leachville at about 6:51, 6:55 in Caraway. And those times may be about 2 or 3 minutes too slow, but just know that is coming your way. And for these little areas that are behind it, it's like there's a little bit of a bowing segment or a little bit of vorticity that's trying to form. And let me hit that with the scope. Doesn't look too ominous right now, but it is certainly worth watching. Let me clear this off, and I'm going to take a look at this little area that is just to the south of it, right here. Let me see this. Nothing significant, but I tell you what, can you see where that wind is right there? Look, that's the line. Right
that makes sense with Jonesboro being right in that path of 68 miles per hour.
Big time. What about the hail potential in this? Just to check it out. No hail. It is heavy, very heavy rain. Spectrum width. This is indication of turbulence within the atmosphere where you've got warm air rising rapidly, cold air falling rapidly. And look at that line right there. You can see the greatest amount of turbulence right there on that leading edge. What about rainfall rates? Let's find out, because it was coming down pretty heavy. You get just to the southwest or northwest of Jonesboro, 5.2 inches per hour. Back there around near the Poinsett-Craighead County line, about 5.5 inches per hour. There could be some localized flooding as this is moving on through. And again, it is coming through quickly. This is just the last hour. So right around 5:18, it was here around Batesville. Here we are now at 6:19, and it is entering Jonesboro, coming down pretty good. I see a couple of new skits on there. Any new info on that, Eric?
So I ain't gonna lie to you, Ron. Right now, I'm trying to figure out where William Frog is right now, our storm chaser, because he's about to pass a water tower. So I'm trying to hope that if I could look at that water tower close enough, that I could figure out where he is.
Yeah, he's a local storm chaser around the area. He is always so kind and generous to allow us to observe the feed, his live feed, as he's going through storms. Speaking of storms, this little area back here, right around Forest City, that's
And Ron,
packing a punch.
The water tower, I'm not sure where he is exactly, but the water tower that he just popped up, and actually I could turn around and put this in the monitor behind me here. The water tower that I did see him go by, it was in Monroe County. So
let me text him and see where he is.
Yeah,
Let's shoot him
no
a text.
reason not to, right?
Yeah.
Let me pop this up right before you take that full, Marvin, so we could see what I'm looking at here. So as noted, this is William Frog. He's been chasing storms for Action News 5 and tag teaming it with Ron Childers for quite some time. Looks like we just passed Highway 79 here near Monroe County. So I guess he's kind of headed towards that storm that's obviously a little bit further to the south right now. And it does make sense that he's doing that. So right now it looks like he has some ominous clouds going on. Okay, so from what I'm seeing on this, he's near 79 and 49 here into Monroe County. And I'm going to assume that he's probably headed more towards the southwest than anywhere else. Have one more sign that's on the right-hand side that I want to take a look at and see exactly where he's at. So let's see. Marvell. It looks like it's 10 miles from Marvell.
He said he's almost to Marvell.
Okay. Then,
just as you said that, he texted me that he's almost to Marvell.
Gotcha. Okay, so now we have a good idea where he is. And the reason why I want to tell you about this is because if we see any sort of ominous imagery that he's able to pop up here, it gives you guys the ground truth that what we're talking about, what we're tracking here on radar, that there's some reality to it as well. So this way, if you see the visual image of if it's hail, if it's really strong winds, if it's a tornado, that you could see it for yourself and really make those true proper preparations. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of help here to see exactly what we have going on here when it comes to any sort of chaser that we're following here and William Frog. So
New warning just issued. Did you see that?
no, I did not.
I got it.
Go for it, Ron.
Let me hit it. So this just now came in. Here we go. New severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to pan this down just a little bit because this is for Poinsett, Cross, and St. Francis counties. Let's give you a little info on this. Severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, but just keep in mind there's a tremendous amount of shear in the atmosphere, so any segment of this line could start spinning quickly. So Crittenden, Cross, Poinsett, St. Francis counties included in this severe thunderstorm warning, and they're saying tornado possible. Again, the potential for a little spin up along that line that's going to go until 7:15 this evening. So let's do a couple of things. First of all, let me clear this off of here. Let's take a closer look at this line itself. And look, that line extends all the way from really central Poinsett County down through St. Francis County. But it is this line that's about to enter that the National Weather Service is tracking, or basing that warning on. So I tell you what, I'm going to track it from this portion of the line itself, and then we're going to come through and just kind of take a closer look at it. And I'm going to follow. I'm going to take it out past the polygon because that's coming into Memphis at 8:03.
Hey, Ron.
You seeing something? What
You might have to adjust your speeds on that again. The National Weather Service saying this is moving east at 70 now.
Get out. That whole line is moving it?
Yeah, that's what they just alluded to that.
Okay, let me clear this off. Marvin, pop me back up full. Let's do this. Let me put a loop on it.
And like I said, that's the forward speed. That's not just the...
That's not the winds within it.
Right, exactly.
Wow, that is the forward momentum of that line. 70 miles per hour.
And worthwhile note too, while quite frankly, Ron's got to adjust some of his times here because these are starting to really accelerate with their forward speed. Worthwhile to note too that the National Weather Service, they're going to issue a tornado warning that does include Craighead, Dunklin, Greene, Mississippi, and Pemiscot counties. If you're not sure exactly where that is, that's pretty much the region of the Missouri Boot Heel, and it's a far northeast Arkansas, and it is near Blytheville as well. So, Ron, I guess there's a certain amount that we got to talk about this on the fly.
We ought to just go on our
the main channel? On
our main channel, because that is coming into northwest. That's coming into northwest Mississippi County now.
Hey, Ron, Mike Johnson from the National Weather Service in Memphis saying that there was a 75-mile-per-hour wind gust at the Jonesboro Airport.
Okay.
So, yeah, this is starting to obviously kick in a gear here. So
yeah, I tell you what, let's hey Marvin, let's go ahead and take us over to our live channel right now, and let's go ahead. What do we have on television at this time?
It looks like it's a preview of the basketball of the Warriors and the Knicks right now.
All right, so we are going to go ahead and interrupt that, and we're going to take it onto our live channel right now. So guys, give me a heads up when you've got that. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm meteorologist Ron Childers. Meteorologist Eric Brill and I have been tracking storms on our digital platforms, but just moments ago, National Weather Service issuing a tornado warning. This is for northeastern Arkansas, but it also encompasses a small portion of Mississippi County, just to the west and north of Blytheville. However, a whole line of storms is coming into the Action News 5 coverage area, and we've got severe thunderstorm warnings that extend really along and west of the Mississippi River, and this is going to be impacting the Memphis metro within the next hour as it moves on through. So just to walk you through what we're dealing with right now, we've got the tornado warning that's in effect currently. That is going to go, let me clear this off. That tornado warning is for Craighead, Dunklin, Mississippi and Pemiscot counties, Mississippi and Pemiscot in the Action News 5 coverage area. That's going to go until 7:15 tonight. Then just to the south of that, we've got another severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Crittenden, Cross, Poinsett, and St. Francis counties. A tornado possible within this line as it's moving on through. That's going to go until 7:15 tonight. So a lot of activity on the First Alert Doppler radar. With me right now is meteorologist Eric Brill. He's been standing by taking a close look at this. And Eric, you want to talk more about that line and specifically what's coming on into northeastern Arkansas?
Sure, absolutely, Ron. So this is something that Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers and myself, we've been monitoring now for about the past hour here. And if you're in northern Mississippi right now, you are under a tornado watch. If you're in western Tennessee, you're under a tornado watch. But right now, you do not have a warning in place, which is why we aren't talking about you. Of course, if we do get that warning, we are going to talk about you. So not talking about you, it's a good thing right now. But with that said, I do want to dive us into where we have this tornado warning in place here. As Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers did allude to, this does include portions of Mississippi County and into the Missouri Boot Heel, as well as Craighead County. If we look at the storm winds that are on this, notice some of these greens and reds that are starting to become a bit brighter here just to the east of Jonesboro and to the north of Lake City. This is where we are keeping a very close eye on things just to the southeast of Brookland as well. So we did actually get a report that there is a fellow grade meteorologist. He works over in Jonesboro, but he's storm chasing this evening. His name is Micah Stevens. He is near Lake City looking to the northwest. No obvious lowering under the shelf cloud, but it's hard to see with the rain falling right now. With that said, if you are into Leachville, if you are over into Manila, if you are in Blytheville, even if you don't necessarily get a tornado, see a tornado, the winds that are coming out of this are at about 70 miles per hour as far as a forward speed's concerned. So that's going to pack quite a punch if we do get that to come to fruition here and if it does verify. Let me put a track on this so this way you can see what we have going on with some of the timing on this as this does accelerate off to the east at about 70 miles per hour, because this is going to impact an area like Dyersburg in the not too distant future. So if we extend this out to 70 miles, Bay and Lake City, essentially it's right on top of you right now. Monette by 6:35, Leachville by 6:40, Hornersville, this is talking the Missouri Boot Heel now, at about 6:45, and Manila into northern Mississippi County by about 6:45. Dyersburg, you're looking more in the range of about 7:15 to 7:30. So here's your first alert if you are into Halls, Dyersburg, over into New Bern, Dyer County in northwest Tennessee. Here's your first alert really by about 7:15. You better make sure you're in that safe place because these are accelerating to the northeast and east at about 60 to 70 miles per hour. Aside from that here, as far as what we have going on here for the wider view across the Mid-South, tell you what, Ron, as far as some of these showers and storms along the Mississippi River that are into Phillips County, Tunica County, Coahoma County, they're starting to fire up and become a little bit stronger as well. So this is really the start of this event unfolding here. And the good news is this is going to be long out of here by midnight and well before midnight for that matter. But we've got to get through the next few hours.
Yeah, that's right. This is a fast-moving line of storms. It's going to hit quickly, and it's going to hit hard as it's coming on through. Tornado watch in effect for the entire Action News 5 coverage area. It's going to go until 11 o'clock tonight, but I think the storms are going to be out of the Action News 5 coverage area just before 11. So this is what our first alert Doppler radar looks like right now. A lot of activity. Tornado warning for northeastern Arkansas, Missouri Boot Heel. We've got 2 warnings here, severe thunderstorm warnings, mainly along and west of the Mississippi River. But let's put Futurecast on this and advance it forward. It's got a good handle on things. And from now until about 7 o'clock, that line's going to be entering the Memphis metro and starting to push to the east. Along the leading edge, that's where we're going to see the greater threat for strong winds. We could see gusts of 60 to 70, possibly as high as 80 miles per hour. That could bring with it widespread power outages between now and about 7 o'clock tonight. Along that leading edge, that's where we could see some quick spin-ups as well. The threat for damaging wind, straight line wind, is higher than the tornado threat. And the thing about the straight line wind is it could really pack a punch to a larger area as opposed to any tornadoes that may develop. So the tornado threat's still significant, but that straight line wind damage could really impact multiple communities, especially the Memphis metro. So I want you to take time now to make sure your phones, your tablets, your laptops, whatever, have a full charge. Plug them in before the line gets here. Now from 7 to 8 starts to make a move to the east and getting a little more organized. There's a lot of instability along and east of the Mississippi River, and this line will likely continue to push east, and especially into northeastern Mississippi and areas along and just to the west of the Tennessee River Valley could continue to be dealing with this. By 9 o'clock, the bulk of the activity starts to make a push to the east into Middle Tennessee, northeastern Alabama. It looks like the severe aspect of this will be just outside the area, but really from about 9 to 10 is when it should move on out. And I think as we get to 11 o'clock tonight, calm pattern for all. So the good news is this is not going to be moving through while people are sleeping tonight. And again, it is going to come through very quickly. But look, we're seeing rotation along the line already and strong winds. Eric, you want to talk a little bit about what you're looking at here around Brooklyn, Lake City, and Caraway?
Sure. So what I'm looking at right now, these are the storm threats with that immediate storm. And while this is in Craighead County right now, this looks to move on over to Mississippi County as we roll over the next few minutes here. And the one area that I'm really keeping an eye on here, and this is just kind of looking at experience and just different storms that we've had here around the Mid-South. Once you start seeing these little red areas pop up, you see just to the north of Lake City, right above Lake City, just to the west of Monette, those areas in red really start to capture my attention, and that's when we could be seeing some potential strong winds, if not even some tornadic activity. So this is indicating that there could be some 70 mile per hour or less winds around in that given location. But if you turn on the storm winds here, you see some of these greens and reds that are right next to each other, and quite frankly, they're pretty bright. Once we start seeing that, that gets our attention. And the rotation detector, it's been going back and forth between having some strong rotation and some extreme rotation. I'll loop this back and forth for about the past 5 to 10 minutes. And notice some of those yellows that have popped up too just to the north of Lake City. So this is at the least packing a punch with some very strong winds. Excuse me. So here's your first alert. If you're in Leachville, if you're in Blytheville, if you're in Monette, if you're in Manila, if you're in the Missouri Boot Heel, get into that safe place right now inside of your house. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside world. Once you do get that notification from the First Alert weather app indicating a tornado warning, you want to put yourself in the interior portion of your room. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside world. Get on the lowest level. That's always going to be the safest portion if you are under a tornado warning. If you're in a mobile home right now, and say you're in western Tennessee, if you're in northern Mississippi, this is when it's a good idea to try to find that tornado shelter that is nearby. Fortunately, right now into western Tennessee and into northern Mississippi, we don't have a tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning in place, but we do have a tornado watch in place. That means that conditions could allow for a tornado to develop. So right now, that's what you really want to do. Get into that tornado shelter right now if you're in northern Mississippi or western Tennessee, because Ron, this is obviously packing a bit of a punch right now. It seems like there's a little bit of discussion right now if that tornado was or is on the ground into northeast Arkansas. Nobody's confirming it right now, but there's at least some very strong rotation, some rotating clouds that are going on in that portion of the Mid-South.
I believe today, this afternoon so far, we've had confirmation of 2 touchdowns just outside of our area, but in close proximity to eastern Arkansas. What I want to do right now is just kind of walk through this line, and let's put some tracks on here. So let's give you an idea of who's impacted and give a first alert to folks that are going to be dealing with this as it's coming on through. First, I want to track this tornado warning cell, or the cell with the tornado warning, but I want to zoom in specifically on the area where we see the greater potential for rotation. And right now, what I'm really seeing is a straight line wind threat with this, right there along that edge. So I tell you what, as opposed to tracking it from a tornado aspect, I'm going to put a more wide track on that, and let's clear this off. Let's go back to that. And I'm going to track basically the line itself, all right? So just here through the tornado warning, let's track it off to the east, northeast. Lake City, 634. Leachville, 641. Manila, 649. Then it moves into Big Lake at about 653. 704 into Blytheville, 706 into Cooter. You'll get it into Caruthersville at about 713. Then should start to move into Ridgely right around 722. All right, so that is for this portion of the storm within the tornado warned polygon itself. Let's move a little farther south now, because we've got a potent line that's starting to move, that is moving through Poinsett County. That's going to start to make its way towards the Mississippi River. So let's put a track on that, and I'm going to track it from the areas of highest reflectivity. In other words, where the heavier precipitation is occurring right now and the potential for the stronger winds. I'm tracking it from that little cluster of storms right there, but this whole line coming through. So Wynne, Arkansas, 635. So it's on top of you right now as it's moving in. Parkin, 645. Earl, 651. We'll see it move into Turl at about 658. Kaiser, 659. Then 706, it gets into Osceola. Marion at about 613. And then 721 as it moves on into Millington. Now let's pan a little farther south now, and let's pick up on this line that's starting to make its way into St. Francis County. That's going to be the portion of the storm, of the line of storms that I think is going to impact the Memphis metro. So let me clear this off. Let's put a track on here. Eric, I'm tracking these at about 60 to 65 miles per hour because they really do seem to be moving that quickly on through. I'm going to bring this through the Memphis metro, all right? So Memphis, 740. So within the 7 o'clock hour, we're going to be likely find strong wind, very heavy rain, and some of these cells may break out in advance of it. That could help to stabilize the atmosphere a little bit, but that main or more potent portion of the line itself, that's going to be entering Memphis 740. Now it gets into Palestine right around 646, then into Forest City 653, Lexus 704, Helena 720. Then we'll see that move into Tunica at 725. Bartlett comes to you at 746. Collierville, you're in the path as well, closer to 8, right around 757. But I want you to be prepared right now. Know where to go in your home should a warning be issued, the safest place in your home, and make sure your family is well aware of it as well. What to do, where to go, and how to ride this out. Now, let's put another track on this southern portion of the storm, and I'm going to track it down here. I tell you what, I think I got to clear this off first. Let's do that, and then I'm going to track it from right here on through Phillips County into northern Mississippi. This is going to hold together, all right? That line's going to come together and may even intensify as it gets closer to and just to the east of the Mississippi River. But Marvell should be bearing down on you at about 642. Elaine, 652. Helena, 701. Then it makes it move into Tunica at about 712. Mark, 731. Senatobia, 737. Batesville at 749. But before the night is over, the entire Action News 5 coverage area will have to deal with this line of storms because it is going to move all the way across the entire Mid-South. So everyone in West Tennessee, northern Mississippi, you've got a big line of storms coming your way, packing wind. Not really concerned about hail, and I haven't even seen much in the way of hail with this. Agreed. But the potential for some spin-ups on there, and look, that's the hail tracker right there. There's nothing to show you. But let me throw spectrum width on here because this shows the turbulence. This area that you see that is in orange and red, that's where we've got the stronger winds. That's really starting to enter eastern Arkansas, and that's going to make a push to the east as the storm continues to intensify and impact more of the Action News 5 coverage area. Now, one of the things I want to point out, Eric, is this area right here, these little showers that are developing right now, that could take a little bit of the momentum out of the southern portion of that line, along and south of the 40 corridor, but still some uncertainty there, and we still got a pretty decent line to deal with. What do you think?
Yeah, you haven't said anything shocker of the day that I've disagreed with, Ron. I will say that as far as some of these storms that have just developed that Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers was referring to in northwestern portions of Mississippi into Tunica County, these do have a BTI on them, or a Barron Tornado Index, and this is a scale that ranges from 0 all the way to 10. Once that number starts to climb closer to a 7, that's where we start saying, oh boy, you know,
and it's in the 3s now.
Right.
We were looking at 2s earlier.
Right, and that's what I was just doing. I was looping it back and forth. It went from a 2, now it's to a 3, and the projection of this is towards Shelby County. Now, this isn't severe warned or tornado warned right now, but it is one that is trying to pick up some strength right now. So, yet again, left-hand side of your screen, the BTI, that's the number that's on the bottom, on the box to the left, the bottom number where it says 3.2. That's the number that's really the most important to really kind of keep an eye on right now if you're at home watching us on Action News 5. There is another little skits that is to the south, but that's at a 2.5, so at least those numbers aren't too terribly high. But Ron, if I start taking us up to the north here, into northeast Arkansas, and there's a wide view of things. Yet again, we're still free of warnings right now into northern Mississippi and into western Tennessee. But if I take us up to the north right now, especially for some of our friends in the Missouri Boot Heel and into northern Mississippi County, that's where we have seen some significant numbers really start to pop up here. This yellow arrow that's in the middle of your screen, that's a BTI number that is a 6.3. So that's a pretty significant number that is associated with that. And this is moving off to the east at about 50 miles per hour. So your first alert, if you are into Hornersville, if you're into the Missouri Boot Heel, Steele, Cooter, Caruthersville, Hayti, a good idea to get into that interior portion of your house right now. Let me put a track on this. These are moving off to the east at about 70 miles per hour. So even if the worst of this doesn't necessarily impact Dyersburg specifically, it is going to be very close to Dyersburg. We're looking at Manila at about 648. Into Hornersville at 650, Gosnell in Mississippi County at 658, Steele, now we're looking more in the Missouri Boot Heel at 705, 706 for Cooter, 707 for Hayti, and over into northern portions of Dyer County by the time 715 rolls around. And what you can anticipate out of this is the potential 70-mile-per-hour winds, some very heavy rain, and some small hail, roughly about the size of a quarter. And, you know, I think most people know what the size of a quarter is, just for perspective here. You know, just pocket change, that's all we're talking about here, is about the size of a quarter when it does come to this. And Ron, the National Weather Service now noting that the warning that is in St. Francis County, and this is the one that we're talking about could impact Memphis and Shelby County, that's being up to 70-mile-per-hour winds that could be associated with that. So these are certainly starting to pack a bit more of a punch right now, and they're about to really cross over the Mississippi River within the next half hour.
I want to point out something, though, with that cluster of storms you were looking at right there around northeastern Arkansas, Eric. So, yeah, we've got the tornado that's right here that we believe is in this area right here, moving off to the northeast. But what I want everybody to keep in mind, we have the tornado warning here, but this whole line, this entire line, a tornado is somewhat surgical in the damage that it does when moving through. When it comes in contact with the ground, typically can do some serious damage, but to a small area. However, you get a swath of wind that extends all the way from right around the Missouri Boot Heel down into Poinsett County, moving off at 70 miles per hour. That can really do widespread damage. So we're talking about anybody that is within this entire line of storms, this whole area right here. The potential for widespread wind damage is there. As those winds are at about 70 miles per hour, you get a sudden gust like that, and that line itself moving along at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. That is theoretically 130-mile-an-hour winds with the storm relative velocity on this. So we want to watch that very closely, as that could really do some serious damage. So Leachfield, the line itself coming through, 642, Big Lake, 650, then into Gosnell at 659. Should see it move into Blythefield about 702. And Blythefield, you're just to the south of where that rotation is, but the winds within the line itself are certainly going to impact you and bring with it the potential for widespread damage. 707 into Osceola, 717 into Caruthersville, 719 into Booth's Point, and then 727 into Arp. So again, you can see little spin-ups anywhere along that line itself from north to south, but it is that whole line moving off to the east that could really do some widespread damage with that. So that's what we want to watch closely. I want to take a quick check of what's coming into the Memphis Metro right now, because I'm watching this little line that is just to our west starts to intensify a little bit. Taking a look at the lightning strikes on this, they're starting to uptick. Got about 31 strikes of lightning. Doesn't seem overly impressive, but as we put this into motion, a couple of things I want to point out here. Look at this. So the line itself is coming west to east, but you've got this southwest flow that it's intersecting with. And then where you get where that comes together, that's where we could see some spin developing. That's why we want to watch this very, very closely. So let me stop it quickly. Let's put a track on it. I'm going to track a couple of things, all right? First, tell you what, let me do this with this track. Because these cells are moving off kind of to the northeast. So I'll track it from right here just to give you an idea of some communities that will be impacted by this portion of the storm. South Haven 703, South Memphis 707, then into Memphis 713. Should get into East Memphis at about 717. Bartlett 723, Millington 732, 741 into Arlington, 745 into Galloway. Then we've got the storm that's just behind it, or the main line itself that is just behind it. That is going to come in, and some areas may actually get like a 1-2 punch with this. So as we track this from this area right here off to the east, I'm going to take it on through Shelby County. Palestine 649, Forest City 655, Turl 709, Marion 723, West Memphis 727, Memphis 743, Germantown at 754. So one of the things I want to watch is this coming out of here, this coming in here, and if these two meet up anywhere, there could be some rotation within it. So that's something we're going to be watching very closely within the next several minutes. And also the heavy rain that's going to accompany this. You're going to get some very heavy rain quickly. Right now, just around DeSoto County along 61, just to the east of 61. Why is that not registering? I don't know why. Let's see. Tunica County, more than 2.5 inches per hour, and there's no hail in that. It is just very heavy rain. Back to the west, around just to the west of Forest City, north of 40, it's coming down at just under 1/2 inch per hour. Let's see. Try that again. I may be getting some bad data in here. Yeah, closer to 2 inches per hour is what we're looking at. So a big line of storms. It's moving off to the east very, very quickly. Let me get out of this. I'm going to put a loop on it. Eric, I'm coming to you. It looks like you've got a pretty good track, but now we've got warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, mainly along and west of the Mississippi River. One tornado warning now transitioning north into the Missouri Boot Heel, but a lot of activity, and it's all converging on the Mississippi and going to soon start to move into West Tennessee, northern Mississippi. Eric, what do you got?
So let's see. Shelby County, now we're getting put under a severe thunderstorm warning here. That does include Crittenden, DeSoto as well. So I've been kind of on the side here monitoring specifically this area that I think the National Weather Service is about to warn for the potential of a severe thunderstorm. And this is warned for the potential of 60-mile-per-hour winds as well as 1.5 or ping-pong sized hail here across the Mid-South. And this is moving to the northeast at about 60 miles per hour. So worthwhile to just note that out loud here. The boxes are the colors that you see blinking on and off right now. They go back and forth from being black to orange, and some of those are even red further up to the north. The areas that are in orange, that's where there are severe thunderstorm warnings. The areas that you see blinking that are black and red further up to the north, that's where there are tornado warnings. Fortunately, we haven't had anything confirmed on the ground when it comes to tornado warnings, but I want to dive you into DeSoto County and into Shelby County right now, and even more specifically, this little cluster of storms that you see that I'm circling with this magnifying glass that's just above and to the right of Hughes and below and to the left of Memphis. What I want to turn on now is the ability to see kind of inside the storm per se. This is known as a SCIT, and it's a storm center information track that we have popping up here. Let me turn around and give you some of the information on that. On the left-hand side of your screen, this is saying the potential of any size hail is 100% of a chance. The ability to see severe hail, which would be a quarter size or greater, is an 80% chance. This is also noting that the BTI, or the Barron Tornado Index, is a 3.4, and this is headed towards Shelby County, and even more specifically into Memphis. Notice the left-hand side of your screen as well. This is saying West Memphis. It will be moving into your area at 7:02. Marion at 7:05. Beale Street, Tomley Park, and Memphis as a whole at 7:07. Mud Island at 7:08. The Memphis Zoo at 7:10 here. So your first alert, if you're into Memphis and Shelby County, you have about 20 minutes before this is going to impact specifically the western side of Shelby County and more specifically downtown Memphis as this does approach our neck of the woods here. So, Ron, I'm not seeing anything on any of our cameras that's indicating anything too ominous right now because they're not pointed necessarily towards the southwest. And it looks, I don't want to say tranquil per se, but at least it looks pretty tame right now.
Pop that up, Marvin. Can you pop up the Midtown camera while Eric's talking over that and let's show you what's going on there? Yeah, it does look tranquil.
Yeah, and I just did see some lightning though too. So it's probably, I think if we look at this again in about 15 to 20 minutes, it's going to be a completely different picture. Now, if we could turn around and take links one more time, so this way I could talk about the precision tracker here, that we do have this little area of black that's popping up on your screen. What I'm going to do now, let me turn the information off, let me turn the warnings off here, and I want to zoom you in a little bit closer to see what we have going on with this area in black that is into the southern portion of Crittenden County, okay? So this is really looking at the size of the hail here. This is saying that there's a potential of golf ball sized hail that could be associated with this. And keep in mind, this is a storm that is headed into Shelby County. So if we have any sort of hail that falls out of this, there's at least potential it could be golf ball sized hail. Let me put a track on this for you as well, so this way I can give you that first alert. And I'll put you onto the how hard is it raining mode right now, so it gives you a good idea with that. But these are moving off to the northeast at about 60 miles per hour. And unfortunately, I'm a little bit too close to be able to stretch this out. So let me try stretching this out one more time here to give you a first alert. And you can see who's going to be impacted by this given storm at what given times. And this is going to make a beeline, I have a feeling, up Highway 51. So let's talk about it. West Memphis, 6:59. So in 8 minutes, you have the potential of seeing some ping pong ball size hail. Beale Street at 7:02. I know I just did say 7:07. So say just after 7 o'clock, this could impact you. Mud Island by 7:04. Millington along Highway 51 at about 7:19. Munford at 7:28. Atoka, as we start to dive a little bit further to the north into northern Tipton County, really central Tipton County, by about 7:29. Brighton at 7:33, and then Covington at 7:40. So keeping a very close eye on that right now. Let me give you the big picture here before I send it back on over to Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers so you can see what we have going on with the warnings. Yet again, those areas in black and orange that are blinking, that's where we do have those severe thunderstorm warnings. Notice that pretty much engulfs all of northeast Arkansas right now, and we still do have that one tornado warning that is in place for portions of Mississippi County and into the Missouri boot heel. See if we do have a storm center information track or skit on it, as Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers likes to refer to. That gives us a little bit more information with some of these that are inside of here, and that still has a BTI of a 5.9. So, Ron, I guess the good news out of that, it has come down a little bit. Instead of being in the middle sixes, now we're looking in the more of a range of a 5.9. But these storms and the activity overall, it has picked up quite a bit here, and it is about to cross over the Mississippi and really impact the heart of the Mid-South.
I got to tell you, I'm still more concerned about the widespread straight line wind damage with this than I am the tornado threat with this. And yeah, tornadoes are scary, but again, impacting smaller areas. But that whole line, that could sweep through an entire county and leave leveled trees behind. Now, I want to take a quick look at this little cell that's right here that Eric was tracking a moment ago, just to give you some more specifics on this. Again, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for Shelby County right now. This is exactly what we were tracking just a few minutes ago. So Crittenden and Shelby County, that's going to go until 7:30. But what I want to do is zoom in just a little tighter. Eric was looking at the potential for golf ball size hail in this. We have the ability to slice the storm and just take a look right in the center of it. And right now, I can tell you, the lightning has really upticked. There were about 31 strikes of lightning earlier, 42. Okay, doesn't seem really significant, but let's slice this.
Hey, Ron, that BTI kicking up to a 4.1 now as well for that cell.
For this cell
Correct.
specifically? Okay, so we're starting to see a little rotation. We'll take a look at that in just a moment. Right now, let's look at it from a three-dimensional perspective. And look, this little area right here, this purple, we're seeing some elevated hail in there. So it's at about 10 to 15,000 feet, 20-foot mark right here. That storm extends up to about 25 to 30,000 feet. But there is some hail in there. The big question is this actually making its way to the surface? So let me hit this quickly. I think I can do this. And then let's just move this and see if any of that is coming down to the ground. It looks like, yeah, there may be some actually reaching the ground with this, Eric. So just to the west of the river, right around President's Island, looks like there may be some decent sized hail in there. So that's what I'm looking at there. Let's go back to the home view on this quickly. I'm going to zoom back in one more time, and then I want to take a look at the wind potential on this, because look, that little cell is looking ugly. Here we go. Spectrum width, I'm looking for turbulence. Basically, warm air rising, cold air descending. It doesn't look suspicious or anything alarming right there, but let's put the scope on this and let's look for rotation. What I do see are a couple of little pockets of strong wind. There's one right there. Looks like there's another one right there, and even some wind trying to develop back here around Hughes. That's all moving off to the north and northeast. So with that, let me go ahead and put a track on this. This is a portion of the storm I'm going to track. This is what we were talking about moments ago. We get the 1-2 punch with this coming out of Mississippi, follow with this storm coming in from the west. Now, this could take a little bit of a bite out of what's coming through here on the southwest, but we still got to get through this first. So let's track it. Eric, I'm tracking this at about 60 miles per hour. Pretty
Correct.
good on the speed with that?
Correct.
I'm just going to take it into southern Fayette County because I want folks up around Munford, Atoka to know what's happening. So 656 moving into Memphis. In other words, should be right there inside the 240 loop or starting to make its way into the Whitehaven area at that time. Already getting rain, but the heavier precipitation making its way right around 7 o'clock. Then Raleigh, 707. It's going to move into Bartlett at about 708. 716 into Millington. Rose Market, 720. Atoka, 725. Munford, 725 as well. As this line moves off to the north and northeast, it's kind of going in that direction right there, but then we've got this line coming in behind it, and we can find some strong wind. As a matter of fact, just looking over at this little cell over here around Forest City, where we still have a severe thunderstorm warning for that cell right there, as that's starting to make its way towards Forest City. Let me put a track on this real quick. I want to give our folks in St. Francis County their first alert as to what's coming there. It looks like there may even be some hail to the west of Caldwell. Whoops, I hit the wrong thing. Let me hit the track here. And let's do this. We'll go all the way down to Palestine, take it off to the east. So Redfern, 657, Meadow Cliff, 658, Forest City, 7 o'clock, Crow Creek, 703. Then it moves on into Madison right around 704, should get into Widener at around 706, Hicks Station 708, 709 into Gladden. And Eric, just checking out the hail tracker, looks like there may have been some decent sized hail with that west of Caldwell. Less than half an inch, about a third of an inch, but some decent sized hail nonetheless. So that portion of the storm making its way along and just to the north of the 40 corridor, this whole line moving to the east. And I think now I just saw the tornado warning extended into West Tennessee.
So now we have 2 tornado warnings that are in place, or I guess actually it's more than that. Ron, if you want, if you were going to put a track on that real quick.
Yeah, let's do it. Marvin, come back to me.
So there's the 1 tornado warning that is in place. It does include Mississippi, Lauderdale, Dyer, and the Missouri Boot Heel. And there's another one that's down to the south into Lee and Phillips counties as well.
Okay. Oh, so we've got another one. I've got this one that's moving through the Missouri Boot Heel just to the north of that, Dunklin, Mississippi, Pemiscot County. But right now, the tornado warning, this is coming on through Mississippi County right now, Dyer, Lauderdale, Mississippi, Poinsett County. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I want to track the whole line itself, all right? So let's just track it from right here. Tornado warn portion of this storm coming on through. Gosnell, 701. So you're about 4 minutes away. Get in your safe place right now. Blytheville, 705. Caruthersville, 714. Ashport, 722. Dyersburg, 734. Should get into New Bern at about 740, Madison Hall 747, Dyer at 757. I am tracking the entire line, all right? Just because we're getting little spin-ups within the line itself, I want to give a first alert to all of these communities that a portion of this storm with 2 tornado warnings in it is coming in your direction. So get to the lowest portion of your home, get to your storm shelter, get there right now. We've got another cell that's developed back here, new tornado warning. That's just been issued. This is for St. Lee and Phillips County. That's going to go until 7:45. Let's just take a look at the scope with this to see if we can see any significant rotation. And yeah, I see it right here. Look at that little area right there. That's pretty intense. Let's put a track, and I'll tell you what, I'll track 2 tracks on that. I'm going to track it from the area of rotation just outside of the polygon itself. So Marbell 707, we're tracking this area of rotation where the potential tornado is right now. And Eric, I believe it's a Doppler radar indicated?
Correct. All these are Doppler radar indicated.
So 719, Lexa, West Helena, 727. Then moves on into Helena, 731, Austin, 742, Tunica, 748, Tunica Resort, 756, and Crenshaw, right around 801. So that's for this little portion right here, but let's clear that off and let's track that whole line because that extends from right here all the way down. I'm going to take that into northern Phillips County and push it off to the east. So these are communities that are going to be impacted by this entire line of storms that's coming on through. Mariana 704, West Helena 713, Helena 716, Tunica 727, Tunica Resort 730, Arca Butler 742, Hernando 749, and Senatobia 754. So that portion of those storms moving into northern Mississippi, but also this area right here could be taking a little bit of a bite out of what's coming along and south of the 40 corridor. It's going to be interesting to watch that to see if these storms either diminish in intensity or if we see these storms start to ramp up in intensity. What are you looking at right now? You've got the winds on there, Eric. Pretty good view, huh?
So, been no surprise, kind of just looking at a bunch of different things while you've been cooking over there. On tip of the cap to you. We've been hearing a lot of thunder, and I've been seeing some lightning on our camera here in Midtown Memphis.
Yeah,
let's go to the Midtown camera if we can, so we can see what we have going on. I know right now it doesn't have any sort of. There you go. There's your lightning that's popping up there. And while this storm doesn't look like it's going to specifically move over Midtown Memphis, if you're in downtown Memphis, I'd imagine it's pretty noisy on you right now because that storm, it's right on top. If you're over near the Love's truck stop in West Memphis right now, really anywhere into West Memphis right now, we are seeing some pretty significant rain and some lightning that's popping up out of this. If we jump on over to Link, see what we have going on here with the precision tracker radar. Right now, this is just looking at the plain radar, no warnings on it. But once I start to pop up the warnings, you see this blinking like it's Christmas time right now with those oranges indicating some severe thunderstorm warnings, those reds indicating tornado warnings. And right now we do have 3 tornado warnings that are in place here for the Mid-South, including one that is into Mississippi County as well as Dyer County, the Missouri Boot Heel, and Lauderdale County. The good news is with any of these tornado warnings, we haven't had anything confirmed on the ground, but some very, very strong winds are coming out of this. Notice the areas that are in red that are on your screen right now near Blytheville. That's an indication of some very strong winds that are moving through really the 55 corridor right now into Mississippi County. Turn around and see some of the information we have on here near Blytheville. This is going to be on top of you very shortly, and these are moving off to the northeast at a pretty quick speed right now. Further to the west, same idea. These are still moving to the east at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. But what I want to do for you right now, these areas that are in red, how strong are some of these winds?
Line like that, by the way, in a long time.
Yeah, that is true.
70-mile-an-hour wind line.
Yeah. And it's not like this is covering a 5-mile stretch either. This is a pretty long stretch where you see these winds of potentially 70 miles per hour popping up. If we see exactly how long of a distance this is, we'll go pretty much just to the north of Osceola into the Missouri Boot Heel. There's almost a wall of wind that's about 35 miles long that's moving itself to the east. This is going to engulf Dyersburg within the next half hour. So your first alert, if you're in Dyersburg right now, the timing of this, when you can expect this to move into your area, let me put a track on this with the precision tracker here at Action News 5. Moving this off to the east at about really 60 and even faster than that, 65 miles per hour. This is going to be in Dyersburg within the next half hour at 7:32. Notice on the left-hand side of your screen, you see those towns, you see the times. The times that are on the right side of that box. We expect the main line of wind and rain and storms to be on top of you on the communities that are on the left. So Haytype at 7:09, Caruthersville at 7:15, Dyersburg at 7:32, Hall 7:38, and the possibility is there that some of these could have a bit of a twist to them and they could become tornadic, and that's why the National Weather Service does have that tornado warning that does include Blytheville, Arkansas. It's just outside of Dyersburg, Tennessee, but it's right in that vicinity right now. So if you know anybody in Blytheville, get into that interior portion of your house, put as many walls between yourself and the outside world. Further to the south, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that is in place, and this does include South Haven, Hernando, Collierville, Germantown. Really, Ron, the heart of the Mid-South is under this new
County,
yeah,
pretty much.
yeah, a very small exception. Yeah, essentially all of Shelby County right now.
South Memphis is not in that. You get right around Riverside Park.
Yeah.
That is not in that. However, severe weather surrounds you. Storms back to the west, down to the south, off to the north, and that storm that's back around Forest City. And Eric, check that out. It's bowing.
It
you
is.
See the bow on that?
Yeah, without a doubt. And Ron, I do want to note too.
Yeah.
That line that is further to the north, that's pretty much parallel to 55 right now, into the Missouri boot heel, and south of that into Manila, we have had reports of damage. So if you're in Dyersburg right now, you have about 20 minutes before this is going to impact you with the potential of 70-mile-per-hour winds, an isolated tornado, some very heavy rain, and some small hail. This is where you want to get into that safe spot right now. Here's your first alert to that. If you're in Dyersburg, if you're into the Missouri boot heel, all throughout northwest Tennessee.
Now, look, we've got the tornado watch that's in effect. It's going to go until 11 o'clock tonight. I think the storms are going to be out of the area just before 11 p.m. As a matter of fact, by 10, it should be pretty tranquil over the Mid-South. But no matter where you are, a tornado is possible. However, damaging straight-line winds are going to be just as impactful, if not even more so. Tornadoes tend to have an impact on smaller areas, whereas you get a broad swath of winds at 70 miles per hour, that can take down trees across a county, as opposed to a tornado, which comes in and impacts a couple of communities. So right now, again, this line, the main line bearing down on the Action News 5 coverage area. Let's go back, put some more tracks on it. Let me put a loop on this just to give you an idea of what it is we're looking at. So we've got these storms that are starting to develop in advance of the main line, which is pushing out of eastern Arkansas and making a move off to the east. But with the strong southerly flow that's in advance of all of this, you've got this line moving in from the west. You've got that southerly flow coming in like this. Anywhere in this area, we could get some counterclockwise flow along that leading edge, and that could prompt additional tornado warnings for the Mid-South. So right now, again, the tornado watch goes until 11 o'clock, but we've already got a couple of active tornado warnings that are in place. So let's zoom in, let's walk you through, put some more tracks on this. Dyersburg, you are under a tornado warning right now, but the main line of storms is much more widespread. So here's the info. First of all, we got a tornado warning in effect for the Missouri boot heel, Dunklin, Mississippi, Pemiscot County. You're included in this, northern Mississippi County. Let me clear that out of here. Then we take a look at the tornado warning that is just to the south. That is for a portion of Mississippi County, somewhat overlapping this area right here. But Dyer, Lauderdale, Mississippi, Pemiscot County, that's going to go again until 7:45. Let me clear this off. You're also under a severe thunderstorm warning. That's for this entire line. So that is for Dyer, Lake, Mississippi, and Pemiscot County. Again, tornado possible, 2 tornado warnings within that line itself, and all of that moving off to the east. Let's put the features back on here. Let's track that portion of the line itself, and instead of tracking, I'm going to do 2 tracks. We'll start off with the broad scale track, all right, for the whole line. Let's just track this whole line from right there around Pemiscot County. I'm going to take it down south through the polygon. We'll advance this to the east. I'm moving it at about 60 miles per hour. Line itself moving around 60 to 65 miles per hour. So this whole line is going to move into Osceola about 7:10. Then Caruthersville, 7:14. Ridgely, 7:23. Dyersburg, 7:32. Newbern, 7:37. Then into Mason Hall, 7:45. Should be into Maury City right around 7:50. And then Trenton, Gibson County, Dave Brown's hometown, that's going to move in at 8 o'clock. Now let's zoom in just a little tighter and let's take a look and put some tracks on the polygons where there's the potential for the tornado itself. So I'm going to need the scope basically just to see where some rotation may be. And and Eric, I tell you, when I see this, when I see that, look there around Blytheville,
yeah,
that's an indication to me this is straight line wind.
Hey Ron, if we turn around and take the Apple TV camera right now, we can see at Blytheville what we got going on there.
Let's do it. Take it.
So there you go. That's what we're looking at right now into the Blytheville vicinity. Obviously, it's raining pretty hard, and I have seen this camera swaying back and forth a little bit. And if you know those RDOT cameras, they are built pretty sturdy into their location here. So certainly a pretty nasty evening right now in northeast Arkansas.
No doubt about it. Let's go back to the first alert Doppler radar. Let me show you a couple of areas. So I'm seeing a little rotation right here, but look, that little segment right there, that's starting to bow. That's where we could find, here, let me bring this up back into the middle of the screen here so you can see this a little better. So I'm wondering, first of all, where do we track this from as in regard to tornado potential? Let me put the scope back on here. I'm going to overlap the two. So I'm looking at winds with both, and I see a couple of little areas that may be suspect for a tornado right there and maybe right there. So I tell you what, I'm going to do two things. I want to track this right here. I think this is more significant. That bowing segment right there, I think that could pack more of a punch than a tornado right now. Armorill 713, Barr 716, Hickman 717, into Chick at 721, Stinger 725, then Richwood 730, Porter Gap 732, Dyersburg 737. So this is the band I'm tracking right there, the potential for the strongest, more widespread straight line winds. Now let's track from where we could see a little bit of tornadic activity or rotation. Looks like it's right there. I'm going to track that to the north and east. So Tyler, the potential for a tornado, and I'm looking right here in that area, Tyler 723, then moves on into Bradleytown 728, Kinfolks Ridge 733, Big Boy Junction 739, Evansville 745, Dyersburg 748, Bishop 751, 755 into Good Hope. If you are in any of these communities that I have named within this track or the previous track, get to your storm shelter right now. Lowest floor of your home, center of the building, away from exterior walls, windows. Don't try to get a picture of this. Stay away from doors. If you have a storm shelter, that's where you want to be. If not, again, lowest floor of your home and the center. Now, let's track, and let me put this back on here.
I think we're about to get some hail over into the South Haven facility.
I'm going to throw it to you in just 1 second. I just don't see anything in there that is indicative of tornadic rotation.
Agreed.
Eric, this is all wind. That is straight line wind. And Ron, that is about a 40-mile track right there of just wind.
When I was looking at that, it was about a 35-mile stretch of some 70-mile-per-hour winds. And obviously a tornado is not going to be 35 miles as far as the length of it goes, the width of it per se. So that, just imagine if that was an EF0 tornado that was basically 35 miles long. That's exactly what that is. And for those of you in Dyersburg, that is headed towards your vicinity within the next 15 minutes. So we obviously have a number of different severe thunderstorm warnings that are in place right now. There are some tornado warnings that are in place too. The good news is we haven't had any confirmed tornadoes on the ground across the Mid-South up to this point here, but we do have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings. So let's kind of dive into some of those. So this is looking at the wide view of things here across the Mid-South. If you're in northern Mississippi, the activity is starting to pick up, especially into DeSoto County. If you're in Shelby County, same idea as well. Let me give you a little bit closer of a look and give you that first alert here into some of those communities that are seeing some of the worst of it right now. What you're looking at here, these are known as skit markers, and this pretty much gives us a look inside of the storms with the first alert precision tracker. And the BTI on this is the 4.1 right now. That is really between South Haven and Hernando. If we look at some of these other numbers, generally about a 4.1 when it does come to the BTI numbers in DeSoto County. So your first alert If you're in Olive Branch, you're about to experience some very heavy rain, some very strong winds, and the potential of some hail at 7:28. So that is 15 minutes from now. Germantown, 7:35. Collierville at 7:41. Here's your first alert to the potential of some very heavy rain and some hail that is going to be a possibility here. If I turn on what is known as the storm threats here, and usually the areas in green, that's an indication of some rain around. The lighter the green is, the better chance of there being heavier rain. But once you start seeing some of these purples pop up, that's where we could start seeing some small hail around. So notice just to the south of South Haven, the potential for some dime-sized hail to the Horn Lake vicinity and really to the west of Hernando. That's where we could start seeing more in the range of, say, some nickel and some quarter-sized hail that could be occurring. On the north side of Memphis, headed towards the Raleigh-Fraser region, that's where there is also some potential, some smaller hail as well. To the southwest of Millington, to the south of Little John. So if you know anybody into the western portion of Shelby County, give them a first alert, make sure they know what's going on. I'm sure if they've been outside over the past half hour or so, they've been able to hear quite a bit of thunder and maybe see some lightning out there in the distance. And of course, if you do see any lightning, if you hear any thunder, that's when you want to head on inside. That is something you certainly don't want to mess with whatsoever. National Weather Service, Ron, also noting that they're seeing some rotation just to the southwest of Hernando. And don't forget, Hernando is one of those communities that was hit by a tornado going back to, I believe that was May at this point here, might even been early June, and we certainly are going to keep a close eye on that. If I had to guess, the area that the National Weather Service, and this is strictly looking at the radar right now, that they're looking at is just to the south of Dean's Corner.
They're going to issue for that.
Say it again?
I think they're going to get a tornado warning.
Yeah, I'd be kind of surprised if they didn't.
Go back to that shear tracker. Did you see that?
Yeah.
It's starting to S a little bit.
Yeah. So when you hear chief meteorologists talking about it making a little bit of an S shape, you can make it out a little bit right now. And I know this is kind of a backwards S shape per se, but there's at least that little bit of twist. And once it starts becoming more of an S shape, that's where the potential of a tornado really does start to amplify. Worthwhile to note, Ron, the National Weather Service, they are canceling the tornado warning that is in place for Dyer, Lauderdale, Mississippi, and Pemiscot County. That is that warning that is further to the north. So I believe right now we are still contending with one tornado warning that is into Lee and Phillips counties, but you and me wouldn't be surprised if they do issue that one in DeSoto County here shortly.
Yeah, not surprised at all, Eric. And look at this line of severe thunderstorm warnings that are in place right now. We've got the one tornado warning, but multiple severe thunderstorm warnings all along the Mississippi River. And I got to tell you, if you were watching Action News 5 Friday, yesterday with Riley Winch, Sergey Galindo, they were all talking about timing right around 7 o'clock coming along the Mississippi River, and that's certainly what we're dealing with. Again, we've got the tornado watch that remains in effect. This is going to be until 11 o'clock for the entire Action News 5 coverage area, and right now the bulk of it bearing down on the Mississippi River and the Memphis Metro. Let's do a little tour of what we've got working right now. I want to zoom into the area where we're seeing the tornado warning. That's the most intense area that we're watching closely. This is for Lee and Phillips counties. The tornado warning itself, just to give you the info on that, that is in place until 7:45. So we got about another 30 minutes on that. There's also a decent amount of lightning in there. As we take a look at that, about 109 strikes of lightning just on that little cell. Now, let's take a look and see if we can clearly identify any rotation within that. I'm going to hit the scope here. This is basically velocity. When you see the word scope hit right there, that is the wind, speed, and direction. And look at this. We're seeing a little bit of it right now. So we've got winds moving toward the radar, winds moving away from the radar. And right there, that's where we got a little bit of rotation. It's just to the south of Marianna, Arkansas. Let's put a track on this. I'm going to track it from right there along the border of Lee and Phillips counties. So if that continues on its trek, right now the potential for a tornado, this little area right here, let me draw that out for you. That area right there could be some rotation, possible tornado in there. Phillips Bayou, that's Phillips Bayou, 722. Then it moves into Austin, 736. Should get into Clayton at 739, 742 into Tunica. Hollywood at about 746. Tunica Resorts at 751. So that's the area of rotation. But look, this whole line is packing a punch as well. Just taking a look at the base velocity on this, not overly impressive, but at the same time, you can almost see it better with the radar view and where that heavier rain. That's where we're going to find the potential for the stronger winds with this. So let's put a track on that all the way down off to the east, because this is going to move on through West Helena, 719, then gets into Helena at 724, Tunica, 732, Lula, 736, then into Dooley at 742, Arca Butler, 748, Hernando, 755. Hernando, you got a decent storm on you right now. You've got this one coming in behind it. Coldwater, that's at 756. So that's for that portion of the storm. That's in the southern portion of our Action News 5 coverage area. But we've got other warnings that extend just to the north of that. And let's put a track on these, because we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect just to the north of the tornado warning cell. That too is for Lee and Phillips County. Tornado possible, thus the tornado warning that's already encompassed in that polygon. Let's just put a track on this. It's going to be a broad scale track. Excuse me there. Let me hit this. We'll track it from right here around, right there along the Lee and St. Francis County line. That is going to take it into Bricky's, 720, 726 into Council. Then it moves into Austin, 732. Tunica, 734. That's for this line of storms, all right? Then into Banks, 741. Walls, 745. Arca Butler, 750. Hernando, that comes in at 755. So we cleared that out, reset the view, take another look, because we've got severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Shelby County blanketed in 2 warnings. We got the one for DeSoto, Shelby, and Tunica. That's going to go until 745 just to the north and really along and north of the 40 corridor. That's for Crittenden, Mississippi, Shelby, and Tipton counties. That goes until 8:15. So Shelby County with 2 warnings within it. Let's clear this out. Let's zoom in. Let's put a track on it. Look, I think that everything is going to be fine in the Memphis metro. Once we get past about 8:15, 8:30, we'll be out with the severe weather threat, I do believe. But a couple of areas we're watching. This one right here, and then this one right here. As I put this into motion, I think you'll be able to see it pretty clearly. Look at that cluster of storms. That's moving in this direction, but this whole line rapidly coming off from the east. So I'm going to do 2 tracks on here, okay? Let me clear this off. And then I'm going to track, let me hit this first. Bear with me for 1 second here, all right? So I'm going to track this portion right here along this line, and we're going to take it north and east, just like this, all right? Because this cluster of storms, that's going to move in that direction. So Germantown, 722, 732 into Somerville, 737, that gets into Lakeland. Then Arlington, 742, Hillville, 751, Penson, 753, gets into Woodland at 8 o'clock, and then into Jackson at 8:06. So that's for these storms right here that are moving in this direction. Now let's track this portion of the line that's moving in this direction. So let me clear this out. I'm going to go in just a little tighter on this, all right? And let's track from right here. I'm going to track that leading edge of storms, because that's moving off to the east. Eric, jump in here if you see something that I'm not catching.
Copy.
And then that's moving off to the east. So Memphis, 724, South Haven, 732. That's for this portion of the line itself. Collierville, 748. Somerville, 756. Whitefield, 706. Bolivar, 816. Should move into Penson right around 825. But I want to keep a very, very close eye, especially right here into Fayette County, simply because we're going to have this line coming in from the east. We're going to have this line moving in this direction like this. And if these two converge, there could be some rotation around Fayette County, maybe even into Hardeman County. So I'm going to watch that very closely. By the way, we still have the severe thunderstorm warning that's back into eastern Arkansas. This is for Crittenden, Cross, Poinsett, and St. Francis County. Tornado again possible within the line itself. That's going to go until 8:15 this evening. Then we get into our northern counties. I'm happy to see that the tornado warning was allowed to expire, or was it even canceled? I'm not sure. Did it expire or cancel out, Eric?
I believe they canceled it.
Okay, that's good. But the storm itself still packing a punch. So we've got this cell right here. I think I hit this one already. Let me just tap it once again. Lauderdale, Mississippi, Shelby, Tipton County, 8:15. Then we've got the one that is just to the north of that line for areas north of 40, Lauderdale, Dyer County. This includes Mississippi and Poinsett County as well. That's going to go until 7:30. So let me clear this off. We'll put a track on this whole line. I'm going to track it from Dyer County all the way down to the Lauderdale, Tipton County line. And let's go east with it because, look, this was the portion of the cell right here that we had reports of 70-mile-an-hour winds right there on that leading edge. So Big Boy Junction, 7:30. You could get a sudden gust of wind, 60 to 70 miles per hour. Same for Dyersburg. That comes into you at 7:37. Then it moves into New Bern at 7:42. Should get into Mason Hall at 7:50. Maury City, 7:53. Gets into Trenton, 8:04. Then into Humboldt at 8:11. And we'll see that move on into Milan right around 8:16. So this is what we have working right now. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, one active tornado warning, but it looks like that line's starting to get out and ahead of it. But I still want to watch this area right here. And for these storms that are developing and tracking off to the east, coming out of Mississippi into West Tennessee. So that's an overview of what we're dealing with. Eric, what do you got?
So, Ron, been kind of looking at a lot of different things here, sort of behind the scenes, as to what we have going on throughout the Mid-South, looking at what the National Weather Service has to say about different things. It seems like they're really trying to condense the quantity of warnings that we have just throughout the region, so approximately 3. Kind of have a north side, a central side, and a south side of it right now. So that
makes total sense.
Right.
I mean, you almost have to break it up into sectors.
Yeah, and that's the best way to go about it, I do think, right now. The good news is, yet again, we don't have anything confirmed that's been on the ground as far as a specific tornado warning is concerned here. But the wide view of things, you see it's obviously a bit messy because there's been a number of severe thunderstorm warnings that are in place here throughout the Mid-South. So, your first alert, if you're pretty much in the Mid-South, you've either been under a severe thunderstorm warning or you're going to be. Excuse me. I do want to give Ron, obviously correct me if I'm wrong, like an all clear though for Poinsett, Cross counties. Pretty much you guys, I'd say, are just about out of the clear when it comes to, seeing severe weather. And we're starting to see some improvement here with St. Francis County as well. Let's flip this on over to the Midtown camera because I've been able to hear a lot of lightning and thunder here, whatever. See the lightning and hear the thunder here over the past little bit. And won't you see it popping up as well. So it certainly is something that is that we're keeping an eye on. So, all right, let's go back to the precision tracker here. So Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers, he's been showing us what we have going on here with all these different storms around the Mid-South. The ones that I personally believe are the most ominous right now are into the Mississippi Delta near Helena, West Helena. And these have been moving off to the east at approximately 50 miles per hour. Let me turn off all the blinking warnings because, quite frankly, there's a lot of them, and it's going to get a little bit confusing if we keep that up here. So tracking these off to the east here at about 50 miles per hour. Go 52 miles per hour. Tunica, you could see some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds at about 7:36. Lula at about 7:42. Hernando at 8:02. Coldwater 8:03. Senatobia at 8:06. Como at 8:18 and Byhalia at 8:22. So here's your first alert if you're into Tate County, if you're into southern portions of DeSoto County, Panola County, Tunica County, where you could be experiencing some 60 mile per hour winds and some small hail that could be around as well. One thing, if we could in the back right now, Marvin, turn around and pop me up here so I can see what we have going on over into Crockett County, and this is specifically into Alamo. Big thanks to the Crockett County Emergency Management officials for giving us access to this camera. But right now, this is what we have right now into Alamo. So have been seeing some lightning popping up here, and I believe this camera is looking off to the west, so it makes sense that these storms are coming towards this vicinity and not going away. I do want to pop you up on the camera that I have back over here as well. This is the downtown camera that I'm popping up in this screen, so you can see some of that lightning that's popping up. Notice the visibility, the M Bridge, downtown Memphis. Yes, you can still see it, but it's not as clear as it typically is on a sunshine-filled day, and you expect that as well. All right, now I'm going to flip this back over to what we have going on with the radar here here across the Mid-South. The wide view of things, yet again, this is looking at that one track I just had on you for Hernando, coming in at about 8 o'clock, Senatobia and Coldwater by about 8:05. And that is certainly an area that has seen its severe weather here. Going back to April of last year, we certainly did see some damage from the tornadoes that did move through that region. Fortunately, I do think that is only going to be warned for the potential of a severe thunderstorm and not necessarily a tornado. Further to the north, though, I do want to take you along that line there, so this way we get a good idea. And this is a little bit of a sloppy track, or just a sloppy set of storms right now, so there's no real definition with the specific track or the line on it, but I want to give you your first alert. If you are over towards Mud Island, it's raining like cats and dogs right now. We have some pretty strong winds. Beale Street, 7:31 is when you can expect this to move through your vicinity. Into Gilt Edge by about 7:34. The Memphis Zoo by about 7:35. Munford, moving it a little bit further to the north of Millington by 7:36. Atoka by 7:38 as 60-mile-per-hour winds, some heavy rain, some lightning, some small hail are a possibility here. Now, some good news is we haven't had any reports of hail that has caused damage, and the storm threats right now, the areas that you see that are in purple, that's where we could see some small hail around. So this is over towards the Millington, Raleigh, Fraser area. This is going to move itself to the northeast, so over towards the Mason vicinity as well. That's an area to keep a close eye on for the potential of some heavier rain and some small hail and some strong winds that could be embedded right now. One area that I do think is worthwhile to kind of keep an eye on within that vicinity, the one golf course that they have over there, over towards Orgel Park. Keep an eye out for that. We have that lake and that pond that's over there. I know a lot of people probably not necessarily going fishing right now because it's thundering and lightning, but over towards the Orgel Golf Course to the northeast of the Millington Airport, that's worthwhile to keep an eye on. And then as we head further to the north into Tipton County and then eventually into Lauderdale County, that's another area that looks like it's starting to bow a little bit, Ron. And we're talking about bowing. If you notice how this line has a little bit of a curve, let me pop this up here, or not pop this up, but draw a line for this so you can see what we have going on with this. Come on. You're not going to draw a line feature for me? There we go.
There we go.
How this is starting to bow out a little bit. That's when we start seeing some of those strongest winds. So your first alert in Covington, Atoka, Millington, Ripley, Halls, Bells, Dyersburg. Your first alert to the potential, some strong winds, some heavier rain that will be moving on through. Ron, I guess, the good news is, and we've kind of talked about this a few times, as far as this being a tornadic threat, it doesn't seem like it's anything too terribly strong from that perspective, but these strong winds that are 60, 70 miles per hour, they can cause as much chaos and damage as a tornado can for a wider area, too.
Absolutely. I am encouraged, by the way, the tornado warning has been canceled that was in effect for Lee and Phillips County. So now just severe thunderstorm warning. Marvin's our director in the booth. Were you telling me William is right there around Helena? Is that what you were telling me a moment ago? Can you pop that shot up? So local storm chaser William Frog is live view right now. He is near that storm that is coming towards the Mississippi River in Helena, Arkansas, in Phillips County. So this is a live look from his storm chase vehicle. I do believe it looks like he is headed north. I do believe. So you see the lightning, the ominous clouds there in the distance, starting to get dark, making chasing very difficult, but we've seen some substantial wind in that area, a lot of heavy rain, and there was a tornado warning. Doppler radar indicated. I've not heard anything from William as to what he has seen in regard to that. I'll give him a text in just a moment, but let's go back to our first alert Doppler radar. Let's zoom in on this little area Eric was talking about that's coming on through. It's moving off to the east, but that is starting to bow out a little bit, it looks like. And as we take a closer look at this, let me zoom on in and show you what we're talking about here. So this little area, when we talk about bow echoes, the radar view itself, okay, so this is the echo that we call it. We get this from the National Weather Service radar site. You see that little just curvature within the line. And what you have, a couple of things come into play. So the line itself moving off to the east, but you can have some pretty substantial winds coming in behind that. Let me clear this out of here. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons this afternoon. But as that line is moving off and progressing to the east, you can get that middle section of it that starts to get some air coming in aloft, that colder air that forces it out. It can do a couple of things. It can create a little rotation on the northern portion of the bow as well as the southern portion of the bow, but right there in the middle, that's where we could find winds, the most substantial or strongest winds. And when we start to see a little bit of a curvature like that, that gives us concern for the potential for straight line wind damage. So I want to track this right there along that, and it's really right over the Millington radar site. The portion I'm tracking is from northern Shelby County up through Tipton County. And look, we talk about tornadoes being devastating, creating widespread damage, but if you get a significant line like this that strafes across the entire county, that damage can be widespread. And Eric, I think we were looking at what, close to 70-mile-an-hour winds within that line?
Correct.
So Millington, 733, right on top of you right now. And look, the last storms, we saw storms last week that came through Millington, took out power, even took out power to the NexRad radar site there. So this is something, a force to be reckoned with, and for the second time in less than 10 days, impacting northern Shelby County and Millington. Covington, 741, that's going to come through there. Tabernacle, 746. Mason, 756. You get that sudden gust of wind followed by very heavy rainfall, possibly some hail, but we're also looking at the potential for a spin up in there as well. Then Brownsville, 704. Allen's at about 807, Alamo 815, then into Huntersville at about 820. So right now, just taking a look at the radar view itself, the most intense line of this storm is right here in northern Shelby County and coming on through Tipton County. Covington, get ready. Make sure your electronics are fully charged. You got a couple of minutes. If you need a quick charge, plug in right now because we could be looking at widespread power outages across Tipton County and even into northern Shelby County, which prompts me to think, and I think Thomas is in the booth producing, do we have the MLGW power outage map? We're starting to see a lot of lightning right now. We are getting heavy wind or strong wind moving through the city of Memphis and Shelby County. And Eric, you've got a good view of it. Here, I've got the wrong view. Let me throw it over to you on the precision tracker. You're looking at power outages right there. Pretty widespread, huh?
Yeah, we definitely have seen the power outages kick up. No surprise about that. Did have us over to Lafayette County as well because don't forget, there are many communities here that had quite a bit of damage from the ice storm that we saw going back about 2 months ago. But into Oxford, at least at the square, it's pretty tame right now. Have been keeping an eye on that American flag over there. It has been blowing in the wind. No surprise, that's been the case all day long. But if we see what we have going on with those power outages here across the Mid-South. Right now it's Shelby County. Keep in mind these numbers, they can fluctuate and wildly quite a bit here around the Mid-South. But into Shelby County, we're looking at about 100 outages for customers, about 100 customers without power in DeSoto County, same idea in Tate County and into Lafayette County. So most of us are doing pretty good. But once you start heading into Craighead County, where some of the strongest winds have already rolled through, there's 6,000 customers without power into Craighead County and another 500 customers without power in Mississippi County. So a lot of our numbers, they are right now fluctuating and oscillating between about 100 customers to about 500 customers here locally. Into St. Francis County, that number's been able to tick up a little bit to 600 customers. But it also makes sense that those areas in northeast Arkansas have the largest quantity of power outages because that's where the storms have rolled through thus far. All right, so here's a wide view of things here across the Mid-South. What you're looking at here, this is a 1 hour loop, and it shows the different warnings that have been issued with those boxes on your screen. And notice the arrows that are on your screen as well. That's an indication pretty much how strong some of the guts of the thunderstorm are here across the Mid-South. So we're going to go on a little bit of a tour. And I know we haven't talked about you guys too much out to the east into Benton, Tippah, Alcorn, McNairy, and Hardeman counties. But we're starting to see a bit of a Boeing segment occur out here. And for a community like Selmer and to Middleton, into Adamsville, into Corinth. These are some areas that have seen some very destructive weather over the past calendar year, whether it be from severe thunderstorms and tornadoes or from ice storms. So the good news is at least the BTI numbers, or those Barron Tornado Index numbers. On the left-hand side of your screen, you have two boxes that are there. The top one gives us more of the meat and potatoes of the storm and gives us more information on the storms. The one that's below that gives us the towns and the times that we anticipate this leading edge to move on through. The area that's further to the south near Hickory Flat, that is at a 2.8 on the BTI scale right now. This is a number that ranges from 0 to 10. Fortunately, it looks like the hail size isn't too terribly big as far as the severe hail goes, but the top of these storms is at about 32,000 feet. It's a pretty tall storm, but it's nothing outrageous here. Not seeing anything when I throw the rotation detector on. Let me turn some of this information off. And what you don't want to see is a bunch of red marks and yellow marks that are on here indicating some strong or extreme rotation occurring here. And yes, there is some into northern portions of Tippah County and into the eastern side of Benton County, but fortunately it looks like it's on the moderate side. It's not too terribly strong at this point. If we go a little bit further to the northeast here, that's where there is a little bit of activity right now to Chester County as well, but nothing that looks too terribly ominous. If we look at our debris detector, I wouldn't expect anything to really pop up on this, and that is the case right now as well. If we look at the winds that are on this, as far as the storm winds, nothing looks to be too terribly ominous right now for the most part, although I will say I'll keep an eye on this area that is just to the south of Middleton, and unfortunately it's not in the best site here pertaining to radar coverage, but these areas that are in bright green right now to the north of, or really to the east of Hopewell over towards Middleton, in the Poor community, the Pocahontas community, along Highway 125 and Highway 57 right now. It's the far eastern portions of Hardeman County. Here's your first alert. And hey, this is an area that we're going to keep an eye on as it heads towards the general Selmer community as well as Sulphur Springs. That's an area that really did get tattooed here almost a year ago at this point from an EF3 tornado that did move through that vicinity. But the good news is, at least out of this doesn't necessarily look crazy tornadic per se from the perspective of having a tornado threat. But the rotation detector, it is starting to kick up a little bit here just to the southwest of Middleton. And Ron, this is an area, as far as this portion of the Mid-South, that hasn't really had too much activity with rain showers or thunderstorms yet. So it's an untapped air mass into McNairy County and into Alcorn, Hardeman, and Tippah counties. And Ron, I've been out there a number of times ever since we had those storms back in April hit. I know with those communities out there, they really start keeping an eye on things when we get some of those storms that are near Ashland and Ripley and points north that head towards the Selmer vicinity. So this isn't tornado warned, but I am keeping an eye on it, folks, and so is Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers.
And you were showing that rotation tracker there, that rotation detector. That's kind of what these storms have done. They pulse up, pulse down. So you may get a brief little period of brief rotation within the main line itself, but then the downdraft overtakes it. A little cooler air comes in, but it starts to encounter some of the warmer air that's in advance of it and pulses up again.
And the National Weather Service saying that they're about to come out with a severe thunderstorm warning for that vicinity for the potential 60-mile-per-hour winds and a 1-inch in diameter size hail. So
so right there along 72, northern Tippah County. That's where it is right now. That's the worst of it.
Right over there near the Love's truck stop. It's always near the Love's truck stop, it seems like.
Let me tell you this, though. This line is going to take a bite out of what's coming in behind it. And notice this. Look at the lightning within this, all right? I'm going to track it from just our southern counties on through. So within the Action News 5 coverage area, we've got over 1,000 strikes of lightning, 1,126 strikes of lightning just within that view. Take a look at this activity as I put it into motion. Let's put a loop on this and show you how this has played out over the last little bit here. And look at that line just kind of really pushing on through. And if you will notice, let me point out a couple of little things, because we're actually analyzing the radar live on the fly when we're bringing you wall-to-wall coverage as we are this evening. So as you see it, we're seeing it and then having to analyze it as well. So as this line is popping up right here, it's actually taking a little bit of a bite out of this line right here. Because we get rain-cooled air that comes in here, there's not a lot for this line back here to work with. So really, I think the focus for the stronger storms may be shifting to the east, and that's where we're finding a severe thunderstorm warning right now that the National Weather Service just issued for Alcorn, Hardeman, McNairy, and Tippah counties. That's going to go until 8:30, so we got about 45 minutes on that. But I also want to look at the hail threat in this. Notice we saw little in the way of hail, but that little area right there, yeah, that is starting to, that's where we saw the pulse, Eric, right there with the potential rotation. Now we're seeing the potential for a little bit of hail developing in there as well. And just taking a look at the hail tracker, just to give you an idea of what the potential size is at, just over ½ an inch. Looks like a little bit there in southern Benton County as well, near Myrtle. That's just over ¼ an inch in size. Now, let's take a look at the wind associated with it, because right here, there is some strong wind right here. So as this moves off to the east and really kind of moving off to the northeast, that's packing a punch with the wind. So let's put a track on this. It is moving off to the east, northeast right now. I'm going to loop this one more time just for my own reference and make sure the track I'm putting on it is a good one. So it's kind of moving east, but a little bit of a northeasterly trek to it. So with that in mind, let's track it from that leading edge right there all the way down, and then I'll just follow along and just outside the polygon. So Ripley, 743, Cypress, 748, into Raymer, 753, then moves into Eastview at 758, should be into Corinth at 806, Farmington, 811, Savannah, 816, and then into Nixon at 817. Now again, this line is going to zap a lot of energy for the activity that is coming in behind it. So this line itself right here may actually weaken significantly as it's moving on in. By the way, one of our producers, Melissa Daves, is down in DeSoto County, and she was noticing that the rainfall itself was very sporadic at times. I don't know why it keeps going away. Let me explain that to you, because they were getting periods of very heavy rain, and then they would get nothing as it came on through, right there around Hernando. So I'm going to explain this for you. Take a look at this. We put this into motion. All right, so Hernando right here, but notice these little individual cells that popped up. All right, you see that come on through. Let me put this back to the live radar view itself. Notice the breaks within the main line as it's coming through. So you've got this one little high precip little cell right there. There's another one that comes in behind it, kind of a little lull in between. There's another little lull right here, and then you get another little downpour right there. So all of those training echoes coming in one right after the other. So that's moved on out right now, but Hernando, you've now got this line that's coming in from the west. That's going to be packing some heavy rain, and that's moving off to the east. So Hernando got those periods of heavy rain that came through in a short period of time, but now Banks 747, the main line's going to come in. Hernando, you'll see it enter at about 801. It's got to get through Walls at 750, Horn Lake at 757. Then it'll move into Snowden Grove right around 803. We'll see that get into Olive Branch about 809, Cockram at 813, and then into Collierville at about 818. So that's what I'm looking at in northern Mississippi. Heavy rain coming down right now for Tunica County. Let me reset the view, and then I want to zoom into Memphis and Shelby County. Let's take a look at what's going on here. Marvin, can you pop up the Midtown camera for me right now? And let's show you what's happening, because it is coming down cats and dogs in Midtown. We can hear it on the roof right now at 1960 Union Avenue. We can barely see the lights of downtown Memphis. Heavy rain, but that's what we're looking at. Do we have the live shot up from the storm tracker right now? Oh yeah, this is down on the street. Richard's in our storm tracker headed, is he headed west? Okay, so he is on Union Avenue right now. Think he may be headed to the west on Union Avenue, but he's in it. If you had planned to get out and about this evening, stay where you are right now. Let's let this pass.
And Ron, the rain rates here into Midtown at 1960 Union, they've been, when I just checked, at about 3 inches per hour, 3.5 inches per hour. So, you know, if you have that on top of you for 15 minutes, all of a sudden you're going to get a quick 3/4 of an inch worth of rain out of it.
Yeah.
Worthwhile to note, too, the strongest gust we've had here at the station thus far, 45 miles per hour.
Not bad.
Yeah, it's definitely some strong winds. It is sub-severe, but at least we have that. But
let's bring up our outage map just to see if that's ticked up a little bit. Let's go to the MLGW power outage map. we'll come to you to take a look at the widespread outages around the area. So right now, we've got so we have 445 customers without power. This is the new map from MLGW, so it's I'm still adjusting to it, but you can see some of the higher amounts right there around, looks like it's near Parkway Village at about 58 outages, near Whitehaven by the airport about 49 outages, 31 outages at 55 and 240, 3,100 outages, that's what we have right now. Okay, all right, so that's what we're looking at, 3,100 outages. Heavy rain, as Eric mentioned, and widespread power outages, especially in eastern Arkansas. Check out the precision tracker. Eric, what do you got?
So locally right now, the county that has the largest quantity of outages is over into St. Francis County at about 800 customers. Just north of that, diving into Cross County, that's where there's 700 customers without power and 500 customers in Mississippi County without power. This is why it's a good idea to download the Action News 5 First Alert weather app because, if the power does go out, if you're not able to watch on television, you do have that app. You can see exactly what we have going on with any of these storms. The one area that really stands out, it is just north and just outside of the Action News 5 coverage area into Craighead County, 5,500 customers without power. A little bit further to the west, outside of Little Rock, there's 10,000 customers without power. So some of those storms definitely pack quite a punch here. The good news is, at least in northeast Arkansas, if we loop this over the past hour, these storms have been able to advance pretty quickly off to the east. But into western Tennessee, northern Mississippi, it's still raining cats and dogs out there, still has some pretty strong winds around, and still has some small hail that is a possibility at least. Now, as far as the tornadic activity is concerned, happy to say that we do not have tornado warnings here locally across the Mid-South. But there still have been some little notches that have been trying to pop up here. I'm looking just to the west of Senatobia into Tunica County. Looks like some little notches are trying to develop here. Fortunately, with our storm winds, nothing looks to be too terribly ominous, and we don't necessarily have that S shape that Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers likes to refer to when it does come to the potential of some tornadic activity. But
that's just the gust front right there.
Yeah,
that's the gust front.
Yeah,
and that is straight line wind. Yeah. And look, when I see that, I'm more concerned about straight line wind in an event like this than a tornado, simply because a tornado is going to be very weak, it's going to be very short-lived, and it impact a very small area, whereas that straight line wind, you saw the length of that rotation tracker that Eric was showing. That was basically the length of Tunica County. So a tornado comes in and impacts a community. The straight line wind itself impact the entire county. This is the view right now. This is moving off to the east. Let's put a loop on this, let you see where this is going. It's moving through very quickly. Futurecast is picking up on this beautifully, and from now until about 8, it looks like the focus is going to shift into West Tennessee, northern Mississippi, and it's really initializing very well on this. Let me get this out of here. As that continues to move off, and by 8 o'clock, eastern Arkansas, I think everybody along and west of the river is going to be in good shape, and the severe weather threat will have ended. Then from 8 until 9 starts to push out of here. We may still be dealing with some downpours or maybe some rain, but the severe weather threat out of the Memphis metro by 9 o'clock, but pushing into our eastern counties, McNairy County, Alcorn, Tippah County, you're going to be dealing with the strongest portion of that line itself, but it's along that leading edge where the greatest threat for damaging wind will be. And I think by 9 o'clock, that damaging wind threat will be moving out of the coverage area. And as we get to 10, 11 o'clock at night, it's gone. It should be out of here. And as we're coming to you for Action News 5 at 10 later tonight, a much calmer but much colder pattern will be emerging. We're going to find temperatures falling to near freezing tonight. We've got a freeze warning in effect from 4 a.m. until about noon tomorrow. So I want you to keep that in mind, and even colder air is going to come in for Monday night. In the meantime, we're dealing with this line of wind and heavy rain. But Eric, I see it's a little rotation right there. What is that? You want to talk about it?
So I'm looking over on the Columbus radar, Ron, right now for what that's worth. And it makes sense to do that because it's a little bit closer in proximity.
Yeah.
But we have a skit that popped up, and it's a 3.7 as to what it's measured on the BTI right now.
BTI, by the way, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the greatest threat, that means that there is the potential for a tornado. And when we see that number get to around 7 and above, that gives us pretty good confidence that there's a tornado on the ground. But right now, I do see the shear marker. I see the skit. That's that arrow. That means skit is storm center identification and track. And Eric, I'll let you take and explain it from there.
Sure. So when you start seeing some of these not red arrows pop up, that starts to draw my attention. And right now we have one red arrow that's pretty much near the intersection of Alcorn, Hardeman, as well as McNairy counties. That's red. Another one that's kind of into the heart of Tippah County. That is also red. And then you have one that's in the middle of that is a yellow color, and that really starts to get my attention here because it usually indicates that there's a little bit more severity within that storm. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do have some 80 mile per hour, 80 might be a little bit of a stretch, but say 70 mile per hour winds that could be around. And notice these little cylinders, these little red cylinders that are on your screen. These are usually a good indication that there's at least some turbulence within the air. We turn around and shift this down to see what we have from the three-dimensional view. These look like that they're kind of moderately tall, so nothing that's short per se, telling us that there's some mid-level rotation in place. But you want to know what? If you're into Corinth, if you're into the southern portion of McNairy County, excuse me, good idea as a safe than sorry measure to put as many walls between yourself and the outside world, because even though you're under just quote-unquote just a severe thunderstorm warning, there's at least some rotation going on within this part of the sky that indicates that there could be at least some rotation in place here. So just kind of keeping a close eye on that right now. If we look at the rotation detector, it's not anything that's too terribly ominous as of this time, but there is certainly some rotation that is ongoing right now. Don't necessarily have that prototypical S shape on this either. So
I would think there's some trees going down there
yeah,
right
still
now.
Nonetheless.
I do.
Well, and Ron, if I turn around and put on the debris detector, you do see that we do have a, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Ron's seeing this right now, and I could see his reaction saying that got his attention here, just to the north of Ripley.
Let me put a track on that. Let me track that, because, look, there could be a tornado in there. All right?
And Ron, I know that you guys don't have it on your screen right now, but Ron, notice this blue dot. I mean, it's, it's not just, it didn't just pop up. It's gradually picking up here.
Let's go back to the precision tracker.
Yeah.
Eric, roll that through one more time.
Sure. So, this is looking over the past about 10 to 15 minutes or so. Notice that little blue ball that's on your screen just to the northwest or above and to the left of Ripley, Mississippi. You see that's starting to expand in size.
Yeah, that's coming up through Faulkner.
Yeah.
There's even a little one just to the east of Claviot right now.
Yeah.
That's intense.
So if you're along State Highway 15 right now in northern Mississippi, this is looking in a Tippah County. Get into your safe place right now.
Yeah,
if you're along Highway
storm
72,
shelter,
especially to the west of Corinth, get into your safe place as well. Kossuth, and this is an area that really got pounded by that ice storm going back about 2 months ago here into this portion of the Mid-South. But Ron, I don't like that, man.
Yeah,
that little red dot, I don't like that.
Yeah, let me put a track on that quickly.
Yeah.
Marvin, let's take a quick look. I'm going to do a couple of things here. First of all, I want to look at this with the scope. So this is the area we're looking at right here. It's right there just to the north of Ripley. Let's take a closer look at it to see if we can detect any potential. Here it is right there. Look at that. So there is at the very least some broad scale rotation right here, but it looks like it is tightening up just a little bit.
And Ron, you have another one above and to the right of that too, just to the east of Walnut. Yeah.
That's the one that was right there coming out of just to the east of Claviot. So that is moving off to the east. Tell you what, I want to put a track on that little area right there, and there's a notch that's developing. Let's just go ahead and track that. And I want you to treat this as a tornado.
Yeah.
Now you've got the severe thunderstorm warning in effect right now, all right? That's going to go until 8:30 for Alcorn, Benton, Hardeman, and Tippah. But for Tippah and Alcorn County, I want you to get into your storm shelter right now. I'm going to clear this off here. Let's put another track on that little area right there where we could have some potential rotation. Looks like it on the radar, okay? When we talk about a radar-indicated tornado, that's kind of what we're looking at right now. So this is the area. So Collinstown, 810.
Hey, tornado warning coming out for Tippah County with 2 circulations in it, so there we go.
So the Weather Service is on it. Tornado warning is coming. All right, let's go back. Marvin, let me give you these counties here. Kossuth, 8:18, then into Allentown, 8:21, 8:25 into Rienzi, Corinth, 8:29, and then it will get into Jacinto at about 8:32. So a potential Doppler radar indicated tornado. Let's see if we're picking up hail. So all the elements were there, and wow, look at that. 6/10, just over half an inch in size, just to the north and east of Claviette, coming down around just under half an inch in size. Right now, this is what we're looking at. This is the area where there is the potential rotation that is coming in from the southwest, moving off to the northeast. I want to put the velocity on here. We're going to take a look at two different views. So that's starting to tighten up just a little bit, that area right there. Do you see that? A little counterclockwise flow. So we have wind that is moving away from the radar, wind that's moving toward the radar, and they're starting to rotate in that area right there. I'm going to throw the scope on here. We may get a little better view of this. This is the storm relative velocity, so we're taking the motion of the storm and then the winds within it. That's looking pretty tight right there. Eric, what do you see in the rotation tracker on that? Are we starting to get that distinctive S shape in there? Especially right there around Ripley, but south of Faulkner. Oh, that little area, was that near Theo?
Yeah,
it looked like it was
72.
right around Theo.
Yeah.
Look, if you're in Theo, get in your storm shelter right now.
Honestly, keep in mind, if you're in Corinth, if you're over in Guys, Mickey, along 57, 45, 72, and I know that those roads that kind of straddle being between in northern Mississippi and into far southern Tennessee, get into your safe place right now. Raymer, Eastview, Guys, Gift, a lot of these areas over here, get into that safe place right now. Really no reason not to.
Tornado warning is up. Let me go ahead and give you the info
it,
on that real quick. Marvin, come back to me quickly. Let me put just to give you an idea of the tornado warning that has now been issued by the National Weather Service. So severe thunderstorm warning already, but now a tornado warning in that for Alcorn, McNairy, and Tippah counties. That's going to go until 8:45. We're coming up on 8 o'clock right now. The tornado warning, northeast Mississippi, that's going to go until 8:45. This whole line moving off to the east very quickly right now. And that line, by the way, let me put a loop on this. That line is moving at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. This is also going to help to weaken what's coming in behind it. But right now, the greatest amount of instability, the greatest amount of potential rotation in that area right there. So let me zoom back in. I'm going to put another track, and then Eric, I'm coming right back to you. You've got the storm threats on there, and I want to see this for the other areas that are back behind it. So this is what I'm looking at right now. And notice how that polygon goes to the north and east. Let me pan down just a little bit so we can get all the communities in there. See that general movement? It's kind of to the east, but to the northeast. And this is what we were talking about, the strong winds coming out of the south, and the eastward progression of that gives it a little spin within the line itself. So with that, let's track it from right here off to the east northeast. That's going to bring it into Collinstown, 808, Hightown, 813, Kossuth, 817, Biggersville at 822, Corinth, 828. Then it moves into Farmington, 832. We'll see that then move on into Burnsville at about 840. Should get into Crossroads at 846. But look, if you are anywhere within this line that extends from Mississippi, Tennessee state line, right there in Alcorn County, south into southeastern Tippah County, I want you in your storm shelter right now. Walnut, the severe threat for now has passed you. We're going to watch this line to the west, but don't think it's going to have a lot to work with. Ripley, you're just outside of it, but you're still getting a lot of very heavy rainfall right now. And there's some strong gusting wind in there, but our main concern is this area right here as it's starting to move out of Tippah County and then push on into Alcorn County. That's going to be crossing Highway 45 soon. So if you're anywhere within that area, get to the safest place in your home right now, lowest floor, away from exterior walls, windows. Don't try to get a picture out of this. Let me just walk through quickly some of the warnings we've got in place. Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Obion County, severe thunderstorm warning for you. That goes until 8:30. Then just to the south of that, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning. That is for Fayette, Haywood, Shelby, and Tipton counties. That goes until 8:30. The threat is starting to come to an end for downtown Memphis, by the way. But there could still be some very strong wind within that. So we got about another 28 minutes to go there. We go just to the south. We've got the severe thunderstorm warning. This is in effect for North Mississippi, DeSoto, Panola, Tate, and Tunica counties. Tornado possible, especially along that leading edge. Can't rule out the potential for some rotation within there. That's going to end at 8:30. And then we go just to the south of that. We're looking at severe thunderstorm warning for Coahoma, Phillips, Quitman, and Tallahatchie counties. Tornado possible there as well, as that line's quickly moving off to the east. That's going to go until 8:45. So these are the areas under a warning. The active tornado warning right now remains for Alcorn, McNairy, Tippah County until 8:45 tonight. So a lot of activity around, but it is now crossed over the Mississippi River, and we can give the all clear to eastern Arkansas. I think these little cells that are back here have nothing to work with. There may be some brief precipitation, but the focus for severe weather, the greater threat for damaging wind and tornadoes, has now shifted east into West Tennessee and northern Mississippi. Eric, tell us what to do for the folks under this tornado warning right now.
Sure. So, as far as the tornado warning goes, I'll talk about that here momentarily. But I think one thing that's important are the dew points right now. And I know that most people probably don't really know what's going on with this, but this gives us a good idea. Once you start to see these numbers really take a nosedive, your severe weather threat really does become hindered at best. And right now we have dew point levels that where you see the 40s and the lower 50s around, that's where you don't really have to worry too much about the actual severe weather threat anymore. So we're looking into Harrisburg, Arkansas. We're looking into Blytheville, Arkansas, Wynne, Arkansas, and even into Memphis and Shelby County, where that number has been able to slip all the way down to 51. So some good news there.
And the dew point, by the way, that's a measure of moisture in the atmosphere. A lot of people talk about humidity. The dew point's a more accurate depiction of that.
And here's a look at your temperatures right now. And I know that this says West Memphis is at 63 degrees, Wynne, Arkansas just below 70. I think it's because those sensors just haven't updated yet. But notice Covington 57, Memphis at 53, Marianna at 58. So those numbers, that's great to see that they have started to dwindle away a bit.
I wonder if those sensors went down. You know, we had those 70-mile-an-hour winds that came through there, Eric. Go back. Can you go back to that? Because there was a 40-degree temp in there. Harrisburg, 49.
Yeah.
I think those temperatures in that area are closer to the 50-degree mark.
I'd say that's a safe assumption.
Yeah, and I bet we lost power to those sensors in Wynne and West Memphis.
And look at Blytheville at 51 too. So
yeah, exactly.
Shoot, in Memphis where it's 53, it's not like it's that far out from hitting the 40s either. So.
And look, the severe weather threat for Memphis and Shelby County is just about over.
Right. And specifically in Shelby County, we're looking more in the way of Collierville and Germantown than anywhere else as far as where that severe weather threat, it's getting close to being eliminated, but it's still not completely gone. So here's a wide view of things when it comes to the radar here across the Mid-South. Notice the activity to the west or to the left of the Mississippi River has really fallen quite a bit here. But some areas that still haven't been hit too terribly hard up to this point into the Tennessee River Valley and more specifically into Alcorn and McNairy counties, as well as Tippah and Hardeman counties. That's where we are still keeping a very close eye on things. I'm going to flip this one over to the radar that's a little bit closer to this vicinity of the Mid-South. And the white line that you see moving and kind of moving from the left to the right-hand side of your screen, that is the radar beam itself moving from the clockwise flow of things. As far as we have for some of those BTI numbers right now, 4.2 to the west of Corinth along Highway 72. That number, it ranges between a 0 to a 10, so a 4.2. It's almost splitting the difference there at a 5. Once that number starts to climb above a 7, that really starts to get our attention. We do believe that at that point there is a tornado on the ground. I will say, though, we have seen it before where the tornado's been on the ground and that number has been in the range of a 4. Now, that's more of an exception than the rule, but it's not necessarily a given that it does occur here.
And you know when we typically see that?
When it's
in
further
a setup just like this.
You're right.
With you get a line of storms coming through, and we call this a QLCS, a quasi-linear convective system. All right, so you get little spin ups along that line, and you can have a BTI around 4, 5, and still get a quick little spin up. EF0, maybe an EF1.
Right. And Ron, quite frankly, I've watched enough of your coverage from over the years here at Action News 5, whether it was you and Spencer Denton or you and myself, you and Patrick, whoever it may be. And when we see these little red dots, these red pixels pop up on our storm threats, that also lets me know that either A, the winds are extremely strong and they're verifying to the ground, or B, we do have a tornado that is on the ground. And I don't think we have a tornado on the ground here just to the west of Corinth, but you need to treat these as if it was a tornado-warned storm. And what do I mean when I say that? You need to go into the interior of your house, put as many walls between yourself and the outside world here. Try to get into an interior closet or into a bathroom, because if you're able to do that, put as many walls between yourself and the outside world, it gives you the best ability to be able to survive if a tornado does hit your structure here. You see that, with this given graphic here, and I know not everybody's house is necessarily shaped this way, but that one bathroom that is towards the middle of your screen where that red box is, that's the best spot to head with this specific situation, because notice none of those walls are directly against the outside world there. So if you are in that tornado warning, find yourself a helmet, a mattress, a pillow, something to put over your head to at least protect yourself from flying debris if that does unfortunately come to fruition here. Even a towel, that will work, a blanket, something like that to be able to protect yourself from some of those outdoor elements. And the red dot that I'm talking about, fortunately, does look like it is getting a little bit smaller. I know you see this little red thing that's in the middle of your screen that does include gift. That's not a tornado that's on the ground, but it at least gives us the ability to think that there is some rotation going on there. And how tall this cone is gives us a good idea where the rotation is occurring. If it's in the lower levels, this would be significantly smaller. If it's in the middle levels, it'd be a little bit smaller than this. It looks like this is some higher elevation rotation that is going on right now. But if you're in Corinth, if you're in Guys, if you're in Mickey, you are going to at least see some pretty strong winds occurring here across the Mid-South and specifically into Alcorn and McNairy counties right now. Wide view of things here, when we do take a look at the big picture, as Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers likes to allude to, Northeast Arkansas, you're in great shape. Even into Memphis right now, I think you're in pretty good shape as far as the severe threats concerned. Tunica County, you're getting close to being completely clear out of this as well. Further to the east, though, that's where we are still seeing the severe thunderstorm warnings and the tornado warning still in place here. So, Ron, they're starting to cancel out some of the warnings for parts of the Mid-South here, and Phillips County was canceled out of a warning that is in place for the Mississippi Delta. So I really think Northeast Arkansas now is truthfully 100% clear of that severe weather threat.
Absolutely, and the downtown Memphis area looking better too. I want to ask you one thing. Will you hit that skit, that orange one that's right there now moving into Alcorn County? There's a couple of things I want to point out there that were pretty impressive when you were talking about it. Yeah, we're starting to see a better sign of rotation within that. What the BTI still at a 4.3, but look at this. All right, so there's a little bit of information we gather from this as we take a quick look at it. So you see the shear, east-northeast at about 49 miles per hour. So that gives us an idea of the winds within that and the direction that it's moving. But one of the things that impressed me, Eric, look at the top on that storm. That's at 34,000 feet. That is tapping into some very cold air. There is a 100% chance this storm is producing hail, an 80% chance that hail is at least 1 inch in diameter, and the radar indicated 1.25 inches in diameter. What is that, ping pong ball, golf ball size hail? So
I'd be looking at probably more in the range of like a $half size hail.
So big hail.
Right.
That's going to leave it. As a matter of fact, take a look. Eric's got props. He comes with props just to give you an idea. And look, when you see hail, if you're ever photographing hail, get the hail stone, put a coin beside it, and take the picture if you're sending it to us. And by the way, you can send it to us on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, or go to desk@WMCTV.com, or just go to our website and you'll see where to send it. But use a coin.
A common object.
Yeah, a common object. Coins are the best because it gives us a general idea of how big that hail can be. But man, oh man, that looked like some decent sized hail in there.
Yeah.
I can still leave a dent in your car because that's falling. It's originating at about 30 to 35,000 feet. As a matter of fact, I tell you what, Marvin, let me come to me and let me just let's slice this storm. Let's take a look at it. Let me do a 3D slice right here. I'm going to zoom in a little tighter on this, and then We're looking for hail right now, all right? The tornado warning still remains, but I want to slice this segment of the storm, and let's take a look at what's happening in there. And let's see. Here we go. We're going to go 3D on this. That area in purple, that's originating at about 10,000 feet. That is coming all the way down to the surface. So I see that the surface is right here. So that is what I'm seeing right there. We've got some decent hail in there. There is another suspended hail core right here that is at about 15,000 feet, but it's melting as it falls. So that's reaching the ground in the form of liquid precipitation, but still high. There's another little area right there. I think we've got several little pockets of hail within that line. But right now, the majority of it, or the largest of it, seems to be just to the west of Corinth in eastern Alcorn County, coming in out of Tippah County, and rapidly moving off to the east-northeast. Again, we have this tornado warning that remains in effect. Right now, that is going to go until 8:45 tonight. That is for Alcorn, McNairy, and Tippah County. Let's zoom in a little tighter once again, put a track on this, show you what's going on. No confirmation of a tornado.
Correct.
But man, there was a debris ball on this. I would be willing to bet, Eric, when the Weather Service goes back and surveys that area, which they will likely do tomorrow or the next day, there's going to be some damage in and around there.
And even if it's not necessarily from a tornado, and excuse me, Ron, excuse me, on one of our
right now.
live shots, we have the ability to see that there was some damage that did actually occur over into downtown Memphis, or into at least Memphis in general here. So do you have an issue if we go take a peek at that real quick?
Poplar and Edgewood is where we saw it. So that's closer to the Midtown. 3 down, Poplar and Edgewood, National Guard on site. Is this a live shot or is this video? Okay, so this is a live view right now. Military police on site to help secure the area. This is at Poplar and Edgewood. This is in the Midtown area. I see an ambulance out there. Thomas, do we have any confirmation of anyone injured in this, or are we just now gathering information? Okay, so I think Caitlin and Richard are on this. So we've got a reporter and a photographer. They're in the storm tracker. Okay, all right, so this is one of our other camera crews that are out and about tonight. So damage, a tree is down. And look, there were 40, we got a what here in Midtown, Eric? 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts that came through. So 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts at the very least. Still dealing with the potential tornado in this area right here.
Hey, Ron, another area to keep an eye on just to the east of Hernando near Bahalia there as well. The storm threats are starting to bump up some of those little red dots yet again. If you want to put that track on that one tornado warning storm right now, go for it.
Yeah, let me put a track on this, and then we're going back to look at that. So Kossuth at 8:16, Allentown 8:18, Corinth 8:26. Get to your storm shelter or the lowest floor of your home, safest place in your home. Farmington 8:31, Kendrick 8:37, Dosky at 8:42, Canada or Crossroads at 8:45, and then into High Point at 8:47. So I put the scope on here just to see if that tight rotation is still there. Let's see. I'm actually seeing 2 areas. Wow.
And keep in mind, that was originally warned for 2 areas as well.
Sure was. So that one's a little more broad scale. This one that is just north of 72, that's approaching 45, that's tighter. Let me clear this out of here. Let's put the next rad back on here. So that little area right there, I'm going to put a track on that, because I think we could have something. I think that could be a tornado in there, or at least Doppler radar. Look, we're hitting that at a pretty good distance from the radar site itself. So Acton, 8:24, Mickey, 8:28, Chambers, 8:32. Then it moves into Damon at about 8:34, should get into Childers Hill at 8:36, Sandy Creek subdivision at 8:39. So this is what's moving through Alcorn County right now. 2 areas for potential rotation. One that is right here to the south and west of Corinth, and then another one that is just to the north of Corinth. That's pushing on through. Let me put this into motion. If you are anywhere in Alcorn County, get to your storm shelter right now as this system is rapidly moving off to the east. And look, this is going to move out of here within the next 20 to 30 minutes. So it's going to be gone by 8:45, but we're watching what's behind it because, let me take us back to the home view. And Eric, you were looking at...
Well, Ron,
right
before
here?
you jump into that one,
Yeah.
there's a report. There's a chaser reported a funnel near Kossuth, which is in that area in Alcorn County that we've been talking about here. But that makes sense. That doesn't surprise me. I doubt it does you either.
Funnel cloud, but not a tornado, am I right?
Correct.
Okay, so here's the difference. Funnel cloud is a funnel that has not come in contact with the ground just yet. So we've got visual confirmation from a chaser in that area that there is a funnel cloud, but no confirmation that it has touched the ground. So two different things there. When it touches the ground, then it becomes a tornado, but just the spotter seeing that funnel, there's rotation, significant rotation, tight, and could reach the surface at just about any time. Eric, the area we were looking at here in northern Mississippi, where was that? DeSoto County? Oh, I think I see it right there east of Hernando. There's a couple little areas. Let me see this. I'm going to zoom in just a little tighter right there. Let's hit the scope. Right here, northeast of Senatobia. Not overly concerned. Look, this right here, that is a big line of wind. And notice it encompasses the entire depth of Tate County. So from the DeSoto County line all the way down to the Panola County line, this is strong wind, probably about 45 to 50 miles per hour, possibly even higher. But along that's where we could see some little spin-ups occurring. But right now, I'm more concerned with that just being straight line wind damage. Now, this little area right here, let me pan down just a little bit, and I want to take a look at that. It looks like there may be some sort of little notch that's trying to form within that. So let's take a look on the scope and see what we can see. There is some rotation within this, but again, it looks like it's kind of broad scale. It's not that tight green to green, green to red couplet that we would see. There's a little bit right there, but it's on the backside of that main line of the gust front itself. So there may be a little vorticity that's trying to pop up right there, but I tell you what, that's packing a punch as it moves on through. So let's put a track on this because that's moving due east. So with that, let me hit the next rad. I'm going to track it from, and by the way, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for this, okay? So this area is under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Can't get the info to pop up there. DeSoto, Lafayette, Marshall, Tate County, tornado possible, seeing some rotation in there. That's going to go until 8:30. So we got about another 11 minutes left on that. Let me clear this out of here. Now let's put a track on just the line, that main line that extends all the way down to the east. And I am tracking what I believe to be the most intense portion of that line right there. So that's not all the way through the entire severe thunderstorm warned polygon. But Cockram, 820. Byhalia, 826. Then it's going to move into Wall Hill at 827, Orion 831, Mariana 834, Mac 839, Holly Springs coming at you at 842, should move into Gilton at about 843. And look, I want you to treat this as you would a tornado. Get to your safe space right now simply because you get a 50, 60 mile an hour wind that can bring down trees, power lines, that can do damage to your roof. So that is a potent wind coming through there, and I'm starting to see a little bit of a bowing segment right here. So that's something we're looking at, and a little info notch trying to form right there. Looks like another one maybe trying to form right there, but is that bowing segment right there that has the potential for the strongest winds coming through. And Eric, you've even got it on the rotation tracker. I caught a quick glimpse of that. Did you see that?
Yeah, it's definitely starting to bow out a bit. And Ron did get a report from in Alamo for Crockett County here that there are 700 customers specifically in Alamo that do not have power right now. Unfortunately, their camera over in Crockett or over in Alamo, it is still operating right now.
Oh, it's still up.
Yeah,
Great.
which that's great to see, from our standpoint, obviously. The worst of it has moved through Crockett County and specifically Alamo right now. You can see what looks like bugs flying around. That's just raindrops. And there is lightning still out there in the distance. So I do still want to give a tip of the cap to the Crockett County emergency management officials that did give us the ability to check that camera out, especially in situations like this. But as Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers was referring to, we are still seeing the potential of some really strong winds just to the south of Byhalia and to the west of Holly Springs. So here's your first alert. If you are over into Holly Springs, get inside. I'm sure you're inside right now because if nothing else, there is still some rain out there. But this Boeing segment, if it does continue, and it is moving even quicker than what I have it here. So let me redo that for you guys so this way you get a better idea of some of the timing on there. But these are moving still off to the east at about 50 and even at times 60 miles per hour. Your first alert, if you're in Holly Springs at 8:45, excuse me, I do believe that you'll be experiencing at least some 50-mile-per-hour winds that will move on through that area. On the Snow Lake Shores at 8:59, and Ashland at 9:04. Faulkner at 9:21, Ripley, Mississippi at 9:22. I know that some of you have already kind of gone through it here with some of those showers and storms that are off to the east right now, but I still think we're going to see some stronger winds out of this. See at the National Weather Service what they're saying. They're going to reissue another warning that's east of the DeSoto County region. The good news is, at least if you're into Horn Lake, the severe threat, it is really starting to dwindle away rather quickly here. But if you are into the eastern side, if you're over towards Byhalia, if you're over into Sladen, if you're over into Grand Junction, if you're over into Selmer, if you're over in Senatobia, these are areas that were hit about a year ago, but you're still contending with at least some severe thunderstorms that are around right now. If we jump back over to that area that has been tornado warned for about the past, I believe, half an hour at this point. The good news is, specifically for Selmer, this is now east of you. The bad news is you're still under a severe tornado warning, rather, for the potential of a tornado. Fortunately, it hasn't been confirmed on the ground. We have had BTI numbers in the mid to lower fours. You see a 4.3 on the left-hand side of your screen. Those two boxes that are there, the one to really keep an eye on is that upper box, the last line that says BTI. That's on a range of 0 to 10. When that number starts to climb closer to a 7, we truthfully believe that there is a tornado on the ground, but we have seen in the past that, if that number's even at a 4, that we have had tornadoes on the ground before. So that's why I'm kind of talking about this right now, keeping a close eye on it. The rotation detector doesn't show anything necessarily that's ominous as all get out. Once you start seeing it S shape and you have some of these oranges or reds and yellows on there, that starts to really draw our attention to the potential of there being something on the ground. But fortunately, it doesn't look too ominous there. We go a little bit further to the west. Another area that we've been keeping an eye on is into the eastern portions of DeSoto, Tate, and Panola counties. Fortunately, that doesn't look to be too big of a threat at this time either, but there still is at least some rotation around there, especially approaching the Holly Springs area. So your first alert, if you're in Watson, this is now moving into Marshall County. If you are along Isaac Chapel Road, Woods Road, Tyson Road, these are some areas that at least has some broad rotation around. A little bit further to the east into Victoria and Red Banks, St. Paul Road, Skating Rink Road, Carrington Road, Beverly Lane, North Red Banks Road, Briscoe Road, further to the north into Moore Road, and then a little bit further to the east even into the Mount Pleasant and Sladen communities. State Highway 311, State Highway 313. That State Highway 313, that's an area that was hit by one of those tornadoes going back to about a year ago. Keep an eye out for that. That area
that's some strong wind right there.
Yeah,
west of Mount Pleasant down to Tasca.
Yeah, if nothing else, without a doubt, that's some stronger winds. So this area in northern Marshall County, it has unfortunately kind of seen its bad events before when it comes to some stronger winds. The good news is, at least with the storm threats, it doesn't have anything crazy ominous out there. But Ron, this certainly has been packing a bit of a punch here with some of these severe thunderstorms. Worthwhile to note too, the tornado watch was dropped for Northeast Arkansas, and it's the Missouri Boot Heel. So at least we're starting to see the back edge of this really clear itself out.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, I think we can give an all clear to Dyer County, Lauderdale, Tipton County, Shelby County almost. I know we still have the severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect right now for the southeastern portion of Shelby County, but it's primarily heavy rain. But now the storm threat has moved off to the east of Dyer County and Lauderdale County, but you've got severe thunderstorm warnings that butt right up against you. So Gibson, Crockett County, Haywood County, Fayette, Hardeman County, you're still under severe thunderstorm warnings. DeSoto County, the threat is just about out of there, but it's still coming down good around Olive Branch, Lewisburg, and you get down into Tate County, there's a whole lot of activity down there, and that severe thunderstorm warning continues. Let's take a look at the lightning counter just for the entire coverage area. And let me just do this right here. At one point, we had about 1,200 strikes. Or 1,100 strikes. We're still right there around 1,147 strikes. So the bulk of it seems to be right here along 55 and north into Fayette County. So we're picking up about 400 strikes of lightning, just under a half, about a third of the lightning strikes are just within that view itself. And then the other one is right here. Look at this, from McNairy down to Alcorn County, 341 strikes of lightning there. And that's where we still have the active tornado warning that remains in effect. This is for Alcorn and McNairy counties. That's going to go until 8:45. So let's go through here. Let's put some tracks back on this and show you what's going on. I want to zoom right in on the tornado warning once again for our folks that are watching in Alcorn and McNairy counties. That's the area with the heaviest precipitation, the greatest amount of rotation. Corinth, you're still right there in it right now. As we take a look at just some of the wind, this is spectrum width, all right? So this shows us where the greatest amount of turbulence is. Look at that. So you've got warm air rising, cold air descending in close proximity together. If you've ever been in an airplane, it gets a little bumpy, and that's why, or some areas can be bumpy on some flights because you've got warm air rising, you got cold air sinking, and the plane trying to fly through that. Right now, closer to the surface, that's where we're seeing that scenario play out. So a lot of warm air rising, and then that cold air descending behind it, and that colder air is going to continue to filter in, but this is also where we're seeing the strongest wind come into play right now, and that's where we're seeing the greatest threat for wind damage, and where we've seen some rotation as well.
And Ron, there was a report of inch-sized hail about 10 minutes ago in Kasuth in that general vicinity.
We were looking at that a moment ago. Let me hit that. So look, right here, this little area right here, just showing, that's NEXRAD estimate, all right? So just over half an inch in size. You get up into southeastern McNairy County, about the same. So you can see where that hail core has come on through. But taking a look again at the velocity on this, the stronger winds seem to be moving out, but we're still looking at the potential for some rotation still near Corinth. It seems to be a bit broad scale right now. Same thing for what's moving through here, but the strongest winds right now, southeastern McNairy, and really right there at 45 and 72, headed on into coming on through Corinth. So Corinth, you're right there in the crosshairs of the strongest activity right now. And just taking a look at the rainfall rates, it is coming down heavy in that area, close to 5 inches per hour to the north and south of Corinth, closer to 4 inches per hour north and east as you get just to the east of 45. But anybody in that area, it's loud, it is windy, very heavy rain, and there's some decent sized hail coming through there. So this is going to be exiting soon. However, you're likely going to get another punch as this line comes in behind it, although I don't think there's going to be a lot for this line to work with, as this line itself will likely work over the atmosphere to a great degree. But this, right now, it's starting to become a little more scattered. Doesn't look as intense, with the exception of that one area that's just now making its way out of DeSoto County and starting to move into Marshall County. So let's put a track on that. That's the area Eric identified as the greatest threat for a bow echo, or the stronger winds coming in behind that. So Aiken, 830, Chilhoma, 835, Galena, 840, Holly Springs, 842. Then it's going to move into Atway at about 844. Lake Center at 850, Snow Lake Shores 853, Potts Camp, that's going to hit you just before 9 o'clock, right around 9:55. And again, wind, the greatest threat with this, the potential for some strong straight line wind coming in there. The rotation threat doesn't look so great, not really seeing anything in the way of hail in that. But again, the spectrum width showing where the greatest amount of turbulence is. Look at this area, Eric. It's pretty lit up right there. and that is a strong, strong wind gust. And then you've got that colder air that's coming in behind that, and we're really going to feel a drastic drop in temperatures as the night progresses. Take it back home, Shelby County. Let me zoom in quickly because things are starting to get much better in the city of Memphis. The heavier precipitation just about to exit. Collierville, still getting some decent rainfall in Eads, but the severe weather threat is past you. Fayette and Hardeman County, though, you're still dealing with it. And as a matter of fact, that leading edge right now making its way on through Hardeman County. Let's put a track on this and show you where it's going. Bolivar, you're about to get hit with a very strong wind gust. If you haven't felt it already, that's moving off to the east. Tune, 833, should move into Hornsby, 843. Then we'll see that get into Lacey at 846. Henderson, 850. Then it's going to move into Finger right around 853. Bethel Springs, 855. Selmer at about 859. The main concern with this, the potential for damaging wind, very heavy rain coming into play. Taking a look at the spectrum width on that, you can almost see pretty intense little line right there. Put the velocity on here, it may show it a little better. Not really that much, but from Bolivar south to just to the east of LaGrange, that's the area right here. That's where I think we're going to see the strongest wind.
And Ron, just going off of that right now, that exact area that you're talking about, into Fayette County, just outside of Somerville along Lakeview Road. It's where Lakeview and Highway 64 intersect each other. So you have, what do you have over there? You have the UT Martin Somerville campus over there. There's also the bank that's over there. There's also a drugstore. It's over there. I believe it's Landry's Pharmacy. There's apparently some trees that are down over there that have knocked out some power to customers over there in Fayette County.
Wasn't there a little barbecue restaurant we wanted to try over there?
That is true. That's on the east side of town. This is more on the west side of town.
All right.
But yes, we're talking about the same vicinity.
Yeah. So that's what we're looking at right now. And wind. That's really the greatest concern with this. The heavy rain is out there. Look at this, just to the west of Bolivar. It's probably moved off a little farther east, coming down to just under 4.5 inches per hour. And even near LaGrange, very heavy rain in play there, just under 2 3/4 of an inch per hour. In other words, if that just sat on you for an hour, you'd end up with about 4.4 inches of rain. Fortunately, it is moving very quickly as it pushes off to the east, but that leading edge packing a punch with wind and with the very heavy rain coming into play behind it. And the thing about this line is it moves off to the east, it can start knocking out power. So I want you to make sure everything is charged up. If you're in Chester County, McNairy County, you've already gotten hit with one pretty decent storm, but if you still have power, Selmer, you may want to charge right now because this little cell that's coming in behind it may still have a little something to work with, although I'm pretty hopeful with what I'm seeing in that this being the most intense portion of that storm pushing off to the east right now, and that's going to take a nice bite out of what this line has to work with. So this may transition from a damaging wind threat into more of a very heavy rain and possibly flash flood threat on that. Any thoughts, Eric?
No, I'd agree with that. It does look like this first little line that's really long, that's further to the east now along Highway 45 and really to the east of 45, did take a little bit of the punch out of some of these storms out to the west. Still wouldn't be surprised if we do see some stronger winds, say 45 to 50 mile per hour winds, obviously some heavier rain and even some small hail. And there still is a little bit of this that's trying to bow itself out near the Byhalia and Holly Springs region, kind of right in between those two.
Yeah, that's the worst one right now in the area, wouldn't you say?
Without a doubt. So that's something obviously we are keeping an eye on. Clearly, we're talking about it right now. But there's nothing that's making me say, uh-oh, here comes a tornado or something like that. And really, I think that's the case here for most of these little notches. You're looking at me, Ron. What?
That rotation tracker, can you go out and just show the big view on that and explain what that is?
Sure. So this is kind of giving us a wide view of where there has been rotation over the past hour here across the Mid-South.
And even stronger winds.
Right, and that's really what's been more of an indication with this than anything else. Worthwhile to note, National Weather Service saying that they're canceling the tornado warning that is for McNairy and Alcorn counties. So there's good news there. But the rotation tracker here really gives us a good idea what we have going on with the potential of some spin in the sky. Remember, just because there's spin in the sky doesn't necessarily mean that there is a tornado on the ground or that there's even a tornado warning. But it's giving us a first alert. This is a precision tracker giving us the first alert to Doppler radar for the potential of at least some turbulence in the sky and something for us to really keep an eye on here. So while I don't believe we ever had a tornado warning here in Shelby County, there was at least a lot of turbulence that did occur, especially over towards Millington and Munford into that portion of the Mid-South here. But
look, I got a text from a friend who lives downtown, and she said there's been debris that's been spread through downtown. There are a couple of construction sites there. They may not have secured their construction materials, so there's some stuff littering the streets in downtown Memphis as a result of the wind. But that rotation tracker really depicted very well where the strongest winds were over the entire area, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, without a doubt. And Ron, we still have obviously the images from that tree that did come down here closer to Midtown Memphis. And
any new info on that? Take that shot. Will you take that shot? Was anyone injured? Do we know that? Thomas is our producer in the booth this afternoon, so we're relying on him. Okay, so no word on injury. Looks like the airbag definitely went off in the truck.
Agreed. It looks like it was towards the front side of the truck, and if you look, it seems like the actual frame, the driver's cab compartment per se, doesn't look like that was directly affected. Obviously, I'm speculating on this. I know I shouldn't be, but it looks like it maybe hit just the hood of the truck and the front of the truck as opposed to the cabin of it. So we'll keep our fingers crossed, obviously, that everybody's A-okay out of that. But obviously, it is still something we're keeping a close eye on here. So, Ron, I guess the good news is, at least out of this, we still technically have that tornado warning that is in place for Alcorn and McNairy counties, but we're starting to get more so on the strong wind aspect of things than necessarily the tornado threat directly. We haven't really talked too much about Lafayette County and into far southern portions of Marshall County and into Panola County. We have severe thunderstorm warnings that are spread out all throughout there. The good news is, at least for that portion of the Mid-South, nothing looks to be too terribly ominous from the perspective of seeing monster wind gusts, say over 70, 80 miles per hour. Yeah. It looks like it's just some heavy rain, and I'd say wind gusts probably at about 50 miles per hour. Doesn't mean that still can't cause damage, and heck, we've seen strong winds pretty much all day long. But at least the ability to see tornadic activity, that is starting to take a bit of a nosedive here, so there is at least some good news within that. The storm threats still have the potential for some small hail to be around. The areas that you see in purple on your screen, I know there's not a ton of them, which is great news. That means it's more rain than it is a hail threat. But the areas that you see in purple, especially to the northwest of Holly Springs, to the east of Byhalia, that's where we could be contending with some small hail potentially being around. As far as what the storm threats is indicating, this is saying some change-size hail, some dime-size hail, maybe some quarter-size hail. I think there's a better chance there's dime-size hail than quarter-size hail, but at least still is indicating that there could be some around, say, near Highway 7 and Attaway, over in Tasca, Mac, to the south of Sladen and Mount Pleasant, along Highway 311 and 313 and State Highway 7. So here's your first alert. If you've ever been to that the roundabout area that is into Benton County here, you're going to see some heavier rain here rather shortly and the potential of some stronger winds. And, you know, these winds, they could still turn around and create some damage and chaos and, you know, issues along them. But at least we're not seeing anything that's terribly ominous from a tornadic standpoint here. Even into Alcorn and McNairy counties, we're in better shape now than we were, say, about a half hour ago. If you're in Memphis and Shelby County, the rain has really started to lessen its grip on us quite a bit. The same idea into Dyer County, Tipton County, Lauderdale County, even into Tunica County, most of DeSoto County, even Coahoma, Quitman counties. You're starting to see some much better weather conditions right now compared to just a half hour ago. If you're over into Hardeman County, if you're in Benton County, Tippah County, McNairy County, Chester County, there still are some showers and thunderstorms off to your west, but the ones that took the biggest punch out of this are the ones that are off to the east here. But certainly had quite a bit of lightning around with this. And Ron, worthwhile to note too, even though it's just outside of our coverage area, there is a tornado warning that is on the way for Hardin County. And if you're not sure where Hardin County is, that's where we start talking more about in the range of Pickwick Lake over into Savannah. So your first alert, if you know anybody, and I know that some people do get us all the way out there in Savannah. Your first alert, if you are out there, the BTI on that's a 4.6, so that's a pretty impressive number. But this is fortunately moving out of the Mid-South and more towards Middle Tennessee than necessarily here in the Mid-South.
And look, I want to make a point here. You can watch us anywhere in the country on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app or Action News 5 Weather app. My cousin was in St. Louis last night and texting me because she was driving back south and was watching our newscast from St. Louis last night. So texting me on that. So get the app, the Action News 5 First Alert app and the Action News 5 News app. Things are starting to look a little better. I want to once again give the all clear for Dyer County, Lauderdale County, Tipton County. Your severe threat is over. Shelby County, severe threat is over. DeSoto County, just about over. Tunica County, it is over. There's some precipitation down south, and we still have a severe thunderstorm warning right now that is for Coahoma County and Panola County, but your severe threat is just about over. 8:45, so another 4 minutes on that warning. But we still have several other warnings that are in the area right now. This polygon that extends from right around Madison County, it includes Chester, Fayette, Hardeman, McNary. Tornado possible again, mainly on that leading edge. That's where we've seen the potential for rotation this evening. So we're keeping that tornado warning in there, but right now it seems like it's a straight line wind event. About another 18 minutes to go there. That's going to be expired at 9 o'clock. You get to the south for Marshall County, Panola, and Lafayette counties, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:15. So again, National Weather Service including the tornado possible wording in that simply because, again, along that leading edge, there could be a little something that spins up quickly. And then you get down to the south for Lafayette, Panola, Tallahatchie, and Yalobusha counties, severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado possible within that line. That too goes until 9:15. So right now it looks like as we get to about 9:15, we're going to see our severe threat out of the area for the most part. Still watching these strong storms that are approaching the Tennessee River. But I got to tell you, Eric, this has played out just as we had anticipated, with the storms moving on through and reaching the Tennessee River right around or just before 9 o'clock. That's what we're seeing. I think as we get closer to 10 o'clock, we're going to see this line out of here, and that will cross on over into Middle Tennessee, northern Alabama. There's still a lot of instability, by the way, in North Alabama, Middle Tennessee. Even though the sun has set, it got warm there today. That's a pretty potent line coming through, and there's some decent cold air that's coming in behind it, and that could create some big problems there. And Eric, our next big problem is going to be the cold that follows all this.
Yeah, without a doubt, it is going to be a bit nippy out there across the Mid-South, whether it be Monday morning, Monday afternoon, and the coldest temperatures will be on Tuesday morning here. Of course, we'll talk more about that coming up at Action News 5 at 10 o'clock. But did get a couple of pictures in from Baker McCool. He works over in Tipton County for the emergency management officials there. And big thanks to Baker for giving us the ability to check these out. Baker's a fantastic guy. One of the first picture that you do see over my shoulder right here, this is over at Shady Lane near the Brighton Road. This is going to be just to the east of Brighton as far as the town itself here. You can see that there's a tree down here, and obviously I could see this a little bit better since I'm right at the top of the screen.
Can we take that full screen?
So this would be Marvin in the back. If you're looking for the fast track input here, that's what this one is. It's probably going to take up just a second to draw this up. There we go.
So Marvin's quick on the fly tonight.
Yeah.
Good job, Marvin.
So this is yet again looking at Shady Road. This will be Brighton and Clopton Road, just to the east of Brighton, Tennessee. And then another picture that Baker did send on in. This is over on 4500 Drummond's Road. And this is an area, tell you what, Drummond's, Tennessee, I think that toy's got a magnet on it whenever it comes to severe weather.
Man,
because it always seems like that there is damage there whenever we have any event. And this was another tree that did come down here along Drummond's Road, specifically 4500 Drummond's Road. If you're not too sure what this isn't too far from from BJ's Convenience Corner and Bailey's Automotive and Racing. So just to give you a little bit of perspective where it's at. So let's go back to what we have going on here with the First Alert radar here across the Mid-South. No surprise, we still do have the different severe thunderstorm warnings in place here. The good news is, though, we are now free of any sort of tornado warnings here locally across the Mid-South. And even the counties that do directly border the Mississippi River, we're in the clear now. So we're really starting to see some nice improvement. Northeast Arkansas, you've been free of that tornado watch now for, I believe, about an hour at this point. And that's obviously a great thing to see. The strongest winds right now still look to be over Marshall County and into Benton County. Diving a little bit closer, have a look into some of these areas right now. Holly Springs over along Highway 72 in the Sladen community, Early Grove. Some of those areas certainly we keep a really close eye on after what happened here almost a year ago at this point with some of the tornadic activity that we did see. Fortunately, tonight, not nearly as active as what we did see here almost 365 days ago. But with that said, still have some pretty strong winds, some pretty heavy rain moving along Highway 72 right now. You see me going back and forth with some of these storm winds. I'm just trying to see if there's anything really capturing my attention that I think we could be seeing some significant wind activity or tornadic activity. Quote unquote, fortunately, it does look like these are kind of run-of-the-mill, relatively tame, relatively weak severe thunderstorm warnings that are in place. If you're wondering what these areas in purple are, that's where there could be some small hail around, maybe some pea-sized hail to dime-sized hail. Nothing that looks to be too terribly threatening here for the time being, so obviously that's a great thing to see. As far as some of the rain rates are concerned, some of those rain rates are still pretty significant right now. So your first alert, if you know anybody traveling along Highway 72, anybody traveling along I-22/Highway 78, still has some heavier rain moving on through. Further down to the south, north of Tupelo along 45, still seeing some heavier rain. And in Corinth, you're just about clear from that first batch of rain, but there's a secondary batch of rain showers and thunderstorms off to your east that will be moving on through or marching on through here. These have been moving off to the east at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. Let me give you a first alert if you are along this line and if your point's east of here to when you could really start to see this clear on out. I'll split the difference. We'll go like a 57 here. So we're looking at Hornsby at about 849, Middleton, Tennessee at 851, Hickory Flat and Henderson, this is into Chester County, at about 856. Faulkner at 857. That's when the secondary line of showers and thunderstorms and some 40 to 50 mile per hour winds looks to move through your area at about 857. Finger at 859. We're looking at the top of the hour into Ripley, Mississippi for that next shower and thunderstorm threat. Blue Mountain also at 9 o'clock, Bethel Springs at 9:01, and Myrtle at about 9:03. If you're going a little bit further to the east, Corinth, I think in the range of about 9:15 to 9:20, that's when this next line of showers and thunderstorms will move through your vicinity, and into Savannah, looking more in the range of about 9:30 or so. So, Ron, the good news is at least we're starting to not see necessarily these showers and thunderstorms. They don't have the ability to work with as much fuel as some of these did earlier today,
right,
but we still are going to see some stronger winds, some hail, some heavier rain around with these as well.
Will you humor me for just 1 second?
That terrifies me.
Can you pop up some skits on the precision tracker?
Sure.
Because I want to compare. I want to do a little comparison. I want to look at that skit that's around Savannah.
Okay.
All right. And what I'm looking at specifically is the top of the storm. You see the word top right there in that blue box on the top left-hand screen. That's at 41,000 feet. All right. So that's tapping in some cold air. That's enough. That's some fuel to really keep that line going as it moves east. Let's hit one of those skits back to the west of it and see what the top is. 20,000 foot.
Half the size.
So the storms, lower top storms, still packing a little bit of a wallop,
right,
but not tapping into that colder air aloft, which would allow those storms to become intensified. Hit the one that's just behind it. What was the 25,000 feet on that?
That's
the
one
what
that's
I
in
see?
northern Marshall County,
Okay.
kind of near the Sladen region.
All right, so the tops of the storms are coming down. So there is colder air that is moving in aloft. And let me tell you, you're going to feel it tomorrow morning when you step out the door. It's going to smack you. It's going to be cold. But the higher top storms are to the east. That's going to take out a nice bit of instability,
right,
for that line that's coming in behind it. So I think what we're going to transition to is from the threat of damaging wind to the threat for possibly some smaller hail, still some brief gusting winds, but more of a very heavy rain and a lightning threat with this. As a matter of fact, check out, come to me on the First Alert Doppler radar. Let's take a little look here at what we're talking about. So when we start talking about storm heights, all right, the higher a storm goes up, the colder the air aloft, and it can really drag that down and intensify that storm. You get it lower, it's not hitting as cold of air aloft, but it still has the potential to be strong. But look at the lightning right here. All right, this is where we have the higher storm tops. Got about 435 strikes of lightning in there. This little area right here, about the same size box, we're looking at 338 strikes of lightning. So slightly weaker. That's the point I'm making overall in this. But we're still getting some very heavy rain with this. But the really intense rain and the heavier precipitation is along that eastern line. So as this comes on through, it kind of zaps some of the energy, doesn't leave much behind for this line to work with, but it can still produce some very heavy rainfall, and that's what we're seeing right now. I think the wind threat overall is going to start to diminish because it's not drawing down that colder air aloft down to the surface. But look at this. You get into Hardeman County, let's go right around Bolivar. Why am I not able? Oh, I know what the deal is. Let me hit this. I'll just hit info right here. So you get right around Bolivar. It's coming down at about just over 3 inches per hour. Maybe some small hail in there. You get right around southeastern McNairy County or Marshall County near Potts Camp, about 2.5 inches per hour. To the northwest of Oxford, right there in northwestern Lafayette County, just under 2 inches per hour. Still kind of heavy though, down around just to the south of Panola County, coming in at close to 3 inches per hour. Now, as far as the line itself, let's take a look at the velocity. This is the wind, and there are a couple of areas right here. We're seeing some decent wind signatures and even indication of rotation, and there's a tornado warning that's for Hardin County right now. That's going to go until 9:15. So folks that have property up around near Pickwick Lake, there could be some damage in there. A lot of trees, heavily wooded, and some stout winds. But you get a little farther to the south and west, the wind itself not as intense as what we're seeing here, although what I see down around northern Lafayette County, I want to watch that closely. We are hitting that a little higher elevation too.
Northern Yalabusha, yeah. Yeah,
you see that little area right there near Oxford? Let me hit the spectrum width on that. It's pretty windy. Oxford, right? Do we have the Oxford camera? Is that up? Can we pop that up? Can we take a look at that? There should be some decent wind coming. Oh, you can see the flags.
Got a bit of a shimmy to it. You can see the flag out there was almost vertical, I guess, meaning not much wind not too long ago, and now it's pretty much horizontal. So winds are kicking up pretty good there, and all the flags, that's the case here. So, I know, Ron, this is obviously a camera you and me have monitored quite a bit here over the past year or so for a plethora of different reasons.
Oh, and look, Oxford just got hit hard. Lafayette County, and really north central Mississippi with the ice storm from several weeks ago, and there are still people cleaning up there. There are still parts of Lafayette County that look like a war zone still as a result of what came through there. I know it doesn't look like there's a lot of rain in Oxford from that live view right now, but go back to the First Alert Doppler radar because we got very heavy rain that is just now starting to make its way in. Let me put a track on this too, because I'm going to track it from that heavier rainfall to the east. So we're still dealing with the potential for, and look, right along this leading edge, you could get that sudden gust of wind again. So I want to keep a close eye on that camera there. But right now, it's primarily very heavy rain. So Burt, 859, heavy precipitation coming in here. Altus, 902. Delay, 904. Darden, 907. Myrtle, 911. Thaxton at 916. And into New Albany right around 919 as that moves off to the east coming in from the west. But I don't think this is going to have the same severe dynamics as that initial line did, or the one that is farther east of that area as that pushes on through. So that's what I'm seeing. And right now, look at this. If you're anywhere within this red circle right here, you are in the clear. Severe weather threat is over for you. But we're still watching everything that is moving to the east of that line, and the potential for some damaging winds still exists for McNary, Tippah, Alcorn, and should be exiting Lafayette County soon, but Union and Panola County, that's coming your way. But I think the additional threats for severe weather, just about over for much of the area. As a matter of fact, let me go back. Let's see if I can show you the tornado watch. We've got a lot of counties that are now removed. Eastern Arkansas is out of this. Technically going to remain until 11, but things are looking much better, and I think we're going to see this canceled before 11 o'clock for much of the area.
Do you think that area that's to the south of Oxford, I know you were just kind of looking at that area specifically over Oxford, but just south of Oxford near the Water Valley region,
yeah.
Is that trying to bow itself a little bit, maybe try to
like,
kick itself to the northeast?
I see what you're looking at. Right down there,
yeah.
Just approaching 55.
Yeah, just to the east of 55.
Yeah, that's pretty ugly right there. Let me put a track.
Decent amount of lightning, too.
Oh, there's a lot of lightning in there. And that, well, he's talking about that bowing segment. Now, this is just outside our coverage area right here. But let's put a track on this because that's going to be intersecting 55. You get a lot of semis traveling along that. And look, you get a 50, 60 mile an hour wind crossing a major highway, that can turn over some semis quickly. So 859, DuBard coming through there. Grenada at 905. Coila, I think I got that right. I'm not even sure. So correct me. You can, if you're watching on Facebook, you can leave me a comment there. Duck Hill 912, Winona at 919, Alva 923. Then it'll get into Kilmichael at 930, and then into Bellefontaine right around 935. I think those are the most difficult name pronunciations I've had in a while since Takapola a few weeks ago. Now, let's take a look. That's that line right there. Again, it is just outside the Action News 5 coverage area, but that whole line making a march to the east and pushing on through rather quickly. I do believe this is going to be out of West Tennessee by 9:30, and then we'll see this exit North Mississippi by 10 at the latest, maybe even before that, because that is moving along at a pretty good clip. What are you seeing, Eric?
Just kind of looking at some of the different reports from the National Weather Service that are, trickling in just from the different county officials. And I've seen a couple of different reports of trees being down in Lafayette County.
That was our main concern with this the entire time.
Yeah.
Trees going down with straight line winds. Saturated ground, too.
Yeah, without a doubt.
That contributes to it.
And apparently over in Paris, Tennessee, there's a tree on a house. I know that's kind of going outside of our coverage area here at Action News 5, but still just relaying kind of different things that I'm hearing right now. But
you got temperatures, quick access to temps. While he's doing that, hey, Marvin, can you pop up that Midtown camera? I know we're focused in on something going on down around the Walgreens at Union and McLean, but what I want to show our viewers at home is that camera shaking. That's at 200 feet up on top of the tower out here at 1960 Union, and that is one heck of a shimmy in that camera. It is windy.
And worthwhile to note, too, when you do have a little bit of a zoom in with the camera, it's always going to amplify that wind a little bit.
Yeah.
But it does take a decent amount of wind for this still to shimmy itself a bit. So
yeah.
You're right about that. And tell you what, Ron, I think some of our temperature sensors are really starting to update now. We're starting to get a little bit more uniform values and really more accurate numbers. It's 48 degrees into northeast Arkansas, upper 40s here into northeast Arkansas. Tunica down to 50 degrees, and that's also the case at Memphis at the airport here, down to 50 degrees. To the east, though, we are still seeing some warm conditions. In Selmer and Ripley at 74, 68 in Corinth, but notice at least into Bolivar, Holly Springs, and Oxford, those temperatures right now ranging from 64 to 57 degrees and rapidly declining. So we're getting really close. Once you see those numbers fall back in the lower 60s, let alone being colder than that, that's when the ability to see severe weather really does take quite a nosedive here. So good news is we're starting to get on the backside of this system. The bad news is we're going to have to deal with the cold conditions here, but quite frankly, I think most people would rather deal with those colder temperatures than having to worry about any sort of strong winds, tornadoes, things of that nature here. So here's your wide view of things, and I think overall, Ron, we're starting to see some really nice improvement here into western Tennessee and into northwest Mississippi. Now, if you're in northeast Mississippi, you still have about an hour to go before this is going to be done.
I tell you what I want to do, and look, we've got an NBA game on NBC. We're coming up on 9 o'clock. We're dealing with severe thunderstorm warnings right now. I think this is a wind and heavy rain event that's on the radar right now. What I'm thinking, Eric, is that we transition over to our digital platforms, continue to track these storms. We're going to be back here for Action News 5 at 10, but we do have an NBA game tonight. I know the Nets are playing, I think, the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, Knicks and Warriors right now. 3-point game about to go into the fourth quarter.
Yeah, so I tell you what, let's give you the last hour of that game, or we may be in the second half of that game. If you want to continue to track the weather with us, because look, we're still dealing with severe thunderstorms that are coming through northern Mississippi, parts of West Tennessee, but this is going to be out of the area soon. Memphis and Shelby County in the clear, as is most of our coverage area. So I don't want to hamper your regularly scheduled programming, but I don't want to stop tracking these storms. So Eric and I are going to stay on our digital platforms. You can find us on 5.3. You can also find it, that's if you're watching over an antenna. You can find us on the Apple, Amazon Fire, and Roku apps if you have the Action News 5 app on those streaming platforms. And if you don't have that app, I want you to download it. If you're watching on your phone or your tablet, you can watch us on the Action News 5 or the First Alert Weather app, or you can watch us on YouTube or Facebook. We're going to stay on those platforms. So I want to give everybody a quick chance behind the scenes to transition to that. Let's get back to NBC programming. We'll continue to track this digitally, and we're going to be live on Action News 5 at 10 with a complete recap, and we're going to talk about bitter cold. We hit 78 today. We're at 50 right now. You're going to wake up to about 32 in the morning. We're going to be talking more about that. Eric Brill, great job on air tonight. We're not stopping. We're just moving to a different platform, so if you want to watch the game, it's there for you. If not, hit 5.3 on your antenna and come and join us there, because we still got more weather moving through. In the meantime, for meteorologist Eric Brill, I'm meteorologist Ron Childers on Action News 5. Back to your programming, but the storm tracking continues on our digital platforms. All right, guys, so we are still on digital. Am I right, Marvin? You got us there?
Marvin, if you could kill the program in our ear, too.
Take program out of our ear. That will allow us to continue to track. So look, here we are, no active tornado warnings right now. And that was one of the reasons I wanted to get back to our programming on NBC, because, Eric, this really is transitioning into a severe thunderstorm event with heavy rain, lightning, the main concern. I just think the tornado threat is gone from this.
And even, Ron, as far as the severe thunderstorms are concerned, there's nothing that's making me say, you know, we even have 50-mile-per-hour winds,
right,
and something stronger than that. So,
right.
Agreed.
And this is just about to exit Lafayette County down south. I'm looking at this little line, and I know it looks a little ugly right now. It's moving off to the east-northeast. Let me zoom in a little tighter on that and just go ahead and put a track on it, because, yeah, it is coming out of the south and southwest. Not a lot of activity around Tupelo, but I think as this gets past Lafayette County, could ramp up a bit, especially as it gets into Panola County. That's going to be just outside our viewing area, but just putting a track on this to give you an idea of where that's going. That's going to move off to the east-northeast. Tupelo, that's going to bring that into you at about 9:49. We'll see that get into Altus at 9:04, then into Bruce at 9:17, Thaxton 9:17, Pontotoc 9:30, Holka at 9:37, then into Saltillo at about 9:47, and again Tupelo at 9:49. But that's going to be the threat for damaging wind, very heavy rainfall coming in through that. And just taking a look, I'm not even really seeing that much in the way of hail with this. Nothing on the hail tracker. Looks like there's a little bit of hail just northern Lee County right now, but nothing significant, about a ½ inch in size overall. But taking it back to the home view, just to give you an idea of what we're dealing with, we still have active severe thunderstorm warnings out there. One tornado warning, that's for Hardeman County, just outside our coverage area, but Hardin County, Mississippi, or Tennessee, until 9:15. So that's what we're looking at there, the one tornado warning in the entire area. But severe thunderstorm warnings still extend for Chester, Hardeman, Henderson, and Madison County until 9:45. That's for this polygon right here that is along and north of the Mississippi-Tennessee state line. You get to the south of that, there's another severe thunderstorm warning. That is for Benton, Lafayette, Marshall, and Union counties. Tornado threat possible in that, but right now it looks like it's more of a wind event. That goes until 9:15, but just to the east of that, we've got another severe thunderstorm warning that is for Alcorn, Prentiss, Tippah, and Union counties. That's going to go until 9:45, and then you've got this little severe thunderstorm warning that is for Itawamba, Lee, Prentiss counties. That goes until 9:15, and then for Panola County, Lafayette, Tallahatchie, and Yalobusha counties, you've got severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, the tornado possible threat in there until 9:15. But taking a look at the whole area, it looks like more of a very heavy rain, strong wind maker as it moves off to the east. I'll put this into motion for you. Let a little loop go here. And that is what we're seeing as that moves on through. So things are starting to look a little better. Selmer, you do have another line coming your way. That's going to make its way in there. Let me zoom in just quickly, and I'll put a track on that, give you a better idea of when that's going to be hitting Selmer and just now moving into western McNairy County right now. So with that, I'll track it from northern McNairy County down to southwestern McNairy, and we'll carry it on into Hardin County. Bethel Springs, 908, then into Selmer, 912, Adamsville, 920, Morris Chapel, 920, Crump, 926, Savannah, 931, should get into Clifton at about 939 and into Lowryville at about 943. Now, a little while ago, Tippah County and Alcorn County packing a punch as a line of storms came through there looking intense, prompting the National Weather Service to even issue tornado warning. We've now got that line that is back to the south of that. Or to the west of that. Let's put a track on that and carry it on through Alcorn County to give you an idea of when it's going to hit there. Corinth, I think you're going to see another round coming through at about 9:24. Heavy rain, some gusty wind, but not as intense as what came through just a little while ago. It will move through Ripley at about 9:08, Dumas at about 9:18, Farmington 9:29, Burnsville 9:41. Did I say Boonville, 9:34, Iuka, 9:49, and then into Tishomingo at 9:59. Then this little line right here that is just now coming through Oxford. And I want to pop up that Oxford camera in just a minute because we were looking at it a moment ago, and it was primarily light rain but windy. So I'm anxious to see what that's going to look like right now with the heavier precipitation on top of it.
Oh, it's raining.
But it is just about to exit. And that will move into delay at about 9:08, Banner 9:17, Thaxton 9:19, Ecru 9:27, Pontotoc 9:32, Sherman 9:37. Then it's going to move into Belvin at about 9:42, Sotillo at 9:46. So let's take a look at that camera in Oxford. There it is right now. That wind's still blowing. And notice, Eric, the direction of the flags blowing is shifted.
Yeah, that was something I picked up too. That's funny that you said that. It looks like it rotated or turned itself about 135 degrees or so, so it makes sense. But that rain's coming down pretty dang good right now, no doubt about that. And, you know, the good news is, yet again, as far as tornadic activity is concerned, we're not really worried about that being an issue with a lot of these showers and storms right now. Of course, we're still keeping an eye on it. But it is worthwhile to note that the severe thunderstorm watch has been trimmed down yet again here to not include most of the counties along the Mississippi River. What's kind of interesting, though, Ron, and I want to give you a minute to kind of catch your breath because you've been going here for a little bit, but into eastern St. Francis County and into southern Crittenden County, just kind of what we have popping up still on the radar here, and I'll pop it up behind me so this way you guys can take a look at it. But there's still some small little clusters of showers and storms that are trying to redevelop here, and this is long after the cold front's come and gone here. So
that's that cold air squeezing the last remnants of moisture out.
Yeah.
That's what can you pop up Max 1 over there behind you? Just pop it up behind you in the monitor, and that shows you the counties that have been eliminated from the tornado threat.
Well, there's been more counties than even this that have been eliminated.
Okay.
It just has to kind of cycle itself through. I think everything along the Mississippi, whether it be east of the Mississippi or west of the Mississippi, directly against the Mississippi, has been cleared out of the watch now. So we're really starting to narrow down the quantity of counties in the watch here across the Mid-South. So obviously a great thing to see. All right. You know, the reality is that we still do have severe thunderstorm warnings here across the Mid-South. And I don't want you guys that are out there into Alcorn and McNairy counties, Benton and Tippah counties, even into Lafayette County, feel forgotten about this. We want to make sure that you guys get cleared out of these warnings as well. There's still a lot of boxes that are on our screen indicating the severe thunderstorm warnings. Each and every box that you see that is blinking is a severe thunderstorm warning, although there is one tornado warning that is just outside of the immediate Action News 5 coverage area. That is over into Hardin County here. So your first alert, if you know anybody in Hardin County, you are under a tornado warning still. The good news is this hasn't been confirmed on the ground. The bad news is it still is obviously a tornado warning, and you always want to treat tornado warnings with respect, and it looks like there's still a decent amount of spin that's going on in the sky with respect to that here into Hardin County. But as I said, the good news is that's moving away from here, but there certainly is at least some spin going on. Not seeing anything that's too ominous with the storm.
There's still a lot of warm air over there.
Right. I mean, temperatures are still in the middle to lower 70s, middle 70s really. So it's probably not going to be a fun night between Huntsville and Nashville tonight. But I guess the good news is at least the sun has set. But that's kind of that could sometimes not really work in your favor either. Let's see, what was the National Weather Service noting? Oh, they're saying that the tornado warning is going to expire in Hardin County, so good news there. And even as far as these severe thunderstorm warnings are concerned, don't get me wrong, it's about to rain cats and dogs out there in Selmer yet again. But as far as, say, from a tornadic activity sort of standpoint, I think we're in pretty good shape here from the perspective of not seeing a tornado. Doesn't mean it's still not going to rain quite hard. Let me flip this on over to a different radar site too. Yeah, you're about to see some pretty heavy rain here in the Selmer. I feel pretty confident about that.
What's the wind look like there?
So let's see.
Oh, that's really nothing.
Yeah. It's really, I'm on Columbus right now. If I flip this over to Memphis, I mean, you get a little bit better, but still even
It's just outside the next rad.
Yeah. I mean, these are still indicating 60-mile-per-hour winds, but that's also about 4,500 feet above the ground here. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's some 40-mile-per-hour gusts, say upper 30, lower 40-mile-per-hour gusts, about ready to go through Selmer and what's that state park that's along Highway 57? Is that Big Pond State Park? Something along the lines of that. Patrick Ellis and I, we've talked about that park probably a lot more than we should have, despite the fact we've never been there. Really nice park that's along Highway 57. It looks like you're in the into New England, honestly, the way that it looks just with the rolling hills out there.
Oh, McNairy County's beautiful and so much history up there, too.
Yeah.
By the way, it is loud. There's a lot of lightning over there.
Right. Oh, no question about that.
A lot of lightning.
I will say, the precision tracker, it's great when it comes to severe weather. Personally, I like Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers' lightning detector's a little bit better than mine over here, even though that's largely beside the point. But the little bolts of lightning on your screen, that does indicate where there is still some lightning. And it's still coming down pretty good right now into Ripley and Faulkner and all throughout Tippah County right now. So if you're in Walnut Creek along State Highway 15, further to the east, Faulkner, Ruckerville Road, County Road 223, County Road 232, County Road 253, State Highway 2, really just throughout Ripley, Walnut Creek, Faulkner, Tiplersville, further to the east in Theo and Crow. Yes, you did see some thunderstorms not too long ago, but you have another area that's about to march on through the region here. So not a great evening here into Tippah, Alcorn, McNairy, and really all the counties throughout the Mid-South. But the good news is we never had anything confirmed as far as tornado warnings are concerned here. I do want to, if we can, let's flip on over to, I forget what the input is for the live shot that we have up from them clearing the trees in Midtown Memphis. But looks like there's... you can see the one that did fall in the car from earlier today. We did not get any sort of reports if there were any sort of injuries or any sort of fatalities or anything like that. But this tree looks like it did fall on a pickup truck that is just behind where the National Guard members are over there. So they're starting to clean that up. This was in Midtown Memphis. And Ron, do you remember off the top of your head? It was near Union.
It was at Poplar. Is that where the tree was down? Poplar and
Correct.
Edgewood, I do believe.
Right.
Poplar and
Edgewood. Poplar
and Cooper.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's okay. I'm just trying
Edgewood is near there,
Right.
so it's right there in that it's one of the little side streets right there in Midtown.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So, I guess if your travels do take you, so would this be on Cooper or would this be on Poplar then? Either way, try to avoid the area because there's a tree down and, obviously if the tree's down and covering the road, you're not going to be able to traverse along it here. But, yeah. All right, so let's see. National Weather Service, they are going to cancel a severe thunderstorm warning that is in Alcorn County. I think that was just a little segment of one, though, that they're still going to remain with the warnings in place here. And you can see it's just kind of a wide view of warnings that stretches from I-40 all the way down to I-55. And it's not like it's near where I-40 and 55 meet each other. But still have a line of showers and storms marching itself off to the east here at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. The forward speed of these has oscillated a little bit. Sometimes it's been a little bit quicker. Sometimes it's been a little bit slower. But I believe all these now are warned for the potential 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch of diameter sized hail. And that's the minimal threat that you need for severe thunderstorm warnings. As far as the BTI numbers on this, still want to keep an eye on those just as a safe and sorry measure. A lot of these have started to dwindle away a bit, between about a 2.2 to a 2.6. And what do you know, Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers? We put on one of these skits here to Lafayette County, scoot off to the east at about 60 miles per hour. And 927, what's that town it's about to move on through?
Takapola. I finally got it. I called that Tacopula forever. I don't even know what happened there. And for everybody that lives there, my apologies for something I did a few months ago.
The whole little list that we have on the left-hand side of the screen has some fun town names on it. We have Takapola, then we have Thaxton at 932, Pontotoc at 940, and okay, I guess now all of a sudden we're going to get rid of that skit. So you kind of get the point there. These are moving off to the east here at about 50 miles per hour. Let me just give you a nice little storm track on these right now so it'll give you a better idea. If you do have any family or friends that are into Tupelo or points east. Takapola, yet again, 921. Thaxton at 923. New Albany by 926. A little bit further along there, Boonville at about 949. And into Tupelo by about 10 o'clock or so. That's the leading edge of these severe warned storms. And really, once this leading edge goes past you or moves past you, the ability to see severe weather does start to dwindle away a bit. With that said, as Ron did allude to, there are still some showers on the backside of this along the Mississippi River. It looks like into portions of Crittenden County and into DeSoto County and Shelby County and Tunica County, kind of where all those counties meet. That's where there has been some shower development here, but there's just way too much cold air around for these to support themselves and for these to be strong or severe. So we put this on an hour loop here. You can really start to make it out how, yeah, these did just start to fire up here over the past little bit, but the ability to see severe weather has taken quite a downward turn here into northeast Arkansas, and into most of western Tennessee, and even into northwest Mississippi. So
it's amazing how this played out almost to the T in regard to the high-resolution precipitation models. It showed this at 9 o'clock with that line approaching the Tennessee River, and I mean almost depicted it beautifully, and the majority of northern Mississippi out by 10.
Yeah.
So I've been on Facebook the last couple of minutes just trying to answer some questions, but look, let me draw this line for you. So anybody that's still watching, if you are along and west of this line, you're in the clear. That's Fayette County, Haywood County, Crockett, Dyer, Lauderdale, Tipton, Shelby, DeSoto, Tate. Panola County, you're in the clear. You've still got a severe thunderstorm warning that is just to your south and east, but you're in the clear. And then Quitman, Tunica, Coahoma, all of eastern Arkansas. These little showers we're seeing right here, that's just some residual precip that's developing. Let me put a loop on this and you'll be able to see it. Basically, there's a lot of cold air that's starting to filter in now, but there's still some moisture that's coming in out of the southwest. As this whole line moves off to the east, that cold air coming in, intersecting from the west, northwest, just kind of squeezing out some showers. So these areas may still get a little scattered precip, but not severe. It's along this leading edge right here. That's where the threat for the strong to severe storms remains. And McNairy County, it's almost past you. It's now moved on through Madison County. It's pushing to the Tennessee River there. Alcorn County, once we get this little line moving through that's coming out of Tippah County right now, you're good to go. I think the majority of Lafayette County is out of it right now, even though we still have a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for Lafayette County for another few minutes. That's going to go until 9:45, but I think in the next 20 minutes, you're done. Maybe even closer to that. Yeah?
north of Ripley, I'm just seeing a pop-up on Precision Tracker right now. Do we have a nice little beware going on?
Let's see. Well, that would be if there was a tornado.
Right.
I don't see a tornado.
Right. That's fair. That is a
Yeah,
good point.
there's
but
no-
there's a random donut hole that's just to the north of Ripley that just kind of caught my eye.
Well, let me check that out. That may be more of a. It's north of. I see that.
I mean, it's literally just by itself. It's not really much of anything, but it just
Okay.
just kind of randomly caught my eye. And I'll be the first one to admit it. Ron, you've been doing this quite a bit longer than I have. You've been able to analyze radar like this a lot more than
Yeah.
I have. I love learning from you, so let it rip.
All right. Well, Marvin, pop me back up. Let's see this. All right. So here's what Eric's talking about. Okay. So he sees that little donut hole right there. Do you? Well, I didn't mean to do that. Let me clear that out of there. You know where I'm talking about, though. All right. So this little area right here, little donut hole right there. What is that? Could be a couple of things. Could be attenuation from the radar, not able to penetrate the intensity of the precipitation, because the radar is over here in Millington and it's diving south. Oh, I'm even hitting that from the Columbus radar. So there may be attenuation from the north of that. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to zoom in just a little tighter on this, and we're going to look at a couple of things. All right? So let's take a close look in that. This is not a tornado by any means, but look, there's a little wind right there on the leading edge of it. Then we go to velocity, and right here, we got a little something that's trying to, just some brief gusts right there along that leading edge, but it's within this little area right here. There's a bit of a radar hole. So let me hit that with the scope, and look, we're picking that up from Memphis too.
Yeah, it's
So-
from both radars.
You know what it could be?
Yeah.
And what I'm going to do is analyze this for the next week ahead. But what I think we may be seeing, there could be a little cold punch that's coming in there, Eric. In other words, let me just give this a little slice, all right? So let's just slice this and then take a look. I should be able to move it. You can even see the radar hole right there.
Uh-huh.
So there is a little weak rotation right there. So maybe it is a little bounded weak echo region, or a B-weir as we call it. But typically we see that in a tornado. But on the 3D slice, there's definitely something right there. What I'm wondering is, okay, are we seeing rotation here, or are we seeing colder air coming in here and forcing all that to the surface? Couple of possibilities there. If you're a Met and you're watching right now, leave a comment on Facebook. I want to know what you think. But that's likely what we're seeing. It's just maybe some broad scale rotation as that's moving off so rapidly to the east. Let me zoom in one more time.
Hey, Ron, worthwhile to note while you're
Take
doing that.
another look. Yeah.
Crockett County, Fayette, Gibson, Haywood, Weakley County out of the watch.
Oh, that's good. That is good. Let's see how long this held together. It just kind of formed right there, coming in out of, as it moved on through Ripley. So yeah, maybe it is quite possible, Eric, that as this moved off to the north and east, all right, so it's coming in this direction right here. And notice we've got some lighter precip there. As it's moving north and east, there may be some heavier precip that's kind of wrapping around behind this, because there's a lot of moisture, a lot of activity, and even some gusting wind right here. So it is quite possible that as this is moving off to the east, it's forcing some heavier precip behind it, and it's creating that. Now, somebody's going to correct me on it,
Hey.
but that's my assessment right now.
Ron, you're doing this on the fly, going off the top of your head, and I apologize for putting you on the spot with that.
I'm glad you did.
But you're
love a challenge.
You're dang good at being able to analyze the radar here and pick different things up. So
that's what I think we're
appreciate
seeing.
you getting into the meat and potatoes of that.
You're
man.
very welcome. But I am going to be looking at that for the next 5 days, I know.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Worthwhile to note, it is just outside of our coverage area. But, we obviously, hey, you could have people streaming and watching us from Antarctica for all we know.
Yeah.
There is a tornado warning that was just issued for Prentiss and Tishomingo counties.
Yeah.
That's not going to clip Alcorn. But, if you know anybody towards the Iuka area along Highway 72 and east of Boonville, good idea to give them a first alert and let them know about that. I'm sure that they're aware of it right now. But
And anybody who's watching us on Facebook, somebody even asked about Tishomingo County on our Facebook page. Panola, Tishomingo County, that's going to go until 10 o'clock.
Prentice
Tornado
and
warning.
Tishomingo.
Oh, excuse me, Prentice and Tishomingo. That's going to go until 10 o'clock. Let me hit that with the scope and see if I see any.
Got a 3 on the BTI, so nothing outrageous, but it's still a number.
I see what they're looking at, though.
Yeah.
You see
Yeah, oh,
that
yeah.
right there? There's some rotation. It's broad scale, I do believe. Broad rotation. I still think straight line wind remains the main concern with this as that's pushing on through.
I think that one is just strong enough to not put the tornado possible tag.
Yeah.
You know, but just I hate saying a weak tornado warning compared to a stronger severe thunderstorm warning from a tornado aspect, but
It is kind of hooking a little
Right.
bit, and I keep doing that. I don't know why. And look, so there are a couple of distinct things in here. First of all, it looks like we've got a little bit of a hail core right there. Then you've got somewhat of a comma-shaped cell with a little inflow notch right there. So yeah, it certainly looks seemingly tornadic. There's some decent hail in there. Look at that, about 1 inch size hail. I'm hitting that, what, about 4,500 feet?
Yeah,
I
that
think
sounds about
so.
right.
That's what we're seeing there. Just put the scope on here again. Some broad scale rotation with this. Right there. If you're in Tishomingo, if you're watching right now, if you're anywhere within that area, hit the next rad. Let's put that on there. Let's just track it out to the east. If you're in any of these communities, Tishomingo, go to your storm shelter right now. 935, it's right on top of you. Bloody Springs, 940, 942 into Petertown. Allsboro at 945, Malone 947, Lime Kiln at 953, and Cherokee at 957. Again, just outside of our coverage area, but a tornado warning in effect until 10 o'clock tonight for that part of northeast Mississippi, Prentice and Tishomingo counties. But look, Eric, things are looking much better. This is just about over for Lafayette County, even though you're still under the severe thunderstorm warning now until what, 9:45? I think that expires. Right. So 9:45, that expires. McNairy County, you're just about in the clear. Your severe thunderstorm warning expires at 9:45. So we get this out of here, we'll be in good shape. Alcorn County, you've still got a severe thunderstorm warning. That goes until 9:45, but I don't see anything that gives me great concern. And again, these cells that are just popping up back here, just some scattered showers, not severe. That's colder air coming in behind all of this, tapping into some moisture, squeezing out a few stray showers. But the main threat for severe weather is right along this main line right here, and really for points to the east, taking that outside the Action News 5 coverage area. So things are looking much, much better for us as we get into the evening hours. Coming up on 9:30 right now, a better pattern emerging as we head into the late night hours. I think if you're anywhere from Fayette County in West Tennessee to the west, you can go to bed now if you want to. All of eastern Arkansas, no worries for you tonight. In northwest Mississippi, along and west of 55, all counties along and west of 55, you are in the clear. But Panola, Tate, DeSoto County, all of DeSoto, Tate, and Panola counties in the clear, as is Marshall County.
Yeah.
It's gone. Still going to keep a
Panola
close eye.
even, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Panola, Marshall, Fayette, Haywood, Crockett.
Still going to keep a close eye on southern Benton County,
Right.
around
Yeah.
Myrtle, Tippah County. Not going to let our guard down just yet, but things are really looking much better for you. And again, it's almost gone from Lafayette County. So I don't know why I drew that. Let me zoom in a little tighter right over here. So this is the area of activity right now, northeast Mississippi. And again, McNairy County, you're in good shape. Hardeman County, I think your severe weather threat is over.
Agreed.
This little area right here in southeastern Tippah County, still another line coming through Corinth. May get a little brief gust of wind, but any significant severe weather is over. Did they just expand this for
Still
the
9:45.
severe thunder? Yeah, that's going to go in. Okay, 9. Let me hit that. 9:45. Okay, so severe thunderstorm warning, 9:45. We're at 9:30 right now. That is just about over. Let me reset. Whenever there are overlapping polygons, it's very difficult sometimes. So right now, well to our east and southeast. That's where the stronger storms are at this time. Eric, what you got?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much at this point, far eastern portions of southeast portions of Tippah County, eastern Alcorn, a very small sliver of McNairy County, and that's really about it. I think even as far as just even doing this goes around, we'll be able to wrap this up here within, I'd say, the next 15 or so minutes. And a lot of these warnings, it is worthwhile to note, they are expected to expire here at 9:45, but I'm sure there will be some adjustments. I do want to pop up the Oxford camera behind me here so we can see what we have going on. And
Calmer now, but windy.
Right. The rain, there's still wind out there, but as far as the rain goes, it's a much more manageable picture than it was not too long ago. Have still seen some lightning in the distance, but fortunately it doesn't, well, as I say that, of course, there's some
But that's to we're looking southeast, all right?
Yeah.
So we're looking southeast with that. That makes sense. That's where the lightning is right now.
Exactly.
But look, Lafayette County, your severe weather threat is over.
Yeah.
Union and Pontotoc counties, you've still got the potential for some, about a half an hour for you. Still the potential for some damaging wind just to the west of Tupelo, but things looking much better. And really the most intense cell right now is that little cell that's right there around Tishomingo County.
Yep.
That's trying to move on into the shoals of Alabama.
Yeah.
So that is, and did they just extend that warning? They sure did.
That would have been, well, Huntsville would have put out a new warning.
Okay, so Huntsville picking up on that, adding a new warning. There is rain here in Midtown. Marvin, can we pop up the Midtown camera and just show folks what's going on? It's still windy out there, but it is just rain. It is not severe. There are no warnings for Memphis and Shelby County. Let's see if and they've updated the tornado watch map. Let me go ahead and show you that. Can we do that? Let me show you. Whoops. I don't know why it moved off like that. Let me go back to it. Here we go. So now, tornado watch still in effect until 11 from Fayette County east, but really Fayette County, you're fine. Hardeman County, you're fine. Marshall, Panola, Lafayette County, you're still in the watch technically, but your tornado threat is over. And that goes for Haywood and Crockett County as well. We're not looking at anything in the way of tornadic activity coming your way, but the National Weather Service confidently trimming back all the counties that border the Mississippi River in West Tennessee, Northwest Mississippi, the counties that border the Mississippi River, but that's also including Quitman and Tate counties, and all of eastern Arkansas now in the clear. So things are shaping up much better. But
Hey, Ron, I do want to make a note that into, where would this be? Halls, which, would that be in Dyer or would that be over into Lauderdale? I think this is, this would be Lauderdale.
Halls, Halls, Tennessee.
There was a barn that did come across 1155 Cooks Road, and that's what you see in the background here. Ooh. Marvin, this would be, there you go, thanks Marvin.
Yeah.
This is what it looks like. This is going back about an hour and a half ago, but a barn looks like it, or a barn, a shed, I guess really more of the accurate term, looks like it went across 1155 Cook Road there into Halls, Tennessee. This is into northern Lauderdale County. So not a great situation, obviously, there. I'd imagine this has probably been cleaned up a little bit since then, but thanks to the Lauderdale County officials over there giving us the ability to check that out here. So that's kind of what it looked like here over into Lauderdale County, at least specifically into 1155 Cook Road. Not too long ago here. So as far as what we have going on with that, that's something that we've been seeing. And there have been some pictures kind of trickling in here and there over the past few hours, just as far as different damage reports that have popped up here. I'd say that one's probably the most ominous looking one per se, with having that barn across the road. But, you know, if you want to submit your pictures on in, send them on over using the First Alert Weather app here so we can see what's going on in your neck of the woods. But as far as what we have going on off the radar here across the Mid-South, still do have some severe thunderstorm warnings in place here. No tornado warnings locally, but still have keep an eye on Alcorn County far southeastern McNairy County and into southeastern portions of Tippah County as well. But
Do I see a little shear marker west of Corinth? Do you see that?
Yeah. It's kind of in a weird spot, though.
Yeah, and you know what? It may be a situation like I was looking at a moment ago. You get a little wrap around as the storm is advancing to the east. What's that skit
Man,
say?
is that could be the same spot where the Beware was?
It's north of it.
But keep
well
in mind, that was going back.
Oh, that's right. It was coming through Ripple.
That's
it.
Yeah.
That is it.
Ain't that something?
All right, hit that skit.
Man, we get excited about weird things.
Yeah, we do. It's the meteorologist in us coming
Yeah,
out. Hit
yeah,
that
that's
skit. Let's see what we got.
2-3, so,
Okay.
it's a low number, obviously.
Top of the storm, 24,000 feet.
Which is good to see.
Yeah, that is very good to see.
While we're just talking about this out loud here.
Look at the speed on that. It's moving east northeast at close to 70 miles per hour.
That's hauling.
Wow.
That's moving too fast to really form a tornado.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
In an ideal world, ideal world's very relative here. From a thunderstorm's perspective, you need the forward speed to be 25 miles per hour less than that. Say in the
Look,
mid-40s.
we were watching storms in Oklahoma earlier in the week.
Yeah.
They were moving at like 20 to 25 miles per hour and producing tornadoes.
Yeah.
That was something else. We got these supercell thunderstorms out there that were just rotating, very little forward momentum, and they were producing tornadoes just right there.
Okay, so Ron, say you live in Corinth, you're watching this right now. You hear us talking about a tornado. You see us talking about a 2.3 here on the BTI scale. You think you should get to that shelter right now? Or what do you think you should do?
Yeah, just stay in your safe place. I think you're okay in your home.
Right.
Just stay in that safe place in your home.
Yeah.
Center location, lowest floor. Let this pass.
Right.
All right. As a matter of fact, let me do this. Let me put a track on the back side of the storm. So what I'm going to do is track it from the area of heaviest precipitation to the east. This is not when the storm will, I'm going to just take it right here to the Alabama-Mississippi line. This is not when the storm will get to you. This is when it will exit. This is when you're in the clear. Henderson, 9:41. You got about 4 more minutes. Ripley, 9:51. Selmer, 9:54. You're in the clear. 10:06. Corinth, you'll be in the clear. Then Savannah, 10:13. Boonville, 10:19. Iuka, 10:33, and Waynesboro, 10:37. So again, I'm tracking this from the back side. That most intense area, the back side of it, and when that will exit. When we track it from the front of that line, that's giving you an indication of when it will get to you. This is when it will exit. All right, so something to look forward to there. So Corinth, you'll be in the clear at 10:06, if not a little sooner. That line's moving at about 50, 60 miles per hour, I do believe, still. But it is rapidly approaching the Tennessee River and just about to move out. But folks that are east of the Tennessee River and into northern Alabama, you've still got some storms coming your way, and we could see this activity intensify, because keep in mind, we still have an enhanced risk for severe weather. And Eric, the sweet spot on the enhanced risk was right here.
Right.
And that's where we've seen already tonight 2 or 3 tornado warnings that have been issued. So there's still a lot of instability. You've got to look at it right now. As a matter of fact, let's go to the precision tracker. Marvin, can you pop that up?
So
Eric,
there you
can
go.
Talk about it.
So the areas in green and yellow, even these could be trimmed back further to the east. The areas in green, that's a marginal risk. That's a level 1 out of 5. The yellow, that's a slight risk. That's a level 2 out of 5. The areas in orange, tan, brown, whatever you want to pick, that's a level 3 out of 5, that enhanced risk. And that had been in place all throughout the Mid-South. But the Storm Prediction Center, who issue these outlooks, they're very good about when an event's going on and there's starting to be some clearing behind. They do move these around with respect to the given event going on. So it makes sense that there's not as much of an enhanced risk of severe weather as there was earlier. But that said, we are still contending with a few severe thunderstorm warnings here into parts of the Mid-South, more specifically into the Tennessee River Valley. I'm kind of surprised that they haven't cleared Marshall County and Benton County out of this warning quite yet, but you know, you got to be safe than sorry. It's easy for me to say that from this perspective. When you're at the National Weather Service, it's a little bit different of a animal having to, you know, clear counties out than what it is from my standpoint. But yeah, I think we're in pretty good shape. And don't get me wrong, and Ron's talked about this. Still raining cats and dogs right now in Corinth. Ripley, you're in much better. Ripley, Mississippi, you're in much better shape now than you were even just a half hour ago. And into Alcorn County and McNairy County, you're in, for the most part, better shape now. If you're in Selmer, glad to say, you can head on to sleep. You know, you still do technically have a severe thunderstorm warning in place, but this is really to the southeastern portion of the county and not into Selmer. National Weather Service noting right now, Marshall and Panola County getting canceled from the watch. So once that happens, that means within the watch, we'll still have Benton, Tippah, Alcorn, McNairy, and Lafayette counties. So good news on that. And the National Weather Service is kind of noting that there's still a few more severe thunderstorm warnings to be had into Tishomingo, Prentiss, and Itawamba counties, and just kind of that general area, into far northeastern portions of Mississippi. But we're in pretty good shape right now across the Mid-South. Haven't seen a bunch of reports here as far as hail sizes being larger than a quarter. And quarter-size hail could still do a number on your car. And, you know, I know that if we talk about hail sizes, you know, you got to give us a little bit of perspective on it. And this is what we're looking at here for quarter-size hail. That's 1 inch in diameter size hail on the upper level of the hail sizes. It is from left to right, the fourth one in. We haven't seen any ping pong size hail, which is good to see. It's 1.5 inches in diameter. And obviously, once you start getting into that bottom line, that's super significant hail. And there was actually, not necessarily relevant for here in the Mid-South, but there was hail in
Oklahoma earlier this week.
No, it was either Indiana or Illinois. I think it was a week ago.
Yeah.
6 inches in diameter.
I saw that.
6 inches.
It's huge, almost basketball size. It's like small. It's like a kickball size hail.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. That's huge hail. I'm glad that we don't have to contend with that here tonight.
We got about 3 minutes left on these warnings in our Action News 5 coverage area. Let's take one just quick little tour, Eric. And I tell you what, I want to wrap this up at about 9:45 if we can. If you see something, a reason we shouldn't, we got to get ready for Action News 5 at 10. And look, the weather's not over yet because the next big weather story is going to be a hard freeze coming our way for tomorrow night. We got a cold day tomorrow and tonight. We're expecting our low to fall in the lower range of the 30s. So cold is the next big weather story. But all the activity right now pushing along and moving to the east of the Tennessee River. Still some active warnings, but most of these in northeast Mississippi, McNairy County, you're going to be out of this at about 9:45. We have that one active tornado warning. That is for Tishomingo County, but that's starting to cross into Alabama. That will head on into Middle Tennessee, northwestern Alabama, as this whole line continues to advance east. And look, down to the south, starting to get its act together a little bit. We still have the enhanced risk that remains for Middle Tennessee, northern Alabama, and a good part of the southeastern United States. But here in the Action News 5 coverage area, things are looking much better. And the precipitation we're seeing right now that's developing along and east of the Mississippi River, including Memphis and Shelby County, it's not severe. Non-severe. A stable atmosphere has now emerged. More counties have now been removed from the tornado watch. So now Fayette County, Marshall County, Panola County, you're out of it. Lafayette County still technically in it, as is Benton, Tippah, Alcorn, Hardeman, and McNairy. But your severe weather threat is all but gone. I know there's still a lot of lightning out there, so it could still be a little loud in a few areas, especially right there around the Highway 45 corridor. We're picking up about 456 strikes of lightning from 22 north into West Tennessee. But the leading edge of this right here, that's where the greater threat for strong to severe storms exists right now. And most of that is just about to exit our coverage area. And this is where we hand off to our friends in Madison County and in Middle Tennessee and Huntsville. We've got gray stations in Jackson. WBBJ is there. We've also got a gray station in Nashville. WSMV and our friends, our gray station in Huntsville, Alabama. Brad Travis and crew at WAFF. So,
And eventually our buddy Spencer Denton over there in Knoxville.
yeah, and Spencer is in Knoxville right now. So Gray Media has you covered from boundary to boundary in Tennessee, from Memphis to Middle Tennessee, the Tennessee River Valley, and well east into eastern Tennessee. But right now, things are looking much better, much calmer for our Action News 5 coverage area. We're all going to be able to get a good night's sleep tonight, but I tell you what, throw an extra blanket on the bed, because when you wake up in the morning, it's going to be cold. Eric, I see 945 has come around. Still keeping the active severe thunderstorm warning for Alcorn County. That's going to remain until 10:15. Again, tornado possible, but really the potential for that is not going to impact Alcorn County. McNairy County, southeastern McNairy County, still under a severe thunderstorm warning until 10:15. But Selmer, you're in the clear.
Yep.
Corinth, you're in the clear. So even though we still have these warnings right here, the threat, severe weather threat, is over. Any final thoughts or final words on this?
No, I just feel pretty confident. You know, across the Mid-South, we're in good shape right now. And between Ron and myself, we don't take it lightly as far as just saying that.
Right.
You know,
right.
We really do think we're in a great spot right now. So
when you see us on, pay attention, all right? And if you don't see us on television, you're okay. But even when storms are coming through, we like to track on our digital platforms as well. So we have multiple ways to bring you weather information. But get the app, the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. We've got a calmer pattern emerging for the week ahead, but it is going to start with some bitter cold, and you're going to be able to track those temperatures right there on the app. Eric and I are going to be back in less than 15 minutes on Action News 5 at 10. We will have a complete look at today's weather, what's ahead, talk more about the cold, and what's coming your way. And by the way, let me just go ahead and give you your first alert right now. Next weekend, we're looking at temperatures in the 80s, nice and dry. Something to look forward to. Eric Brill, it's always a pleasure to work with you, my friend.
likewise, pal.
All right, we'll get you back to your surfing or whatever it is you were watching.
Maybe it's the Americas.
There you go. There you go. Have a good night. We'll see you at 10 on Action News 5 at 10 with Kelly Cook.